Ask many motor racing legends, and most of them would say that Macau is their favourite circuit. Hello everyone, and welcome to an event like no other, steeped with motor racing history. Whether it is bikes or cars, this place is special, and we are about to get going and kick off the Saturday of action. It is great to have your company wherever you might be watching from in the world. We have got a green light on at the end of the pit lane. The Macau Grand Prix weekend on JB Motorsports is underway. Apologies we couldn't bring you Thursday or Friday, but we are here completely with you. Now, to bring you a little bit of context, we have got a green light at the end of the motorcycle session right now at the moment. This was meant to actually be taking place yesterday, but due to rain, it got cancelled. And with rain at Macau, everything else can run, but bikes just simply cannot, due to, of course, the Armco barriers that we have surrounding this circuit. So qualifying has been moved. Instead of the warm-up, we're just having a qualifying session, and then we'll have a little break in between myself and Wes, who is alongside me. We'll fill a little bit of time by just talking about this event and talking about the history of this event, and then you will have the motorbikes race as well. So, speaking of the devil, alongside me, as I mentioned, is Wes. And Wes, here we go. The Macau weekend here on JB Motorsports is properly underway, and this is going to be exciting.
Yes, it will be. It's finally here, the mighty Macau, and it's going to go for us in Europe and North America. It's going to go long into the night, but we'll have plenty to keep us awake as the racing goes on. As you said, Omi, the motorcycles taking part in their qualifying session, which had to be postponed due to overnight rain. And yeah, we're going to get some four-wheeled action on the track here in the next couple of hours.
We will do indeed, but right now we've got the bikes out there on the circuit, and now let's throw it down to the world feed, who will be talking you through this qualifying session.
Begin. So Peter Hickman, he's a builder when it comes to qualifying. Rob Hodson just brings up the rear of this little group, and Paul Jordan also following Peter Hickman, looking to get a tow, but Hickman likes to build. Doesn't go too quick to begin with, but certainly he's keen to have a look at the track, and it's coming up to this part of San Francisco. This is the part he was talking about. Just that little moment, just as they disappear into that picture there at race speed, both wheels momentarily in the air. But just these parts around here, the white lines were quite raised compared to last year, and it's incredible how a racer would know these things. But they've scrubbed them back a little bit. So Paul Jordan keeping close on Peter Hickman's rear wheel. Lauren Hoffman has still not gone out. Whether he's still in bed, who knows? It is very early here, and I arrived around 25 past 6. I think Almeric Blanc was the only rider who was here at that point. That was just over half an hour ago. This time they were not going through those car parking spaces on Thursday. Now that it's had a little bit of car action on there, and it's cleared all the muck and dust and everything away, even though the officials do go out and take street sweepers out, etc. There's nothing beats a fast car to clear things away. So Davey Todd still on his opening lap. We'll get a time coming up, but it's not a flying lap. He's about to begin his first flying lap. This is on board with Davey Todd, going around our bend and just coming past our commentary position there on the right hand side. And this is obviously the fastest part of the Macau gear circuit. Just coming into Mandarin now. This is the first timing sector. You have to be fast out of the apex. And really, this is where the bike has to be geared. for this section. Because a lot of it from San Francisco, the top of San Francisco, all the way to Macau is in second gear. It doesn't really matter about getting the gearing right, the lower gearing, because no one's overtaking anyone generally through that part. But the crucial bit is you've got to get it right through turn 2 to make, if you're going to win, you've got to get that absolutely right. So now it'll be generally second gear for Davey Todd as he goes through that section. What about this boy, Mitch Reese? Newcomer to Macau, was 6th fastest in free practice. Now, yes, free practice is free practice, but he's looked really impressive. In fact, everywhere he's gone this year, he's looked impressive. Mitch Reese, the Kiwi from New Zealand. He's on the Jackson Racing Honda Metzler tyres. There's Lauren Hoffman, so Hoffman is out. So Lauren Hoffman is out on track. Meanwhile, we're back with Davey Todd at Donna Maria. Then coming down into the Melco hairpin. First gear around here. And second. Third. Fourth. Into 5th. And then it's down the box into 2nd. It's really heading towards that wall. Pull it back out, and then 3rd, 4th, 5th, around 150 miles an hour through there. Then it's back to 3rd for R Bend. Then 4th, 5th gear through this section, the start finish, and Davey Todd puts the time in, and it's the fastest, 2:25.6. He's fast out the blocks already. So 2:25.6, and that, I suppose, is the advantage of going out on your own. It's a theory that Michael Dunlop adheres to as well. So I think Michael Evans might be into pit lane. I'm just keeping an eye on Michael Evans as everyone else now puts in times. Rob Hodgson second quickest at 2:29. Paul Jordan 2:30. Peter Hickman 2:31. But Davey Todd first flying lap 2:25.63. The lap record still held, of course, and it counts only during the race. But that is still in the hands of Stuart Easton on the Kawasaki back in 2010. 2 minutes 23. Just looking to see somebody else is just making their way in. Michael Sweeney's just coming back into pit lane as well. Now we're back with number 92, Mitch Reese, who is out on track. So Mitch Reese, 6th fastest so far, 2:31.9. So the plan was for Davey Todd to go out, post the time, get comfortable, and they will be looking to make a change to the rear suspension. And then, of course, they'll put a qualifying tyre on towards the end of the session. That's the plan for Davey Todd. Peter Hickman giving a signal there to Rob Hodgson to go through. Coming into Fisherman's. Rob Hodgson second fastest so far. And despite being 3rd fastest in free practice, the SMT team have made a few small changes to the front and rear suspension. They made a gearing change because in the practice session the bike just wasn't using all its revs in 6th. And it's rare they hit 6th, to be perfectly honest. So we're sticking with the same compound rear Dunlop tyre throughout, and the same for the race. And Rob was saying that the track was a little bit sketchy in FP1 with no rubber on the track. So now that all that rubber has been laid down by the cars, there's Paul Jordan just cruising as well, maybe looking to follow Rob for a little bit. In fact, Rob just easing up as well as they go out of Lisboa, but that was Rob's plan. As for Paul Jordan, we just saw there, they've been looking at suspension changes as well, trying to get a little bit of better balance, less front wheel up in the air, trying to bring that front wheel down. There is Paul Jordan and Rob Hodson. They've put fresh tyres on for the start of this qualifying session. Might change for a second rear later in qualifying. And also, what they're trying to do, some of the riders, they don't want to expend all their energy now, because this is an hour-long session. And then you've got the race, 12 laps at 9:10. Say normal circumstances, this session would have taken place yesterday. They'd have had a little warm-up lap this morning, nice and just a refresher, and then go racing. So here comes David Todd. Andy Lewis is his man this year in the pit lane, looking after him. So 2:24.9. He said he surprised himself on Thursday with how quick he went, despite the track being so green. Yeah, pretty much everybody's out. Michael Sweeney's managed 3. I don't know what's going on with Erno Costomo. He's only managed 2 laps. Paul Jordan is fueled for 10 laps. So these are 24-litre tanks. Davey Todd looking up, maybe looking to see if he can see a time. And that's another little issue as well. Because the first 2 laps, certainly going into Lisboa, with a tank full of fuel, it makes the bike really difficult to brake, but it will improve as the load lightens. So really the first 2 laps are really crucial as we see Paul Williams coming into pit lane. But many riders like Paul Jordan will only have a few litres of fuel in. Just come in as well. No surprise really, considering that we saw him touring around. Eddie Fair, the French rider there on 36, just coming out of Mandarin into Lisboa. Erno Costomo, again looking for his braking point, a little shake of the head. Now whether he's looking for his marker, or whether he's still trying to get that BMW singing sweetly. That's the second time, in fact this time, that is Almeric Blanc who has also just found it. But we've seen this many times in the past here at the Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix. There's a slight, near police, there's a slight little run-off as well, but not much. Sam West on bike number 6. One of the old-timers here at Macau, a regular. Back with Erno Costomo, winner in 2022. It's just on, off the throttle. Just hear the lack of gear change. It's so tight and twisty. Through Donna Maria. But sometimes in police they nick it back to first. You don't really see it much as we watch Erno Cosmo coming out of Fisherman's, but you have to keep the bikers upright as much as they can. Say from this moment on, really. Davey Todd having a chat about something. I'm not seeing a great deal as well. He didn't have the best of time on free practice. Was number 23, Marcus Simpson. Sorry, not 20, number 18. Sorry, Michael Evans in the RC Express Dafabet bike, the Honda. They're using Honda now instead of Kawasaki. They're having a few issues with, I think, with the chain during free practice. So they're trying a stiffer front and rear Maxton suspension. They've got the new front and rear tyre as well, a longer wheelbase. So they've had to fit the new chain. And the plan is that they were going to come in after a few laps to try and adjust it. There'll be a new rear tyre for most of these riders around the last 10-15 minutes of qualifying. David Todd still with the fastest time, 2:24.9, almost 4 seconds quicker than Paul Jordan. And 6 seconds faster than his teammate and 810 Racing team owner Peter Hickman. But as I mentioned earlier, Peter Hickman is quite happy to let it build as the session goes on. Just going around Don Maria. He's just inside the top 15. The surprise has got to be Costomo down in 15th. So there is Peter Hickman, goes third. He puts in a 2:29.6, so he goes a couple of seconds faster than his previous best. And you know there is more to come from Peter Hickman. Just makes his way past Phil Crow. So a bit of clear track in front of him. Can he now start to threaten that 2:24.9 of Davey Todd? Stuart Easton time back in 2010, 2 minutes 23.61 is the lap record. Ooh, that was close to the wall. So it is Mikey Evans. Crosses the line, number 18, and he is 11th fastest so far. He has a 2:30.8. So things maybe just going a little bit better for him than they have been so far. Michael Evans back again at Macau. That's where just along there they nudge it into 6th. Some riders, some keep it high in 5th. Tend to break around the 250-meter mark. So this is Evans up over San Francisco. So maybe a little back into first before maternity, and then out of maternity into second gear now. And here is Hickman, whether he's improved his time. It was 2:29.6. And Hickman does a 2:28.9. So shaves a few tenths of a second of his fastest, but he's still third quickest. There is still plenty more to come from Peter Hickman. He's 4 seconds slower than Davey Todd. But Hickman is getting in the groove. Sam West, he's just coming through as well. Sam looking to break into the top 10 if he can. He's currently on row 4. And he does. He just gets on the end of row 3, moves up, and in fact, as he does that, Costomo goes third fastest. Erno Costomo with a 2:28.7 pushes Hickman back. So things are looking better for Erno Costomo. It's a BMW Honda Fest really at Macau this year. Funny, I mentioned Stuart Easton putting in that, holding that lap record on a Kawasaki. There isn't even a single Kawasaki on the grid this year. We've got one Yamaha, I think. A couple of Suzukis, are there? No, just the one Suzuki. And then it's the majority BMW, quite a few Hondas. Sam West, also one of those on a BMW. Pretty much half the field are on BMW, which, if you think back to 2010, BMW were just starting to make an impact on the motorcycling world. And you can see there Hickman much closer, much happier with the surface, really hugging the Armco around Donna Maria. First gear into Melco. He's been pushed back onto row 2 by Erno Costomo. So his best was 2:28.9. Just coming in now to our bend, the final turn. It looked rapid earlier. Is it as rapid this time? 2:28.1. He's getting closer to Davey Todd. Todd's done 5 laps. That is 8 laps now for Peter Hickman. 2:28.1. He goes on to the front row alongside Paul Jordan. Row 2 at the moment is Costomo, Hodson, Lucas Mora. And he has switched from Kawasaki. He's on the Yamaha. Phil Crow, Davo Johnson, Mitch Reese on row number 3. Sam West, Bodolico and Michael Evans, row 4. And row 5 is currently Simpson, Hoffman and Furr. Davey Todd still happy to sit things out. And I suppose if you posted a 2-minute 24.9 lap, then yeah, you've got to think, yeah, why push the envelope? So he will look. We're coming up to the halfway point in the qualifying session, so I would expect a little bit of action towards the end of the session from Davey Todd. Of course, sometimes the chance that you take with situations like that is if all of a sudden the session is suspended for any reason. Costomo with a 2:27.1 has pushed Hickman along the side, the front row. So Davey Todd is still in pole position, Costomo and Hickman. So it's an all BMW front row as things stand. Quite a few bikes in at the moment. Sam West has come in. David Johnson is also in. David Johnson, that third on the PBM Ducati back in 2019. His best result here. 81 is also in at the moment, Lucas Mora. Mitch Reese has gone 5th fastest, so Mitch Reese is now on row 2 of the grid. Bike 92. So Todd, Cosmo, Hickman is the front row. I wonder if Erno, if he ever drove the fastest milk cart in the west of Finland. Certainly he's on one of the quickest BMWs in the east right now, in the far east that is. And he's improving his time. He's just gone through sector 1 quicker. He's just done his fastest time through sector 1, Erno Cosmo. Paul Jordan would love to be on the front row as well. Got a few bikes in. Phil Crow's just come back in as well. Jordan's out, so too is number 38, Cosmo. They're together on the track. They're all putting in fastest times now, which is what you would expect of a qualifying session. Paul Jordan has also put in his fastest first sector. Davey Todd is just leaving the pits now. He's just out as well, so Davey Todd is going to put a few more laps in. I'm not sure what's going on with Michael Sweeney. He's only managed 3 laps. Ryan Whitehall's only managed 6 laps as well. Eddie Fair is the one who's been out. I think he's not been in yet. The only rider possibly that's not coming back into pits. Lucas Moore, I think, has stayed out as well. The thing is, though, with Michael Sweeney, the aim, I think, was that they were going to see how the bike was in the first few laps, to see how rideable it is, as there was quite a bit of damage in the crash. And also, it's the spirit of not just Macau, but of motorcycle racing as well, that you see a lot of the teams, 4 bikes to a garage, they all help each other out. And a big shout to 810 Racing and Peter Hickman, their team. They got it stuck in with Michael to get the bike ready. So instead of just leaving Michael and his boys to get on with it, they've helped out as well. So that really just goes to prove what a close-knit community motorcycle racers are. And there is Paul Jordan who's coming over the line. Peter Hickman has come in as well. He's done 10 laps. He's now come in for the first time. Tend to sometimes get this lull around this time. The great thing is the clock is still ticking, we're still going. We've had no delays, no interruptions. So I'd expect Paul Jordan perhaps to come in at the end of this lap. Now then, Davey Todd is under investigation for speeding in pit lane. So, what that might mean, I don't know what the penalty is for speeding in pit lane at Macau. It's something that tends not to happen. Michael Sweeney, they are still working away feverishly, trying to get that bike ready. So they are in the garage at the moment. They've only managed 3 laps. Desperate to get back out. As it stands, 2 minutes 41.1 is Michael Sweeney's fastest time. And back at Macau for the first time since 2019. Keep an eye on Davey Todd, by the way. He's purpled the first 2 sectors. So he could be on for being inside 2 minutes 24.9. So here we are with Davey Todd. He's purpled the 3rd sector as well. Sector 4 is from Moorish, the right-hand turn into Donna Maria and then down into Melco. So just went to see it, and he's done it again. So this is a hot lap from Davey Todd. Purple's all the way. Trying to work out what it will be, but by the time I've done that, he'll have crossed the line anyway. So 224.9 is his best so far. There he goes across the line now. It should be inside that, and it is 223.8 for Davey Todd. 223.8, that is 0.2 of a second outside the outright lap record set by Stuart Easton back in 2010. So Davey Todd, and it looks like he's not letting up either. So 223.8. And he's been beaming really all week. He said he's so happy. The bike is set up pretty much the same as it was when he won the Southern 100 Championship back in July. He wants to end the year as the king of the roads. Had a first full year in the British Superbike Championship and on a brand new BMW. However, they have to use certain suspension tyres and suspension settings, etc., to participate in the British Championship, and therefore, he's just a bit slow. He's purpled the 2nd sector again, but so yeah, he goes back to the settings that he's happy with, that he doesn't have to use in but he's not allowed to use, I should say, in the British Championship. Just looking down, he's just going to be outside. So I think that 223.8 is going to maybe stick just a little bit longer. 2 seconds faster than Erno Costomo. So Todd, Costomo, Hickman, who effectively were the top 3 last year as well. Rob Hodson, Paul Jordan. I should be mentioning Mitch Reese a lot more because that is astounding. Row 2. As things stand for the Kiwi. I'm just trying to find out what the if Davey Todd is found guilty of speeding in pit lane, what the penalty is. So 25 minutes remain here at Macau, the Motorcycle Grand Prix. Oh, Davey Todd with a 223.5. So 223.5 for Davey Todd. So there was a yellow flag, and that's the reason why. So Maurizio Bottalico, another newcomer here at Macau. So that, I think, is at turn 3. Back on board with a very, very happy Davey Todd as things are standing right now. Qualifying and racing, of course, two different things. Michael Sweeney still in the pits, by the way. They're still working, trying to get that bike right. David Johnson on bike number 20. On the Racing for Inclusion by RBS BMW, the Australian, as I mentioned earlier, was on the podium back in 2019. As things stand, he currently heads row 3. He's improved his times though. He's done a 2:29.8. He's inside 2.5 minutes. He's on the 3rd row alongside Lucas Mora and Phil Crow as things stand. So Costomo is back in. Yellow flag again at Lisboa. So there is a yellow flag at Lisboa. I'm guessing maybe someone has, like we saw with Bottolico, just looking for the perfect braking marker. And there we are. So yeah, Almeric Blanc is on his way once again. Meanwhile, back with Davo Johnson. Just getting this fast out of the apex. Here they are, the blast down towards Lisboa. Back with Davey Todd though, as he's coming around Mandarin. 2:23.4 by the way. So he's gone even quicker. 2:23.4. Glenn Irwin was doing very similar stuff when he raced back here when he won back in 2019. In fact, Davey Todd just backing off. So but 2:23.4, that's nearly 3 seconds faster than Costomo, who's he's back out, Costomo. No, he's still in, sorry. Costomo's, in fact, quite a few riders are in at the moment. Costomo, Hickman, Hodson, Jordan, Mitch Reese, Mora. Phil Crow's just going back out. Sam West is in. Michael Evans is just going back out as well, along with Almeric Blanc, which we saw. Whitehall is in. Paul Williams is in. Michael Sweeney's still in. Poor old Michael Sweeney. So Lauren Hoffman, who is 14th fastest so far, the Belgian rider. Always interesting that Davey Todd and Peter Hickman, Todd elects to go with a Metzler. Peter Hickman happy with a Dunlop. So even though they're teammates, they both use different tyre manufacturers. Here is Lauren Hoffman looking to improve, and he has. He's up to 11th now, so he does a 2:32.2, so he goes up onto row number 4 alongside Bottolico and Sam West. So quite impressive really from Bottolico as well. His first time here, he's done a 2:32, the Italian rider. But 20 minutes to go. Still a little bit of time. But that 2 minutes 23.4, a tenth of a second outside the outright lap record. What has Peter Hickman got in terms of a response? 4 seconds between the pair at the moment. Sandwiched between them is Erno Costomo. And I suppose you'd expect to see Rob Hodson on row 2, certainly Paul Jordan on row 2. Would you expect to have seen Mitch Reese on row 2 though? No. David Johnson, by the way, is now up into 7th fastest. He's on the head of row number 3. And mention too for Don Gilbert, the other newcomer, 2:35.8. He's done more laps than anyone else, which as a newcomer you would suppose you would expect, as you want to learn as much as you can about the track. Interesting to see Lauren Hoffman just a little bit wider around Donna Maria than we saw Hickman. So it looks like quite a few riders are in at the moment. In fact, I think there's only around about 6 riders out on track with less than 20 minutes to go. Now then, Marcus Simpson, bike 23. So what does Marcus do? He was 14th fastest and he remains 14th fastest. Can't improve on his time, his second time here in Macau. But of course, after last year, could you really call that a full Macau Grand Prix last year? With only one proper session taking place, so they were really limited on track time last year. Phil Crowe, 9th fastest, just ahead of Bottalico on the timing charts. Costomo has gone back out. Yeah, it's all very leisurely at the moment. Yeah, Irwin, of course, was 2017, 2:23.0 was his qualifying time, which is inside Stuart Easton's lap record. So 17 minutes remaining here, Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix. We'll have the 50th anniversary in a couple of years' time. 60th anniversary, sorry, in a couple of years' time. 1967 was the first time motorcycles raced around Macau. So Costomo is out and looking to improve on 2:26.1. Phil Crowe, his last lap was his fastest, as alongside Maurizio Bottalico. Michael Evans has improved his time as well. Emeric Blanc has also gone a little bit quicker. Sam West is now back out on track. And there is Bottalico, the Italian rider, 2:31.3, his best so far. You're just getting an onboard picture there in the top left of your screen from Costomo as well. So, but so far, as he makes his way up over San Francisco and into Maternity and through Teddy Yip, he's just improved on his second sector. So he'll be nowhere near, well, I say nowhere near, such that astounding time from Davey Todd, 2:23.4. Certainly will be looking to shave a second or so off his best time so far, Erno Costomo. As long as you're on certainly the first 2 rows, and even row number 3 here in Macau, if you can get a good start and get down to Lisboa, then you have a very good chance, on the opening lap of the race that is, then you have a very good chance of success here. You'll tend as well in the race not to see too many overtaking manoeuvres along this top part of the circuit. It drops back down here through Melco Hairpin, and there's a short blast down towards Fisherman's. This is good from Costomo. No Costomo on his way then, looking to improve. 2:26.1. He should be inside 2:26. He will be. There we go. Crosses the line now. Oh, no, he's not. Knocks it back. It's 2 minutes 27 was his last one. So it was that first sector that did him. So he was just almost a second down. So he remains 2.7 seconds slower than Davey Todd. But a second, or 1.2 seconds ahead of Peter Hickman. Rob Hodgson is now back out as well, with less than 15 minutes to go of qualifying. The race will begin in around just under an hour and a half from now. There'll be some tyre changes going on, etc. The news from Costimo's camp, everything's good, just fueling the bike, changing tyres, etc. So Davey Todd will, I would imagine, be going out soon. Hickman, they went out first, trying a new front tyre, scrub the rear in, change the rear, try another new rear. That was the plan. And they'll put a soft rear on that they've raced on in the past, that they know a lot about. So again, won't be panicking too much right now. So as things stand, it's Todd, Costimo and Hickman on row number 1, Hodgson, Jordan and Rees Still on row number 2, Johnson, Moore and Crow on row 3, Bartolico, Hoffman and West on row 4, Evans, Blanc, Simpson on row 5, Fair, Gilbert, Whitehall row 6. Michael Sweeney is back out. Good. Michael Sweeney is back out. So he's managed to get out. However, he's going to be very limited on time. So Sweeney, before the event, you would certainly, even though he's not had the greatest of results at Macau in the past, he certainly would have been hoping for a top 10 finish. In fact, from memory, I don't think he's actually finished inside the top 10. If he has, then I apologise, but I think he's not been inside the top 10 on his previous visits. Not that he's been here that many times, but Michael Sweeney is out on track. As things stand, he's at the back of the grid with Paul Williams. There is Sam West just coming down towards Fisherman's. The majority of this field with Superstock engines. Just the odd Superbike here and there. Cosimo uses a Superbike engine. Peter Hickman's on the Superbike. Rob Hodgson also on a Superbike. Sam West, who first came here back in 2015. And along with Davo Johnson and Peter Hickman, has been here 6 times before. This is his 7th visit to Macau. He finished in the top 10 back in 2023, having qualified 14th. So he's 11th as things stand on the qualifying table. In fact, I think this will be his best qualifying position if he can maintain 11th place. Yes, in fact, 14th, just going back through the records, 14th has been his best position so far, Sam West. So He's just done his fastest time as well, 2 minutes 31.7. Quite a few bikes now starting to go out with just under 10 minutes remaining. Davey Todd is still in, by the way. But Peter Hickman is back out. Cosmo has just come in as well. Mitch Reese still holding on to 6th place, row number 2. Also as well have that situation regarding speeding in pit lane for Davey Todd potentially, but we'll deal with that when it rears its head. So Hickman is now going a little bit quicker as well. Peter Hickman is just on his way up over San Francisco. In fact, he's beyond there now. He's just gone through Teddy Yip and he's making his way towards Payol. Sam West crosses the line and does his best lap, 2:31.2, and he just pushes Bortolico back a position on the qualifying leaderboard. So Sam West now 10th, which will be his fastest. And interesting to see Paul Jordan on the back of Peter Hickman. So Paul Jordan looking for a tow, and it's worked so far because Paul Jordan is going to, he can continue this, and if he can stay with Peter Hickman, as long as Peter Hickman doesn't slow, then Paul Jordan could be improving his best lap time so far. So Hickman and Jordan both on sector 4. They do their best sector 4 time so far. So let's keep an eye on them. 2:27.3, 2:28.2, the best respectively for Hickman and Jordan. So Hickman looking to go inside 2:27.3. So crosses the line, does a 2:26.6 and a 2:26. In fact, Jordan goes quicker than Hickman. Jordan goes 3rd, Hickman is 4th. So certainly Jordan worked that toe superbly. Jordan goes on to the front row. Peter Hickman goes back. Davo Johnson goes on to row number 2. Johnson with his fastest time so far, 2:26.8, just 0.2 of a second slower than Hickman and Jordan on that lap there. So, and Paul Jordan again is fastest. Hickman again is not, it's very similar, and we're talking 0.1 of a second once again, but yeah, Peter Hickman just not putting a green on that first sector. But Jordan has. Todd and Costomo still in the pits. 6 minutes to go. But as it stands, it's Todd, Costomo and Jordan on the front row. Hickman, Johnson, Hodson on row number 2. I suspect, though, with just under 6 minutes to go now, it's not going to stay like that. Rob Hodson and Mitch Reese has been pushed back then to row number 3 alongside Moore and Crow. Is that job done for Davey Todd? So a new rear tyre for Erno as well. So I would imagine perhaps if it's all happy in Davey Todd's camp right now, job done. 22:23.4. Someone's overshot at Lisboa. So in fact there he is. So Marcus Simpson just making his way back onto the track again. Cosmo, the new tyre, he's back out as well. So we are really in the sharp end now as Hickman crosses the line and he pushes Jordan back to row number 2. Hickman with a 2:26.3, 0.3 of a second faster than Paul Jordan. Paul Jordan, David Johnson does is still on that 226.8. So David Johnson still in the middle of row number 2 alongside Rob Hodson. And I suppose, oh, Sweeney's up to 12th, by the way. Great to see Michael Sweeney up into 12th place, getting the laps in, so he's improving. Paul Jordan, though, cruising, so it looks like a row 2 start for Paul Jordan. You'll be happy with that, Paul. In fact, if it stays that way, he qualified, it was, well, last year was 6th. He was 7th back in 2023. So Paul Jordan on the row 2, having been on row 3 2 years ago. Unless, of course, David Johnson, Rob Hodson and Mitch Reese have got something to say. But Mitch Reese is in. Lucas Mora is in as well. Peter Hickman did do a fast first sector. In fact, Hickman is certainly one worth watching again now. 3 minutes to go, just across the top. He is just under 3 seconds off the best time of Davey Todd. In fact, with a glance around, you know that Peter Hickman is not going to improve. It looks as if it's going to be 3rd fastest for Hickman, unless he's got something up his sleeve for the final circuit. Davey might do one more lap, possibly might do one more lap. That's the message I'm getting. So we'll keep an eye on whether Davey will just put one more lap in. Erno Costomo. In fact, our 3 Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix winners complete the front row as things stand at the moment. And I was going to say, if you were going to pick a top 6 before the event got underway for qualifying, pretty much is what you've got now. Whether you'd have picked them in that order, what you may not have done is said Mitch Reese on row number 3. Incredible. So here we go, Hickman is upping the ante. So let's keep an eye on Peter Hickman on the 810 BMW. Can we see, and it would be sensational, should Peter Hickman get a time inside 2 minutes 23.4. So his first sector time, as he comes down into Lisboa, is 24.6. So he's fast, but not fastest. He's gone faster. And look who's out. So yeah, Davey Todd is out. Said possibly one more lap, so they've got one more lap. Keeping an eye on Hickman now, or he's not. He's certainly, yeah, we saw that he's eased off, so 27.7. Costomo might improve on his time. So here he is, over the line, and it goes 2:25.7. So he goes quicker even still. Erno Costomo, 2.3 seconds the gap to Davey Todd. So Costomo with a 2:25.7. Just looking at Peter Hickman's times, he might threaten that. Peter Hickman might just threaten that. Costomo will also get another lap in, of course. That's someone at Lisboa. Just looking at different screens, trying to keep an eye on what's happening with Hickman's time as well. Whether he can go inside that 2:25.7. He's 0.6 of a second slower than Costomo as things stand at the moment. It's all bragging rights really, I suppose, but I suppose, again, it's better to be in the middle of the front row than on the outside of the front row. There is the checkered flag. So Erno Costomo, can he improve on that time as well? He is going quicker. He's certainly not going Davey Todd quick. He's going quicker than Hickman as things stand at the moment. Oh, Hickman goes second, 2:25.5. 2:25.5, 2.1 seconds outside Davey Todd. So Hickman will be on the middle of the front row unless Erno Customo can do something about that. And I'm not sure, but there's the 2810 Racing riders. What a year it's been for them. Yeah, thumbs up from Peter Hickman, happy. Davey Todd, yeah, 1-2. But Costomo is still out on track. Can Costomo nudge Peter Hickman back? And Costomo's improved his time. He's just gone quicker on sector 4 than Hickman did on that final lap. It's all eyes really on number 38, Davey Todd, with the stoppie, customary. Well, what has Costomo got? Just keeping an eye, there it is. Costomo, those greens on there. It's Hickman that he's going to threaten. So where is Erno Costomo? Crosses the line, and he goes second fastest, 2:25, half a second quicker than Hickman. Erno Costomo, well, we said 810 Racing have been dominating, or certainly their riders have dominated Macau in recent years, but Erno Costomo has certainly given them something to think about. 2:25.0 from the Finn. As I was called him, Erno, the fastest Finn in the East. So Paul Jordan, David Johnson, Rob Hodson on row number 2. Row 3, Mitch Reese, Phil Crow and Lucas Mora. Michael Evans putting in his fastest lap. Bottalico putting in his fastest lap at the end there as well. There on row 4 alongside Sam West, who in the end, he was up into 10th at one point. He's back down into 12th, but he's on row 4. Michael Sweeney will be on row number 5. Alongside Lauren Hoffman and Almeric Blanc. Then it's Marcus Simpson, Eddie Fair and Don Gilbert. But there we go, a sensational end to what has been an incident-free session, thankfully, for the Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix qualifying. The race will take place in just over an hour's time. Will be a press conference with the top 3 riders. But also, hopefully we'll get down into pit lane and have a chat with some of the riders and see what they think, get their thoughts ahead of that race in less than, or just over an hour's time. 9:10 local time, 12 laps the race distance here. We're just getting confirmation then of that grid for the race. Todd, Costomo and Hickman. Jordan, Johnson, Hodson on row 2. Reese, Crow, Mora on row 3. Evans, Bottalico, West on row 4. Sweeney, Hoffman and Blanc on row 5, Simpson, Fair, Gilbert on row 6, and then Williams and Whitehall at the back of the grid. Again, we'll have to find out about this, whether or not there is a pit lane issue for Davey Todd, but we'll find out shortly. But for now, I've been Dave Moore.
Thank you very much, David Moore. That concludes the bikes qualifying session, the 57th edition as well of the Macau motorcycle race, and well, that was an interesting qualifying session right until the end. Right, we have got about over 1 hour until the race gets underway, so what we're going to do now is we're going to take the opportunity to reflect. Of course, this is our opening of the coverage. We have been live for over an hour now. We've brought you this qualifying session, but we've got a bit of a break. So what myself and Wes, who is alongside me if you weren't with us at the start, what we're going to do is we're going to delve into and dive into a little bit of the history of Macau. First of all, Wes, before we do that and before we go into a bit of podcast mode, I'd love to get your thoughts quickly on the session that we were just watching. The bikes were out there having their 1 hour qualifying session. What was your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so it was really, really good from Davey Todd there. He was unbelievable, 2 seconds ahead of the rest of the field. So yeah, assuming he can get into the first couple of corners first, he is gonna take some beating. I know I had my money on Peter Hickman for this weekend, but I may have to rethink that bet now. But yeah, so Todd from Costomo, he's looking pretty quick as well. And then Peter Hickman will make up the front row for the race in an hour and 5 minutes time.
Absolutely, the track noise you can hear currently in the background is from the circuit as everything just quietens down momentarily. Okay, Wes, so I mentioned we were going to discuss a bit about the history of Macau. We'll, of course, go into a bit more of conversation mode in a bit, but first of all, for any of the viewers, of course, here on JB Motorsports, we cover quite a lot. We cover things from NASCAR to, like, MotoGP, to Formula 1, etc. There's so many different things we cover, so many different disciplines of motor racing. So absolutely anyone could be watching us. We're getting very close to 11k subscribers here at JB Motorsports. So, Wes, I think it's always important to kickstart and start off with just an overview and the entire history behind Macau. So, before we discuss and go any further, would you like to tell us a little bit about the event and the entire history behind it?
Yeah, so if you're able to get to a live stream, you may see the number 72 plastered all over the marketing for this event, and that is, of course, the number of years that this event has been taking place. It started off live all the way back in 1954 as really just an event put together by three friends, some car enthusiasts, and together with the neighboring city of Hong Kong, and just put together an event that just became very, very popular over the years. And Macau was a very, very different very different city back in those days. There's nowhere near the same number of buildings, and even and apart from that, not even all of the road was paved. So yeah, from what was absolutely an amateur event over the decades has just become such a well-known and well-loved event. I think mostly just because it has kept that enthusiast nature about it. It became well known for single seaters a little bit later on, when it finally adopted the Formula Pacific rules, as they were known back then. And in 1983 was when it finally adopted Formula 3 rules, and it was then that it started to become this kind of event for the up and comers, if you like, of single seaters, the drivers that were on their way to Formula 1. They all wanted to stop off and win Macau, just for the prestige of it. And the first one to do it in that first race in 1983 was none other than a certain Ayrton Senna. And he, of course, would go on. He beat Martin Brundle to the win that year. And then a little under a decade later, it was also won by Michael Schumacher in 1990. And that particular year was famous for being the very first time that him and his future F1 rival, Mika Hakkinen, would come to blows. They had been separated that year because they were in neighbouring F3 series. Schumacher had come through the German F3 series. Mika Hakkinen was in the British F3 series. And that was the first time that they met on track. And it was just the final lap, and and Hakkinen hit the back of Schumacher's car, wasn't able to finish the race. Schumacher went on to win, but Mika Hakkinen was absolutely livid with Schumacher that day, and it really just set the stage for what was to come a few years later in Formula 1. What a legendary rivalry that turned out to be. But since then, Macau has evolved as a city, but the layout of this track has remained the same through its entire run. In fact, very, very minimal changes have been made to the layout in its time, and it really is just a testament to that legacy, that history, that it has been able to remain as such. Moving on to the modern era, we of course now, Omi, we've moved out of Formula 3 regulations and into Formula Regional. That was a decision by the FIA. and there's been a mixed response from the fans. It's
Yeah.
fair to say. We know last year's event, of course, was hampered by rain, which couldn't really give us a fair look, I don't think, at what Formula Regional has to offer as a category here at Macau. But hopefully, this year's race can do just that.
Absolutely. Now we're going to discuss. Now we're of course going to begin to discuss a bit about the Regional 2F3 change. Just before I do that, hello to Plug, who said hello and morning. Of course, morning for him in Bangkok, I believe at the moment, as well, and morning for everyone down there at Macau. Travis is also in the chat. He's also mentioned awesome track, really. Love the hairpin, really has a Monaco vibe to it. And he's also mentioned lots of support races really boost the vibe here. Absolutely. And that's why we have decided this year to cover the entire day. While we're not going to commentate on it all, just cover the entire day of Macau and include the supports and have a full, proper atmosphere of what is actually taking place out there on the circuit at Macau. So that's the chat. So keep thoughts coming, everybody, in the live chat. But Wes, yes, going back to the regional point as well. Of course, we've had Formula 3, which really was quite fast around it, quite rapid. So I guess it reduces the speed. A few of the arguments that you were mentioning, a few of the arguments were to it that, you know, it won't attract the best, it won't do this, it won't do that. I guess at the time we had different types of Formula 3. We had British Formula 3, we had European Formula 3, we had Asian Formula 3, so many different Formula 3 levels. So it was kind of meant to be an event that everyone comes to from everywhere. We're going to talk more about in terms of what drivers we have this year in a moment. But I guess with the way currently it works, with Regional and F4, I guess it kind of does do that aim of it brings people from Formula Regional Japan. It brings people from the Middle East Championship. It brings people from the European Championship. So it is always... So I guess it kind of covers what the aim was. And same applies to F4. We've got 7 different F4 champions on the grid as well. So I guess it covers that aim of bringing the very best to this race through a selection process. But yeah, Formula 3 had quite a mixed response, not taking place anymore, Wes.
Yeah, and of course the argument is that Formula Regional is filling that niche that that Formula 3 did fill back in the day before it became, or before the name at least became the F1 support event that it is now. So definitely I can see that logic. I think it's more the name that fans miss from this event, which is fair. I think as the other thing probably is not everyone's been the biggest fan of the current Tatus T318 chassis that is currently in use. The good news on that front, of course, being that this is kind of the last hurrah, if you like, for that particular chassis. It is on its way out. We're going to be debuting the new car in the upcoming Formula Regional Middle East Championship before it gets its proper first run in the European season of 2026. So yeah, lots to look forward to on that front, and hopefully it can kind of bring back the nostalgia, if you like, of the old Formula 3 days.
Yeah, I am happy. The first year we covered it on JB Motorsports, I missed the Las Vegas Grand Prix for 2023. It basically clashed. So I'm happy that we at least got to experience 1 year of the Formula 3 as well. And that was quite great. It was quite great. But, you know, equally, I loved the regional last year. I'm sure F4 is going to be great as well. And, you know, GTs are GTs. They always are great. And so is all of the other support action. So, we mentioned F4. Let's go on to that. We've had invitational F4 rounds. We've had all sorts of stuff before. But just like the regional one, it is a lot more... It is now a World Cup. It is a part of the proper bill. It is you get the very best talent. You get the very best talent, if I can get my words out. All come here. As I mentioned, 7 different F4 champions that all come and get selected for this event, and they get to race in exactly the same way that they do in the regional, that they do in the GT in this event. So another World Cup, more action for us, first of all, which is always great. But I saw an article of it a few days ago. It's been long in the making, and they've finally done it this year.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's been the hope of the FIA delegate, the former Formula One driver Emanuele Olivieri, who's in charge of that part of the FIA that looks after Formula 4 levels. It's been his hope to get Formula 4 permanently on the Macau Grand Prix support bill for the longest time, and finally he's achieved it. It's had a very it's fair to say a bit of a spotty history, F4. It was kind of thrust into the limelight in the wake of COVID-19 because obviously Formula 3 cars weren't able to be shipped here due to Chinese restrictions, understandable restrictions given the circumstances. So it was run for 3 years as a round of the Chinese F4 Championship. And then it was a couple of years later in 2023, it was a non-championship round, the Formula 4 Southeast. That was the last time F4 was here. They were using the Tatus F4 chassis. This year, they're using for the World Cup, they're using the Miguel F4 chassis, which anybody who watches French F4 will recognize. It's also used in the Chinese F4 Championship as well, and in fact, it is that same team of people who will be running the cars for the event this year.
Absolutely. Also in the chat, meanwhile, we had Travis saying GT is the main event, so completely different cars, and yes, there is loads of Formula Regional F4 World Tour as well, so loads of open wheelers cars, so yeah, it's epic. Yeah, Macau absolutely is just incredible, and it is absolutely fantastic. So with that being said, I think, Wes, it is time to talk about this event a little bit, and talk about the drivers that we have got for the 72nd running of the Macau Grand Prix. Now, I've shared my notes as well with Wes, so we've both got equal amounts of information and plenty to throw at you across the entire day. We'll, of course, do a lot of that in the sessions, but very quickly, Wes, let's start off with the regional, I guess. The regional one, we've got an absolutely fantastic grid. Lots of drivers that we've covered in FRECA, lots of drivers we've seen in F3, and plenty of drivers who are, well, getting ready for the next phase of their career. Quite an exciting grid, I think we've got, especially for the regional, if you want to start going through the different names, some of the different names that we find ourselves in, and what they've accomplished as well.
Yeah, definitely. So if we run down the entry list, we're going to start off with the champions, if you like, from last year. Of course, the race last year won by Ugo Chukwu, who was in the RSGP team. So they get the best garage in the pit lane, and they're gonna be fielding, first of all, Matteo De Paolo, who you will know finished second in FRECA very recently. And he is newly announced, of course, as a McLaren junior driver. And despite the very, very recent announcement, they've managed to get the livery on his car, which is always very nice to see. And alongside him in the team will be Jin Nakamura, who he finished 10th in FRECA. And he was here as well last year, although he didn't manage to finish, unfortunately. He'll be moving up to F3 next year. He's a Toyota Junior. And finally in that team, Enzo Deligny, who was third, just behind the main two in the championship, De Paolo and Slater. and he was actually running fourth last year, so he knows how to be quick around this track.
Absolutely, really does as well. RSGP with a very good lineup. Pinnacle Motorsport, now they have got they've got two incredibly talented racers. Niall with a great job in his rookie F3 season, getting 8th this season. But I mean, you know, I'm giving you this information, but I mean, in about a few hours' time, well, definitely more than a few hours, but later on today, he'll be the driver to lead us away for the qualification race. Terfield Niall, great job in qualifying. He's taken pole position for this. So it's not just a name, it is going to be the name leading the way, and possibly, if he does everything right, you know, could end up as the winner of the qualification race, which then, once again, if you can do everything right tomorrow, easier said than done, puts him in a good position for Sunday as well. In terms of last year, he did get disqualified though. He did get disqualified. He is confirmed to be with Campos next year in Formula 3, but he was disqualified last year for extra assistance that he received as well. Alongside him is Mary Boyer. Boyer, who is expected to move up to Formula 2 next year, finished third in the Formula 3 Championship. He was 7th when it came to his result at Macau last year, but that isn't the more notable thing, because the year prior to that, when he came here in Formula 3, when that, of course, used to run, he got 4th on his Macau debut. So I think while he got the 7th last year, the Formula 3 one was definitely quite that much more impressive with that P4, and he's also backed by the Aston Martin Academy, Wes.
Certainly is, yeah. And moving on down the grid, we've got the Australian team Evans GP, and they are going to be running, I believe this is the first time in history this has ever happened, a pair of brothers for the Macau Grand Prix event, starting off with the older brother, Charlie Wurtz, who he's been doing great things in F3 this past year. He's also been champion in Formula Regional Oceania and also F4 UAE back in 2002, and he's alongside his younger brother Oscar, who comes to us from Euro Cup 3, who he's having to miss the last event of that this weekend because sadly it clashes with this event at Macau. Oscar is also a winner in the Formula Regional Central European Zone for the Yenza team. And finally, we've got Freka driver Hiyu Yamakoshi, particular favourite of mine actually. He's I've been following him ever since I first saw him squaring up to Freddie Slater in the Italian F4 last year. So yeah, really enjoy seeing him. He's already signed up to F3 for next year with Van Amersfoort. And yeah, and who else have we got in this event, Omi?
Well, we are quickly progressing our way onto Prema as well. Theodore Prema racing for this event. And perfect timing, because we have Travis mentioning in the chat, I'm excited to see what Freddie Slater can do this weekend. So, well, he's the first one in our list to mention. He is the champion of the Formula Regional European Championship by Alpine. I'm still trying to get those in for the final a few times before it becomes Freck next year. Unfortunately, he did DNF here last year, but that's because he was running in 4th. He tried to go for a last lap move at Lisboa to try and get a podium. Dive bomb move ended in the barriers. He's confirmed to be racing in Trident for Formula 3 next year. He's also done 2 rounds of Formula 3 though this year, including fighting for the win at Bahrain International. And he also managed 5 wins and 5 podiums and 3 wins, I should say, rather, in GB3 as well, did Freddie Slater. Rashid Al Daheri is also part of the lineup. He was 8th in Freka. He was disqualified from the result last year. He's also Mercedes Junior. That's another thing to mention. It's the 3rd year that he's going to be with Prema for the event as well. And he was 3rd in F4 when we came here in 2023 as well. Now, another interesting name is Charles Leong. He is the champion of the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Championship. He's the oldest driver on the grid at 24 years of age, and he's also won Macau in 2020 and 2021 in F4, and he finished second, runner-up to Arvid Lindblad here in the 2023 F4 race as well, Rez.
Yeah, and moving on down, we've got French team Santaloc Racing, who are only fielding 2 cars for this year. We've got the former Red Bull Academy driver James Igozzi, who is making his debut here at Macau for the very first time. He's another driver, incidentally, who's going to be missing the final Euro Cup 3 event for this weekend here at Macau. Just kind of again goes to show what a lure this event is for drivers. And equally missing the last Euro Cup 3 of this year is Owen Tangavelu, and it's a little sad actually for in the case of Owen Tangavelu, because this is going to be his final ever race ever. He's retiring sadly from motorsport at the end of this year. So yeah, always sad when we lose a member of the motorsport community. But of course, I think you'll join me, Omi, in wishing Owen the very best in his career and in the rest of his life.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a driver who's always had a few budgets troubles, and you do need budget to be able to compete at high levels. But I'm happy that it is Macau. Out of all places, it's Macau that he gets to end his career at. So yes, we will absolutely wish him the best of luck. But for now, we will enjoy one final weekend of watching him behind the
We're here in pit lane, Michael Sweeney.
Well,
good to see
we've
you
got an
finally
interview
got
down
out
there.
in the
Let's
end
head to it
but
now.
It was looking a bit touch and go.
It was, yeah, after the accident the other day, Dave, up at one of the slow corners, a water pipe blew off the side of the bike and put water on the back tyre, and it done quite a lot of damage. So we didn't think we were going to get back out. There's a lot of damage done to the front of the bike as well. So we said we'd try it this morning. We got it all done, went out, and it just wasn't right. So we came back in, more adjustments, changed things, went back out, back in. And I thought that was it, and then we just said we'll try one more thing, and we just trying to adjust the handlebars, because the triple clamp, there's a bit of a kink in the triple clamp that no one has a spare here, so it's the only probably spare we didn't bring with us. So yeah, so we're just still adjusting the handlebars now to suit. So we'll go and try again. Lucky enough, we got one lap in and got a time on the board.
Yeah, we quickly had that interview come up unexpectedly, but I guess a bit of an emergency interview down there as well from the bike session as well. But yes, continuing on and moving on to the next team. Yuki Sano and Tokyo Suzuki are next up. Second in Super Formula Light for Yuki Sano as well. He's actually never raced out of Japan, but has done the final rounds of the Formula Regional Japanese Championship as well, and he's won them all. So he is a driver who knows how to win, and he's a driver who can very much be on the attack and very much push on hard. In terms of Suzuki, he's the champion of Japanese F4. It'll be his first time in Macau, and not only is he the champion of Japanese F4, but he's also done the Formula Regional version of Japan, where he sits second in the standings as well, Wes.
Yeah, and moving on to the German team PHM Racing, and you'll be able to spot this car in the field nice and easy, because he'll be running the Red Bull livery. It's Matteo Colnaghi, who he's already wrapped up the Euro Cup 3 title, and he's got experience here at this race, because he was very, very quick. In fact, he was so quick last year, he managed to put it into the barrier in the last few laps. So he's going to be wanting to right that particular wrong, and he will be alongside the Chinese Taipei driver Enzo Ye, who comes to us from not only from FRECA but also Euro Formula Open, and he he's actually he wasn't in last year's race, but he was in the race the year before where he finished 8th in the F4 race. And alongside him is Jose Garfias, who is from the Euro Formula Open. He finished 3rd in that, very, very closely fought championship, that one. And he's also done rounds in F3, and he will be debuting here at Macau, Omi.
He will indeed as well. Now we go. Well, if you watched the Formula Regional European Championship by Alpine this year, to a very familiar lineup. We've got Jolter, we've got Carter, and we've got Lee. 5th, 7th, and 14th in Freca, respectively. Kanato Lee raced here last year and got himself a DNF. We have got Taja Carter. He's confirmed himself a seat for ART in F3. Kanato Lee is expected to also be doing the same as well, while Evan Jolter has been testing quite a bit. Important accolades that he has got is he is the Formula Regional Middle East Champion of 2025, and we are expecting him to be racing outside of Europe when it comes to next year, 2026. Tata Carter, though, has his debut at Macau, and he was the 2024 French champion as well for the F4 Series. And Kanato Lee, meanwhile, raced with the team last year, as I mentioned. He finished 19th in the quali race before a collision that he had in the main race, which is why he DNF'd. And he also has competed in the GB3 Championship this year in a dual campaign. What is the next team, Wes?
That next team will be Trident Motorsport, the champions in Formula 3 from this year. And they will be, they will be fielding one of the drivers they're going to be fielding in the F3 season next year, that being Mercedes Junior Noah Stromstead, who's making his debut this year at Macau. Last year in F3, he took 3 podiums and a single win at Spa-Francorchamps, and he is alongside the Thai driver Tisanapol Inthrafuvusak, who finished 7th in a very, very strong Formula 3 season last year, taking 3 wins, helping his team Campos Racing to secure the team's championship. And next to them is a driver who's brand new, not only to Macau, but also to this Tata chassis, because he comes to us from GB3, that being Reza Siwarathan, who finished 5th in that in GB3 this year, Omi.
Did indeed. Guess what? We've only got one more team to go, and that is Van Amersfoort Racing. In their 50th year celebration, it is a very special event, I am sure, for them. They've got Yumagaki, who is the leader when it comes to the Formula Regional Japanese Championship. As well, he's also a Toyota Junior. He is making his debut at Macau this weekend. We've got Kohajic with us as well. He is the Euro Formula Open champion of this year. He won that by 1,000th of a second in a drag race to the line with Johan David. Absolutely wild stuff a few weeks ago at Monza. We'll talk about that, I'm sure, later on. But they've also got Zenorishi, also known as Newmanshi, who will be driving with us as well for this weekend in the Van Amersfoort car. 5th he finished this year in Italian F4. And the reason why, if anyone is wondering, why is he in this field, why is he in this grid, he's done 3 rounds of regional racing, which has made him eligible for this Formula Regional Macau race. He's someone who's only 16 years of age. And Wes, well, that is a complete lineup. In terms of that's all the drivers that we do have for this Formula Regional, and what an absolutely extraordinary grid it is.
It's a great grid. It's a diverse grid. They're coming to us from all from all the categories at this F3/FR level, and yeah, it's great to see. We've already had a lot of great running through the the practice and qualifying sessions, and I think the qualifying race and the main race tomorrow are going to be exceptional.
They will be indeed. To quickly answer Travis's question, we will absolutely be covering the Formula Regional F4 races today, and also the GT. That will be us in the commentary box. The rest will be world feed as well. So there's plenty to look forward to. Well, that's the regional grid that we've just gone through. We've still got a bit of time. So guess what we're going to next, Wes? We're heading over to the GT World Cup, and then we'll do F4 as well. But yes, we've got the GTs. We are going to be starting off with, well, the manufacturer Audi, and then you've got different teams inside of that as well. So, Wes, would you like to get us started with our first team that we have got? Well, the first three teams that will be driving under the manufacturer Audi as well with the drivers.
I'm just getting it ready. I had F4 ready. I'm just getting it. I'm just getting the GTs ready. So bear with me a second.
There we go. Live work, everybody. Just as he does that, we've got our live timings that are just loaded into gear for the Macau race for the bikes that are about to come up. But Wes, I believe you've got it ready now.
Yes, we are. Yes. So we're going to be starting off with Adley Fong, who is I'm sorry. Yep, I'm sorry. Yep, Adley Fong, who's from Hong Kong. He's one of the two silver level drivers. He's for the Uno race. And yes, he will be. He's alone in that Uno racing team, but also in the Audis. We're going to be seeing the GT Open driver Christopher Haas, number 45. He is 38 years of age, and he is the former winner of the Nürburgring 24 Hours, as well as the Tudor United Sports Car Championship in the United States of America. And alongside them, also driving for Audi Sport Asia, we've got Joel Eriksson. He's been competing in the GT World Challenge Asia, and he's actually signed up for the Formula E championship for next year. He's had a few reserve stints, a few full-time stints, and he's 27 years of age.
He absolutely is as well. So, well, what a brilliant lineup we have got there. I'll let you also take the next team, Wes. I'll let you run through all of the teams for this, and I'll just give you guys. So I'll just give you guys a little bit of more of backstories in terms of. Well, just analysing what Wes has just talked you through. I guess I'll quickly talk about as we are on the subject of GT, and we probably won't get the chance to until later on. Just to bring you up to date in terms of what we've seen so far, we've had only 2 crashes. Lawrence Van Thor had a crash. We'll get onto him last. He'll be the last driver we actually talk about in this list. And then we have Sheldon Vanderlind as well, who is the next driver you are going to be discussing in a moment, but he also had a crash in qualifying. So we've not had many crashes across the session so far for the GTs. They've behaved themselves, but not surprised. We've got such a talented grid of drivers, such experienced grid of drivers. So Wes, who are driving in those BMWs?
Well, yeah, as you said, first for BMW is South African driver Sheldon van der Linde, who's been, as with all these GT drivers, taking part in a number of different championships. Van der Linde, excuse me, in the BMW in the WEC as well as IMSA, of course, well known as the younger brother of Kelvin van der Linde, who we often see in an Audi, but I believe he's moved across to BMW now. Also, Rafael Marciello, who's also been in World Endurance Championship, as well as GT World Challenge. He's also a former 24 Hours of Nürburgring winner. Very nearly almost won last year's GT Cup event, but yeah, so sadly saw him famously running deep at Lisboa and gifting the win out, handing it on a silver platter.
Indeed.
So yes, moving on from BMW over to Ferrari, who, if any of you've checked qualifying times, we know it's an all Ferrari front row, and in pole position for that is the World Endurance driver Antonio Fuoco, who, yeah, coming off the back of a very successful run for Ferrari. His last year won the 24 Hours of Le Mans, finished in third this year in the overall World Endurance Championship. He's also done test driving for Formula One. I believe I'm struggling to remember the one he tested for. I know he was in one of the Ferraris alongside Charles Leclerc for FP1 this year. Excuse me. And alongside them is local driver Deng Yi, he's done rounds of Intercontinental GT Challenge as well as GT World Challenge Asia. He's a silver driver, so him and Adderley Fong will be having their own private battle in that class towards the back end of the field. But alongside Fuoco on the front of the grid is Yifei Ye, who you'll probably recognize from driving the yellow Ferrari hypercar in World Endurance. He won Le Mans this year along with his two teammates. Formerly part of the Renault Sport Academy, so almost you could have said had things gone a little differently, might have been part of Formula One. Moving on to where are we now? Luca Engler, the Lamborghini driver. And Luca Engler finished second in GT World Challenge, had an absolutely enormous crash in qualifying. Didn't start the races due to damage last year. He's also been a champion in TCR. And he in the other Lamborghini is Edoardo Mortara, who Formula E fans will recognize from that series. He drove for Mahindra. And let's see. Moving on to the sole McLaren of this event, we've got a slightly smaller grid than we usually do in for GT Cup. In that McLaren for Opium Motorsport is Benjamin Goethe. If the name Goethe is familiar to anybody, you may recognize his older brother Oliver, who is a Formula 2 driver. But Benjamin is quite an accomplished driver in his own right. This year he finished third in GT World Challenge. So 22 years of old. He's recently graduated as a silver driver and now moves up to gold status on his license. So it's very good for him. And then to the most common car you'll see on this list, the Porsche 911. And we start out with probably the most famous Turkish driver in all of motorsport, Hakan Güven, who, if any of you watched DTM this year, you'll know what a phenomenal move he pulled on Marco Wittmann in the final couple of corners at Hockenheim in that race. That was absolutely phenomenal. So yeah, big fan of Güven now. And he's been in Porsche Super Cup as well as the Bathurst 12 Hours, which he did in 2024. He's driving for the Schumacher CLR team, and alongside him in that team is Lauren Heinrich, who is a GT World Challenge driver. Also has also done Porsche Super Cup. And also in the Porsche 911, Dorian Boccalacci, who also has been in GT World Challenge, finishing second in that, as well as the Porsche Carrera Cup France. He's also a former winner of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. And Alessio, the next driver, Alessio Piccarello, who won GT World Challenge, as well as being a former champion European Le Mans. And the final driver on this GT Cup list, Lawrence Vantor, who you mentioned earlier, Omi, formerly a champ in WEC, finished fourth in that GT3 championship there, as well as 16th in IMSA, and he's also done he's also a former winner of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. And incidentally, also Vantor took part in the Macau Grand Prix in F3 in 2016 and also won that. So yeah, very, very accomplished driver around these streets.
He really, really is as well. Well done, Wes. Lots of names, lots of talents, all run through in very quick succession as well. So thank you for that. And yes, we've mentioned that just leaves us then with one series in terms of the World Cups left. We now find ourselves with the F4. Now, the interesting thing, of course, with this specifically, is that we don't actually have any specific teams. You've just got everything being handled as a whole by the staff. So it's a very equal opportunity. There's no teams, there's none of that. So it is just all the drivers out there being given an equal chance, which is really, really nice to hear. And I've also heard from reports that it wasn't too expensive to have this round. So, well, Wes, we'll get started. Marcus Cheong as well. He's a local driver. He raced in F4 Macau 23, so a few of these drivers did race back in that. Finished 12th in the main race and has also had multiple appearances in Chinese F4, but has not been able to do a full round of it yet.
Yeah, that's right. He's a local driver to Macau, as you said, and they tend to take part in something every year. So yeah, we see him every now and then. And also alongside him, his fellow Macanese driver Thiago Rodriguez, he's won this event a couple of times during the COVID years when it was a Chinese F4 event. But he didn't take part in last year's Formula Regional event due to a multi-car crash, which happened in the qualifying race, and his car was too badly damaged to continue, unfortunately.
Indeed. As we move then over to McLaughlin. Now, he's had quite the up and down weekend so far. He basically has had mechanical issues, and he's going to be using Ethan Noble's car. Now Ethan Noble's, I guess, the perfect chances we mentioned him. He was racing in Brazilian F4 a week ago, and there was a T-bone incident at the end of Saturday, a huge crash. It meant that he had to go hospital. It's meant that he can't participate in racing at least for a few months. So we send him our best wishes as well and hope that he can have a speedy recovery. But a big disappointment that he can't actually be with us. But it has turned out to be lucky for McLaughlin, because he's been able to, with no teams or any of that, he can just go in and slot in that machine and drive that as well. So McLaughlin's got a new car, hopefully without any issues. But in terms of a driver as a whole, champion of British F4, he's racing and making the step up from British F4 straight up to high-tech F3, not going to the regional level at all. He's also part of the Red Bull Academy, and he's a driver who, of course, has also finished third when it has come to the Formula Winter Series as well. So he's one of the drivers to keep an eye on.
Yeah, he certainly is. As well is Jules Roussel, who is the first of the drivers who comes to us from French F4. Now, the French F4 drivers have a bit of an advantage here because most of the drivers in this championship are coming to us having experience in the Tatus F4 chassis instead of the Miguel one, which is the car being used here today. So Jules Roussel finished third in the French F4 championship this year on 2 wins, and he's making his debut this season.
He absolutely is as well. He, as you mentioned, finished third in the French F4 Championship. That's 4 of our drivers. Quickly to just answer a question in the chat in terms of the TCR. The World Feed will be covering that. Wes will be doing the race start of it. He'll be covering the race start as he called his first ever start as well of a race. So he's got that opportunity. But yes, we aren't covering that in full. And also we are approaching the motorbikes as well, their race. So we won't be able to properly give you a bit of a preview, but I'm sure the World Feed and also Wes, just before the race start actually takes place, will quickly talk you through the basics. But Wes, I'll let you take over the next few so we can quickly rattle through this before the motorbikes. We've absolutely utilised all the time in the world, but yes, I can see on screen that things are getting all set up and ready on the grid, and we will get ready and prepare for the bikes to get going for their race.
My goodness me, we can certainly waffle, can't we? Yeah, so I mentioned Jules Roussel earlier, and one of his teammates from that was Alexander Munoz. Now, Munoz has had a number of excursions, it's fair to say, over the course of the weekend so far. But he is a very accomplished driver. He is the champion of French F4 this season. The 16-year-old coming to us from there. And he won the French F4 Championship by quite some margin. Largest margin ever since Yumu Iwasa won the championship in 2020. And we expect to see him in Formula Regional in 2026. Next up on the list is Yuji Wang, the Chinese driver coming to us from Chinese F4. He finished 7th in that championship. And he's also done Formula Regional Middle East. Going down the list, we have Kohiro Lee, the South Korean driver. He was 10th in Spanish F4 this year, but he's going to be returning to Asian Motorsport because he's been taking part in Formula Regional Southeast Asia. And the Japanese driver Izuki Sato is next. No relation, incidentally, to Takuma Sato. It's just a coincidence that. And going down the list, we also have Simon Zhang from Hong Kong, as well as Ryan Coretti, who's another French F4 driver, as well as Rintaro Sato, who is this time a relation to Takuma Sato. He's his son. So and Takuma Sato as well is a former winner of the Macau Grand Prix. So yeah, fingers crossed that Rintaro can do very well. We also have the sole female entrant on this F4 grid, Emily Cotti, who comes to us from Italian F4. We also have Ari Bansal, the Indian driver, the champion of GB4 this year, making his debut in this event. He's also taken part in a number of different F4 championships this year. Too many to name here. Argentine driver Gino Trapper is next up. He's the champion of Formula 4 Central European Zone. And then we have Key Nakamura Berta, who will be very familiar to fans of F4, having won arguably the most competitive of all the F4 championships, the Italian one, back-to-back with E4 as well. And then we have Kimi Chan, who finished second in Chinese F4 this season. And then we have Emanuele Olivieri, the Formula 4 Middle East champion. He went on to finish 7th in this year's Italian F4 championship. Following him is Thomas Behrman, brother of the Formula 1 driver Oliver Behrman. He finished 8th in British F4 with 1 win at very soaking wet Alton Park. And then final one on the list, you'll find it very easy to spot him, bright yellow car. It's Sebastian Weldon, the son of former IndyCar Indy 500 race winner Dan Weldon, and he's been very, very competitive this year, finishing 3rd in Italian F4.
He really has indeed. It has been great to watch Sebastian Weldon, and he has secured himself pole position for later on. So looking forward to seeing what Sebastian Weldon is going to be able to do. Lots of eyes I'm sure, from that part of the world will be on him. Can he go out here and, well, deliver another win for America? Ugo Igachukwu won it last year. Now can we see Sebastian Weldon go on and do that? Well, we've still got quite a few hours to wait to find out that precise answer. But in terms of the bikes, well, everybody, now is the time to get your predictions in. And Wes, I guess before we hand over to the world feed in about a few minutes' time, you've been kind of looking at the bikes, I guess, slightly, picking a few favourites. I think after qualifying, it was quite clear who looks to be the favourite to win this race. But what are you expecting from the bikes out there on the circuit?
Yeah, shockingly so, it has to be said. Davey Todd, as we said earlier, a phenomenal 2 seconds ahead of everybody else. The Finnish rider, Erno Costamo, looking very, very quick as well. Expecting him and Peter Hickman to take the battle to each other in the fight for second place. But yeah, assuming Davey Todd gets a good start in this race, we should see him just romp away into the distance. But so let's all get together and enjoy this Macau motorcycle Grand Prix.
It's going to be fun. It is going to be exciting, I can very much guarantee you. The background noise you are hearing is on the grid. The bikes will be making their way there very, very shortly. Okay, so to give you a bit of an update in terms of how the scheduling looks then. We are getting ready, all set and ready for the motorcycle race. We're going to have that coming your way in about 10 minutes time. Then at 2:25 UK time, we will have the Macau Road Sport Challenge race that will take place across 9 laps. 12 laps, by the way, for the motorcycles. From 3:40 AM UK time, we'll have the Formula 4 qualification race. That'll be 8 laps. Myself and Wes will be covering that. And then you can stick with us. Wes will be commentating the race start and we'll be coming in and out of the TCL World Tour along with the world feed. Engine sounds you can hear right now as the bikes get ready to make their way onto the grid in the background. But yes, that'll be coming your way from 5:20 UK time. 6:35 you can expect to see the GT World Cup qualification race. That'll be 12 laps, and 12 laps also for the Formula Regional qualification race. That'll be 8:15, and then once that's done, Wes, we can all go to bed. We can all get some sleep after a busy day, after a busy Saturday off Macau.
And get beauty sleep enough to do it all again tomorrow.
Yeah, sounds exciting. Sounds exciting. So the bikes currently are navigating their way onto the grid, and this is very special, Wes. This is very, very special. Last year, of course, we had last year, of course, we had it rain on all 4 days, and it meant that the race couldn't happen. After trying on the Sunday, it just couldn't happen, and it had to be cancelled. And you know, people like do a lot to make their way to this point of the to this part of the world. All of these drivers, so much effort, the teams and everyone involved, and to not get a race at all last year, it was very disappointing. It was very upsetting, but great to see the bikes out there on the circuit and with conditions expected to stay dry as well.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. It was incredibly sad last year, and it's so strange because obviously it's quite a moisture-laden part of the world. You would expect rain here more often, but it actually very rarely tends to happen, which is why it was such a surprise last year. I do remember seeing a number of comments in the chat just saying, why don't they just stick on wet tires and go around? Well, it's a very, very tight and twisty street circuit, and you know, we've had tragedy strike this race a number of times in the past, and we just, you know, we don't need it happening now. So yeah, the organizers absolutely right to cancel the race, as sad as it was last year, but we can make up for that this year with a great race.
Okay, my thanks to Wes. You would have momentarily heard David Moore interrupting Wes there for a second. He came on unexpectedly at that precise moment as well. But yes, we're getting all set and ready, so it's a perfect opportunity to hand down to your World Feed commentator. Enjoy this race, it's going to be exciting. Let's hand over to David Moore.
For what was it, 7 years? Mike Hailwood's lap record was that 7 years, and then Mick 9 years, was it? 8 years, 9 years, and then Mick Grant broke it back in 1975. So yeah, for a lap record to stand for so long is something very, very special. We will, of course, have many of the bikes will just now sit here and wait for a little while. As they line up, it'll be obviously Davey Todd in pole position, Erno Costomo alongside him, Peter Hickman, and all BMW front row. And you'd have to say it's between those three. Now, Davey Todd this year has been, on the big bikes, sensational, the king of the roads. Will he confirm that here today? However, Peter Hickman missed a huge chunk through injury following his crash at the Isle of Man. But if you look at their BSB results, Peter tended just to finish ahead of Davey towards the end of the season when Peter made his return from injury. However, Davey, as he keeps saying, is super happy to be on a bike that is all his settings. So it is a question of who is going to win. Will it be Davey Todd? Will he win his first Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix race? He did, of course, win the Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix last year, but that result was based on the qualifying session. So this will be the first time he'll be looking to win the race. Erno Costomo did win the race back in 2022. It was a bit of a depleted grid. It was coming out of the pandemic, of course, but even so, Erno Costomo right in there amongst Todd and Hickman here at Macau. So I think it was 2018 when Costomo first came here. Finished 17th, 9th the year back in 2019. But there is the man in pole position, Davey Todd. And looked after by Andy Lewis. So here is Erno Costomo in second place as well, the Finnish rider. So Litka with the umbrella alongside him. So yeah, Erno Costomo, maybe not quite on the pace of Davey Todd, but certainly he'll want to get a podium position. Peter Hickman, relaxed as ever. And he'll be building. Interesting to hear what he's been saying about winning this race. So then we go on to row number 2, Paul Jordan. He would be ecstatic with a podium. But Paul looking to finish a race inside the top 6. He took 6th place last year. And David Johnson as well, 3rd back in 2019 on the PBM Ducati. Still just about got his head around the BMW, he was saying there earlier, and yeah, he has forced his way in. And Rob Hodgson as well, looking to improve on 3 5th-place finishes in the last 3 Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix. And Rob, you're cool enough. You don't need to keep yourself cool that way. But anyway, then we go on to row number 3. And what about this guy, Mitch Reese? Absolutely sensational. Really, and yeah, big thumbs up for Mitch Reese, because he has been superb. Then we got Phil Crow. He is in the middle of row number 3. Phil would be a top 10 finish, would be his best ever result, so he's on for that. And then we have Lucas Mora back. He missed last year, Lucas Mora, but back at Macau. Then we go back to row number 4, Michael Evans. Brand new bike for the team. And also this guy, Maurizio Bottalico, has proved to be no slouch. His first time ever here at Macau. And he is also on row number 4. And alongside him is Sam West. Oh, sorry, Michael Sweeney. It should be Sam West. Well, Michael Sweeney got into 12th position. Yes, he had. So sorry, it was Sam West is coming up on the official screen, and there is Sam. So he is heading row number 5. And Lauren Hoffman back at Macau as well. Belgian rider. Alongside him should be Almeric Blanc. Again, an international feel to this event. Almeric Blanc, the only rider on Bridgestones. Then we have Marcus Simpson. And you should have Eddie Fair. There he is, number 36. One of 2 Frenchmen at the Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix this year. And also well done as well to Don Gilbert, newcomer. He'll be delighted that he wasn't right at the back of the grid. There is Paul Williams. Alongside him, Ryan Whitehall from the Isle of Wight. And those are our 20 contestants here in the Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix. There is Don Gilbert. So, we got an issue? No, he's ready to go, ready to rock. So one of 4 newcomers at the Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix this year, Don Gilbert. Oh yeah, they want to get this tyre warmer off. As the grid starts to clear, we are 90 seconds away from the start of the Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix. So I'm getting a message that Davey Todd and Erno Costomo are under investigation for violation of starting procedure. Now, I've heard no more of the Davey Todd speeding in pit lane issue, but now they are, Davey Todd and Erno Costomo, under investigation for violation of starting procedure. Whatever that means. Whether anything will be applied at the end of the race, I don't know, but I wouldn't have thought so. I've never heard of violation of starting procedure before. And if I get any more information, I shall let you know. I certainly would like to know. So 20 riders lining up on the gear circuit for the Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix. Davy Todd on the left of the picture in pole position as we look at it. Costomo alongside in the middle, and Hickman. And you have to say, it's between those three. Well, we're slightly delayed. We were due to get underway at 9:10. That's now gone, but we're not too far away. So green flag displayed at the back of the grid. So revs rising as they go off on this sighting lap, and they'll come back round and they'll get things underway. Of course, these bikes full of fuel, 24 litres. It will really make braking an issue as they come into Lisboa, especially on the opening couple of laps. The bikes will improve as the fuel load is lighter. So they're fast out of here. The apex is so far around there as well, so then coming into Lisboa, knock it down into first gear, click it back up into second for this next right-hand turn for the climb up. San Francisco, a little touch of the rear brake as well, just to keep the bike from popping the front wheel up. So third and fourth momentarily, then it's into the first and second gears now. Generally second gear all the way through here, through maternity. Through turn 6 and 7, turn 8, Teddy Yip. Then into turn 9, 10, 11. The sun coming out now as well. It's been overcast this morning. The other thing to mention as well, earlier this week we had plenty of wind. And the flags, there's very little wind, as we saw while Rob Hodgson there was fanning himself. Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix cars have been run later in the day, absolutely sweltering conditions. But because they're going now earlier in the morning, first thing before the cars get out, temperatures are reasonably cool right now. Sun is breaking through. Looking at temperatures around 23, 24 degrees Celsius at the moment, and we're expecting it to get even hotter as the day goes on. It's coming out of the Melco hairpin. That stretch from San Francisco to Melco, very rare we'll see any overtaking manoeuvres. But again, you've got to get good drive out of Fisherman's. Take it as close to the wall as you dare on the exit. It's really bumpy along there as well. A lot of the track, obviously it's a road, it's a normal street, so it is generally bumpy, but certainly round through this part is bumpy as well. So it's the last great road race of the year, the Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix. Davy Todd, on what he's proved so far in free practice and in qualifying, has to start as favourite, but what can former winner Erno Customo do? What can full-time Peter Hickman do about Davy Todd? Can Paul Jordan or Dave O'Johnson or Rob Hodgson get themselves onto the podium? Can Mitch Reese, a newcomer to the Macau Grand Prix, come away with a top 6 finish? Can Phil Crowe or Lucas Mora or Michael Evans get themselves into the top 10? Even Michael Sweeney, who knows? So the red flag is displayed. We are not too far away from racing here at the Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix. The green flag is displayed. We are all set to go. And then it'll be watch the lights. Lights go out and away. Davy Todd, Costomo and Hickman left to right on the picture. All anxious to get away. There go the lights. And out go the lights and away they go. And it's a great start from Todd. Hickman up the inside of Costomo as well. Look at Hodgson. Front wheels popping up as they go into the first left-hand turn. But it looks to be Davy Todd who is going to lead them. Indeed it is. It is Todd from Hickman. Costomo's fighting back. And Costomo goes past Hickman. And Costomo is chasing after Todd as well. Through Mandarin they go. But it is Todd from Costomo, from Hickman. But certainly Hickman got ahead of Costomo, and Costomo hit back going into Lisboa. Oh, a really big move up the inside. Oh, someone's gone straight on. Somebody has gone straight on. Not too sure who that was. But it is Todd from Costomo. Hodgson's there. Johnson as well. So there is Hodgson. There is Johnson. Davo Johnson in 5th position. And it is as you are on this opening lap coming round here. But so it's Todd from Costomo, from Hickman, Jordan, Johnson, Rob Hodgson, Mitch Reese 7th, Phil Crow, Mora, Evans, pretty much as they started. Sweeney, I think, is ahead of Sam West. Indeed he is. So Sweeney's in 10th. Coming down now to Donna Maria and then the Melco hairpin. Coming through Moorish, and this is down in, this is Costomo just chasing after Davey Todd on this opening lap, and the one thing he doesn't want to do is let Davey Todd get away, and certainly Hickman doesn't want to be held up by Costomo. We did see when Peter Hickman won here a couple of years ago ahead of Davey Todd, they battled away and eventually Hickman pulled the pin and pulled away from Todd, but already Davey Todd is threatening to win this race on the opening lap. He is absolutely flying. So he's going to put in a time of around 2 minutes 30. Oh, and a move from 81. So Lucas Mora goes through on Phil Crow. I think that was. He just made the... not Phil Crow, sorry. So he makes his way past Mitch Reese. So they go over the line, 2:28.4 from Davey Todd. An astounding opening lap. Costomo with a 2 minute 30.5. Hickman with a 2 minute 31.1. And already Davey Todd, here he is, leading on lap number 2. 2 seconds ahead of Erno Costomo. Hickman half a second back in 3rd. Then it is Hodgson, Johnson, Bottalico in 6th place. While I was concentrating on the front runners, I didn't notice that Bottalico had sneaked up to 6th. So all the pre-race waxing lyrical about Mitch Reese, and it's Maurizio Bottalico, the Italian, absolutely stunning. Again, Todd is pulling further and further away. Look at this already. And I think Peter Hickman knows it's job over, game over, job done. But even Hickman just seems to be not quite on the pace of Erno Costomo as well. He gained a few tenths of a second on the opening sector, then lost a few tenths on the second sector. So Hodgson as well in this little group just behind here now. Then Hodgson just coming into the picture ahead of David Johnson in that battle for 4th position. My goodness, Davey Todd. Well, if he continues at this rate, what we're going to be talking about is potential lap records, of course. So 2:23.3, the standing lap record from Stuart Easton. Purple set to Davey Todd, but then again, got to wait for everything to get up to speed. The bike will improve. It's quite heavy at the moment. Ooh, that's quite normal, really. Coming down towards Fisherman's. The back rear just skips and jumps a little bit. Oh, Costomo takes it right out to the wall as well. So Erno Costomo really pushing. And to have Peter Hickman behind you, this is impressive from the Finnish rider. It is a BMW 123. Then Rob Hodgson, the first of the Hondas. And we have another BMW in 5th place with David Johnson. Bottalico also on a BMW. So 5 BMWs in the top 6. Wow. This is sensational from Davey Todd. 2:24.7 on that second lap. Oh, Costamo's messed it up. He's messed it up. He's messed it up. He just got it wrong going in. Oh, and that's handed second place to Peter Hickman. What a shame for Erno Costamo. It seemed as if he was pulling away from Peter Hickman, but as they came into Lisboa, I think he got his line wrong, got his braking wrong as well, perhaps, and that let Peter Hickman go through. Peter Hickman says thank you very much and goes through into second position. So Hickman is second, but surely he can't reel in his teammate and team co-owner Davey Todd. So that is Hickman in second position, but he has now got open road ahead of him. That gap, 3.5 seconds at the end of the previous lap. So tight through this section, really, you can see here perfectly from the onboard. That's Dave Johnson just ahead of Costamo. Costamo providing the pictures right now. Oh, poor Erno Costamo, looking really good in second place. Then just that little mistake going into Lisboa. He's going up the inside of Johnson though, and he's got him. So Costamo up into fourth place. Dave Johnson shuffled back into fifth, so Costamo into fourth. Rob Hodson obviously in third place. Here's the man in second, coming out of Fisherman's. So can he reduce that 3.5 second gap Davey Todd has on Peter Hickman? So Todd crossed the line now. It's not the fastest lap so far. That's still on lap number 2. There goes Peter Hickman, 6 seconds. That is a big gap. Even with a quarter of the race completed and 3/4 still to go, 6 seconds is pretty big. So Davey Todd 2:24.8 on that lap, just a 1/10 of a second outside the previous lap, his fastest lap of the race so far. And there goes Costamo. Can he stop in time? Coming into Lisboa, he's gone past Rob Hodson. So Costamo back into third place. Superb, absolutely superb from Erno Costamo. It shows really what a talent this man is. So Rob Hodson thinking, wow, might be on for a podium here. Suddenly finds himself back in fourth place with Bottalico in fifth. What is going on with Maurizio Bottalico? The Italian, a newcomer, is up into fifth place. David Johnson now back in sixth position. Lucas Moore in seventh. Mitch Reese down in ninth behind Michael Evans. Paul Jordan in 10th, which is a surprise. That is a big surprise to see Paul Jordan in 10th. He was 11th, he's moved up into 10th, he's ahead of Michael Sweeney. But yeah, I'm not too sure what happened with Paul Jordan. So Costamo now leaving Hodson and Bottalico behind. Meanwhile, Davey Todd not quite on lap record pace. Just coming up to complete his lap now. Just waiting for him to come out of our bend. The gap was 6.1 seconds between Davey Todd and Peter Hickman at the end of the previous lap. Here comes Todd crossing the line now. That's a 2:25.0. He did purple the last two sectors. Here's Hickman. And the gap, oh, he's only taken a 1/10 of a second out of Davey Todd on that lap. So it's as you were, Davey Todd from Peter Hickman. Peter Hickman with a 2:24.9. So Peter Hickman is now inside the 2:25s. Costamo with a 2:25.4. So Costamo yet to go inside 2:25, but that was Costamo's fastest lap. And that was overtaking both Davo Johnson and Rob Hodson. Maurizio Bottalico in 5th place. What is going on there? Incredible. Johnson now is back into 7th. David Johnson dropping down. Lucas Mora is now up into 6th place. So Lucas Mora on the Yamaha, the only Yamaha in this race. So he's now inside the top 6, and Mora would be absolutely delighted. Should think so. Oh no. So that is Michael Sweeney. So poor old Michael Sweeney, after all the effort and hoping for a top 10 finish, has pulled in at Lisboa. By the looks of things, whether he'll continue remains to be seen, of course. He's certainly got a lot to think about in the shape of Maurizio Bottalico. There is Bottalico, number 40. And Bottalico will be learning a lot from Rob Hodson, who knows his way around Macau. And Lucas Mora also on the rear wheel of Bottalico. And David Johnson just disappeared off. I think he's just at the top there. There he is. So David Johnson just losing a little bit of ground. And behind him comes Mitch Rees. Michael Evans ahead of Mitch Rees, sorry, and Paul Jordan. So the gap is down to 5.7. So almost half a second. Hickman took out a Todd on that lap there. But at this race, he's running out of laps. We're coming up to the halfway point soon, and he needs really to be taking a second lap out of Davy Todd if he should think about stealing the victory from his teammate. And so Davy Todd pulling away, but Hickman has just done his fastest lap, 2:24.5. In fact, that is the fastest lap of the race. So fastest lap of the race to Peter Hickman, 2:24.5. Davy Todd's 2:24.7. Meanwhile, Lucas Mora all over the back of Bottalico as well. So perhaps fancying the Swiss rider taking 5th place from the Italian. No, Costomo was, I think, 0.04 of a second slower on that lap than his best lap so far. So Costomo in a very solid 3rd place, you'd have to say, at this moment in time. But Peter Hickman, again, improving his times by the looks of it through his opening sector. So he's building. He's just put the fastest sector 3 in of the race so far. And you certainly see Davy, his teammate Davy Todd, on the longer straights. He'll disappear through these winding parts of the circuit around the top through Moorish and Donna Maria. But Lucas Mora could be one to watch here on Bottalico. Might be looking for a move at the Melco hairpin if he can get close enough, get inside, force the issue, get his way into 5th place. Mauricio Bottalico must be living in dreamland. Here we go. No, not close enough. But looking for the drive, just Bottalico slides that rear wheel out of the hairpin. Here comes Rob Hodson in 4th place. And that would be his best result at Macau if he can maintain it. Here's Mora looking, and I think Mora might be going for it. It might just appear up the inside. No, not on this occasion. It's still Bottalico from Mora. It looked like Mora was shaping up for a move going into Fisherman's, but thought against it. And Rob Hodson always has a cracking helmet design. So Michael Sweeney is retiring. Sam West is retiring as well, by the way, but all the guys at the 39th milestone will be disappointed to see their guy having to pull in. But it's been a splendid effort from the Irishman. And he'll be back, of course. That's what every rider likes to see. Clear track ahead of them. And that's what Davy Todd's enjoying. 5.4 the gap on that last one. So again, more tenths of a second that Hickman's taken out of Davy Todd, but they're lapping very consistently. Hickman, though, has gone again with another fastest lap, 2:24.0. So Hickman keeps putting in the fastest laps. So perhaps maybe Costomo getting ahead of him, as he did as they went through Mandarin down into Lisboa on that opening lap. Perhaps that might be something for Peter Hickman to have let that happen. But what we're not seeing though are 223s, we're getting 224s. Costomo still to go inside 225. In fact, he was 226 on that last one, so he was about half a second slower with clear road ahead of him. Davy Todd, well, I mentioned, I don't think it's quite, certainly not lower 223. It might be a high 223 on the cards for Davy Todd. Here's Hickman in second place into Fisherman's. There you'll see, just sees Davy Todd as Hickman takes it right out to the wall. So they've seen Davy Todd, he knows he's there. So across the line goes, and it is a 223.7 from Davy Todd. So fastest lap of the race, 223.7, and Hickman does a 224.0. 224.7, sorry, it was a whole second slower there, so he's lost a second to Davy Todd on that lap. So Davy Todd with a 223.7, 4 tenths outside the lap record. This could be the lap to watch for Davy Todd. Well, firmly now in the second half of the race, just waiting for Hickman to appear in the picture, but Davy Todd, here is Hickman. Davy Todd could be, in fact, no, maybe not. That first sector, 24.4, probably worked against him. But 223.7 from Davy Todd is still very, very impressive. He's been the fastest rider at Macau this year from the word go. From when we began free practice, even he surprised himself how fast he went straight away on a track that had not been used by any form of motorsport vehicle until 2 days ago. That could just be the fastest lap of the race that we get, 2 minutes 23.7. Still no change further down the order as well. Paul Jordan is in. Paul Jordan is a retirement. What a shame for Paul Jordan. He's been so strong all the way through free practice, all the way through qualifying as well. But come the race, what a shame for Paul Jordan. But you know for certain he'll have a cracking year next year, no matter where he goes. Really improved year on year, Paul Jordan. Gone from a really strong 600 Supersport rider and is now just as comfortable, if not even more comfortable, on a 1000cc superbike. So 3 retirements: Paul Jordan, Michael Sweeney and Sam West. So there goes Davy Todd across the line, 224.3 that time. So waiting for Hickman, and that gap's gone out to 7.8 seconds. So barring any mistakes, it's going to be Davy Todd who's going to be a winner of a race at the Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix for the first time. He won the Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix last year, but that was obviously on the qualifying session. Now he's going to do it for real. Into Lisboa again. Superb from Davy Todd. So 24.4 on that first sector. Half a second faster than Peter Hickman on that first sector. And we are in the final third of this race. Bodolico still in 5th place. Mitch Reese in 9th. Or two or four newcomers. I think we're just going to get one lap in this race inside 2 minutes 24. Cosimo still a very solid third place, but he's some 5 seconds down on Peter Hickman, but he's a good 10 seconds ahead of Rob Hodgson. Rob Hodgson looking very solid in fourth. The big question mark is Maurizio Bottalico in 5th and Lucas Mora in 6th. They're virtually going round together. Go back another 5 seconds to David Johnson. Michael Evans, really impressive 8th place so far. Mitch Reese as well, 9th. But Bottalico, all through free practice and qualifying, it was just all the talk's been about Mitch Reese. But now, Bottalico, the Italian, so the only thing standing between Davy Todd and victory, let's say, is if he made a mistake, if he ran on too hard, and he's a guy who just does not make mistakes. Or maybe he'd have an issue such as Michael Sweeney suffered the other day, but it is a beautifully prepared machine. 810 Racing crew really know their stuff, and it looks like their continued success will carry on here at the Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix. Rob Hodgson a very solid 4th place. 224.5 for Davy Todd on that lap, by the way. 220. It's gone out to nearly 10 seconds, the advantage on Davy Todd. So Peter Hickman knows that the next best result from a Peter Hickman win is a 1-2 for 810 Racing. Michael Rutter, of course, still the most successful motorcyclist around Macau. 9 wins to his name. Ron Haslam as well, 6 victories for him. The talk was, would Peter Hickman make it 5? But it looks like he'll stay on 4. And on the roads for Davy Todd, it's been a great year. He's had some fantastic results, especially in the Isle of Man. Oh, and it has got him. Mora's got him. So Mora is past Bottalico. So Lucas Mora up into 5th place ahead of Bottalico. But I think Bottalico will still, well, maybe having held 5th for so long, he might be a little bit disappointed. But if you said to him before the race, we'll give you a top 6 finish, I'm sure he'd have snapped your hand off. Meanwhile, Davy Todd is counting down the miles. Just slows down for Fisherman's. Just nicks it up to 50, about 150 miles an hour, the approach. Oh, he takes it right out to the wall as well, Davy Todd. Still prepared to push it. And here he is out of the final turn. It won't be too long before he sees that checkered flag waved at him. So that last lap there, 2 minutes 26.3. So he will certainly come away with the fastest lap of the race. 2 minutes 23.7 seconds as Hickman crosses the line. Loses a little bit more time. He's definitely eased back, has Peter Hickman. That was a 2:26.9. He's a second slower. So the 810 members and some of the MJR Racing crew down there as well, sharing the pit garage. But Davy Todd is making something very difficult look very easy indeed. And you know, there's certainly a lot more in the locker to come from Davy Todd in the future. Came on to the road racing scene back in 2018. That's when he made his Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix debut. Qualified 11th, finished 9th back then. Came back the following year, qualified 12th, and finished 4th. So that was a good indication of what was to come. Didn't take part in 2022. Qualified 2nd in 2023. Finished 2nd in the end by some distance to Peter Hickman. But this time the tables have been turned. There'll be some party at the 8:10 camp tonight should this stay as it is. Marcus Simpson's just put in his best lap. So we've got another lap to go just after this one. Into the Melco hairpin, just slides it in nicely. Davey Todd, there is Hickman at the top of the picture, and that is a bigger than 10-second gap, we'd say now. Davey Todd coming down into Fisherman's, again just knocking back second gear, third gear, fourth, then fifth, then back into second, and then hitting third here, then fourth, then fifth, 150 miles an hour. So out comes Davey Todd. He gets the last lap flag. 1 lap to go then for Davey Todd. Peter Hickman in second place still. And it's that gap, 10.7 seconds. We're waiting for Costomo still in third place. It'll be a solid third place. What a shame for Erno Costomo. We'll be looking back on that mistake he made at Lisboa, thinking what might have been. I don't think anyone would have caught Davey Todd the mood that Davey Todd is in today. But certainly not far to go. And you know there'll be a big stoppie at the end of it as well from Davey Todd. Began his career off-road. Kind of came into circuit racing. Tarmac racing kind of quite late in his career, but certainly a fantastic talent on a dirt bike. But once he left dirt bikes behind and say switched his attention that back in 2018, really has been impressive. So it's a victory lap for Davey Todd on the gear circuit here at the Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix. Peter Hickman should be a solid second place. Erno Costomo third. Mitch Reese is up into 8th place. So he'll be delighted if things stay like that, but we're keeping, and why not, an eye on this guy. Just watching him, you're watching something special here. Even now electing just to take it nice and sweep around these bends, not going too far, not pushing too hard. He knows it's in the bag. He knows he doesn't want to make a silly mistake. Not riding on the edge. Such a stylish rider as well he is. A joy to watch Davey Todd. Here he is coming into Fisherman's for the very last time at the Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix. One more bend to go for Davey Todd. He will prove to be the king of the roads for 2025. Here he is, looks around. Up goes the front wheel, out comes the checkered flag. It's victory for Davey Todd at the Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix. Whether we'll get a stoppie right now or not, I think we might get one at Lisboa. Here comes Hickman as well. He'll be delighted with the second place. Obviously wants to win, but he's done it 4 times before. He'll be happy to take second place to his teammate Davey Todd. We're waiting for Erno Costomo. Here he is, the Finn. He will take the final step on the podium. Congratulations to the Finnish rider who came back superbly despite that mistake at Lisboa. Cost him so much time, but made his way past David Johnson, Rob Hodgson, who is now into view. And it is a best ever result for Rob Hodgson at Macau as well. Rob Hodgson with a wheelie. Team owner Robin Croft, who is a victor, previous victor at Macau as well. He will be delighted to see Rob Hodgson coming home in 4th place. Lucas Mora in 5th position. Maurizio Bottalico, we need to talk about the Italian, in 6th place. Here we go. We said something was special from Davey Todd at Lisboa. I think we might get a burnout. I think Peter Hickman might be joining him. Here we go. And Costomo as well. There are only two places that you can watch the Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix as a spectator, the start and finish, and here at Lisboa. So they've pulled over the fans. It is a jam-packed full grandstand at Lisboa. So Todd, Hickman and Costomo on the podium for this year. That's what will go in the record books for 2025. I think Peter Hickman might be a little bit disappointed, didn't get the start he wanted. He'll have been disappointed that Costomo made his way through as well. And he never really got ahead. Maybe had he got ahead of Davey Todd, it might have been a different game. But as it is, there's been no matching Davey Todd this year here at Macau. Absolutely superb. Well-deserved victor. Acknowledging the marshals, lining this circuit. And what it must feel like to be riding around now, having just done what you've done on a motorcycle over 12 laps at Macau. There is not one person in the world who feels as good as Davey Todd does right now. Not one. And look at him, ever the showman. He really enjoys riding motorcycles. They all do, of course, but really Davey Todd loves it. What a talent, Davey Todd. Peter Hickman in second. Maybe we've had some great duels over the roads between Hickman and Dunlop in recent years, and of course with Davey Todd and Dean Harrison. It's worth mentioning, Dean, they're the 4 top road racers around at the moment. But maybe in terms of where Davey Todd is with Peter Hickman in the overall scheme of things, we shall see. It all means 2026 looks to be very, very appetizing indeed. So confirmation of those results: Davey Todd in first place, Peter Hickman is second, Erno Costomo third, Rob Hodson fourth, Lucas Mora in 5th place. So great result for Lucas Mora, Maurizio Bottalico as well. Absolutely wonderful. David Johnson having to settle for 7th in the end, ahead of Mitch Reese, 8th in the end for Mitch Reese. So Mitch, another newcomer with 8th. Michael Evans will be delighted with the top 10, as will Phil Crow. Phil Crow's never been inside the top 10 before for a finish. Don Gilbert 13th, ahead of Marcus Simpson and ahead of Lauren Hoffman and Paul Williams. Ryan Whitehall in 17th, but Don Gilbert 13th, and Eddie Fair as well in 12th. Omric Blanc in 11th. So you have to feel for Paul Jordan, so much promise ahead of this race. Also Michael Sweeney for the efforts that he made to come back, the extra work they had to do to get onto the track, onto the grid today. Sam West will be disappointed as well to have a DNF. That's his first DNF at Macau. But here comes Davey Todd around Fisherman's. Big wheelie all the way. Can he maintain it all the way? No. That's the slow, because he's going to come down into the pit lane. And there's the stoppie. Absolutely fantastic. And even though, okay, Davey Todd was no match for anybody today at the Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix, we've just watched something special. And also that lap, 2 minutes 23.7, he gets the fastest lap of the race. Another half a second, the outright lap record would have been his, but Stuart Easton's lap record goes on for another day. There's another big stoppie from Davey Todd. He's going to leave his mark. They've had the frustration of no qualifying session yesterday due to the weather, as Peter Hickman now joins him in the winner's enclosure. But all that is forgotten about now. Andy Lewis and Luke Brown, their right-hand men. Yeah. Go Davey Todd. Milk it in. Soak it in. And here comes Erno.
I wanted to go for that lap and I was like, no, how fast did you go?
I don't know if you just picked up on some of the conversation there. Davey saying he wanted to go for that lap. Peter asking him, what did he do? We'll find out in a second. Poor Erno Costomo, when he was passed pretty much from the start by Hickman, and then he managed to get past Hickman again. I think he thought, wow, I could be on for something here when he got onto Davey Todd's rear wheel, but Davey was pulling away, to be fair, even in those early stages. But Costomo as well, if he can continue at the rate he's going. He's been debuting at various events like the Isle of Man TT a couple of years ago and the Southern 100. I'm happy to play the waiting game, but he's the master of Imatra back home in Finland, of course.
I've seen you close back because I'm coming out the hairpin. I couldn't see you. I was looking at like down. I was like, oh, one lap I could see yourself like, let's go again. Because I was trying to lose. Like, just rolling around. And me, I'm like, chilled out.
The adrenaline still running. So delighted, Davey Todd. Just trying to, we heard a little bit of their conversation there. Yeah, Erno Costomo, what a shame, but I think he'll be happy with the podium. If you'd have said to him at the start, podium, he'd have taken that. He was the winner, of course, back in 2022. Didn't finish in 2023, despite qualifying on the front row.
Some of the boys didn't get you standing up. Can you do it again? Yeah. Just do that one.
You put this away. Don't let me forget.
So Rob Hodson, I think, very happy with his 4th place. Lucas Mora will be delighted with his 5th. And I think if anyone could nearly match what Davey Todd is going through right now is Maurizio Bottalico. 6th place for the Italian, the newcomer in 6th place. His fastest lap as well, 2:28.1. So 5 seconds off the lap record on his first time here, Maurizio Bottalico. Really kind of kept it under the radar a little bit during free practice and qualifying. And then again, Mitch Reese, 8th position. And it can be very daunting, Macau, for many riders. It's really, there is nothing else like it. They're going to the press conference now, I think, but in a moment. But there is nothing like it. I know, speaking to certain riders, they say it really is claustrophobic going around the circuit. So yes, they say it's very claustrophobic. And everything feels, because the buildings are so tall and it's all on top of you, and it really feels like you're in a tunnel. Yeah, you heard there, 2:24.0, that was Hickman's fastest lap. Costomo's 2:25.3 was his fastest. And really then, you can see the gap from those 3 back to Rob Hodson, so 2:27.6. Lucas Mora was a 2:27.2. So Lucas Mora, he was 4th quickest in terms of fastest laps. Rob Hodson 5th. We've got a full schedule of racing for cars, and while we're talking, they'll be changing the barriers, because it's part of the reason why the motorcycles go at the start of the day, is because they have to change the rector cell.
you've dominated the whole weekend. How's that?
Yeah, I'm over the moon. The boys just told me I did a 23 there, so I'm absolutely gutted. Not absolutely gutted, but a little bit disappointed because I had so much more pace in me, at least a second a lap, where I could have pushed more, but because I had the gap, I thought just relax. Because we have so many TV cameras on the bike, the lap timer's not working, so I didn't know the lap time or anything, so if I'd have knew we'd done a 23, then I could have pushed a little bit more for the lap record, but we won the race, that's what we came for, and the whole Zico BMW Motorrad guys have done a fantastic job on my bike here. Thank you.
There you go, you just heard him saying that he was hoping for that lap record. It wasn't to be. Maybe had Peter Hickman pushed him, he may have done so, but hey, the victory is worth it, and I know Davey Todd, well, you'd like to think he'll be back next year. One, to defend his crown, and two, to try and take that lap record from Stuart Easton. You don't get paid any more for a lap record, but certainly the prestige that goes with being a lap record holder. And some of the fans who are at the start finish straight here. It looks like it's going to be a very hot day, but as I was saying, they have to move the Recticel. There are certain air fences that the motorcyclists require that the cars don't, of course, so that all the track gets changed, and now it'll be ready for a full-blown day of racing. And of course you can watch all of it here in the very capable hands of Alan Hyde and David Addison. They'll be coming up soon, but we've got some celebrations. We've got a podium to do first of all as well, plus the national anthem as well. So just waiting for some activity on the podium. It is just coming up to 10 o'clock in the morning here in Macau. So wherever you're watching, hopefully you stayed up very late or had to take time off. Hopefully you've enjoyed watching Davey Todd absolutely dominate this Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix. We can't be too far away from the start of the... Just listening now to whether or not we are ready to go. And the thing is as well, away from the, you wouldn't have seen on the TV pictures that as the likes of Davey Todd was walking away, everybody that's around there was stopping him and getting a picture, etc. There's nobody more popular on the planet right now than Davey Todd. So Erno Cosimo will be first out to take the third step of the podium. Presenting him with his award will be Daniel Shim, the Chief Corporate Affairs Officer of SJM Resorts. You can see already they're getting the officials getting ready for the first car event of the day here at Macau. And that is the last road racing action of the year. It'll all begin again come the summer months. We now seem to be having some action on the podium. So here we go then, folks. We seem to have something happening now. Oh, I spoke too soon.
Hello, ladies
This
and
is it.
gentlemen. Welcome to the day 3 of the 72nd Macau Grand Prix. And now at the podium, we're going to have our prize presentation ceremony for the Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix at its 57th edition. First of all, let's welcome our winners coming to the podium. The second runner-up, number 38, Erno Gustamo from Finland. And the first runner-up,
onto the podium.
number 88, Peter
Peter
Hickman from the United Kingdom. And winner, number 8, David Todd from the United Kingdom. Woo! Welcome, gentlemen.
He's loving life
and of
right
course,
now.
for our winning team, please welcome Mr. Andy Perkins, representative from the Seiko BMW Motorrad. Welcome. Yes. What a moment. And please proceed to
So Andy
our
Perkins
podium.
representing 810. Davy's right-hand man.
And now it's time for the national anthem for the winner.
So there we go with the national anthems. Andy Perkins representing 810 Racing. Davy Todd's right-hand.
Please welcome Mr. Daniel
So
Shim,
here's Daniel Shim, Chief Corporate Affairs Officer of SJM Resorts, to present Erno's.
Firstly, present the laurel and the trophy to our second one-up. Number 38, Erno Gustamo from Finland. Congratulations. And of course, for the trophy as well. Thank you, Mr. Shim. Please remain. And next, please welcome Dr. Hui Kunya, Secretary General of SJM Resorts, to present the
Peter
laurels
Hickman
and
with
the
his
trophy
prize
to
for
our
finishing
first runner-up,
second.
Number 88, Peter Hickman from Great Britain.
He's been second a couple of times before, Peter.
Muito obrigado, Dr.
He's
Cunha.
always finished.
And next, please welcome Ms. Angela Leung, Director of SJM Resorts SA,
So
to
yes, Miss
present the
Angela
laurel and
Leung,
trophy to
Director
our
of
winner
SJM
and
Resorts,
winning
will present
team.
Davy Todd with
First
his
to
prize.
our winner, number 8, David Todd from the United Kingdom. Congratulations. What a moment. And to the winning team, Seiko BMW Motorrad. Congratulations. And we would like to invite all of our guests move to the center and let's take a group
So
photo,
now
please.
photo opportunities. So yeah, Peter Hickman has always finished on the podium
please look to
every
the
time he's
front.
been at Macau.
Ladies and gentlemen, to our media zone.
In terms of the races, he's always been first or second. Made his debut in 2014.
All right,
Didn't
perfect
start the
moment,
race,
and
but
it's your celebratory time. Thank you our
won
guests
back
and our
in
winning drivers.
2015.
Please remain on the podium. And thank you all of our guests. Thank you so much. At the same time, I would like to invite all of our winning drivers and the representative, Mr. Perkins, to move to the top of the podium to take one more photo, please. Yes, together,
still
all
have a press
gentlemen,
conference
please
to
move
come,
to
of course,
the
so
top
we
of
will
the
get
podium
the thoughts
together for one more photo.
of
All right.
our top 3 riders.
Okay, let's get a great position and look to the front.
Well, we predicted that would be these three at the start of the race.
Perfect.
That is how it turned out to be.
Please remain, because it's time.
The only thing we weren't too sure about would be the order.
Shower. Jives, the podium is yours now. It's time to celebrate. So please proceed back to the procession, and we're gonna invite you to pick up the champagne and enjoy this glorious moment of yours.
So even though it's 10 o'clock in the morning,
Macau Road Sport Challenge cars, paddock
time for
gate
champagne.
and pit exit are now open.
So
Paddock
champagne
gate
breakfast,
and pit exit are now open.
which Andy Perkins seems to get the most, but there we go.
What a moment! All right, congratulations to our winning drivers. You've all earned this. It's time for the most famous tradition in all of motorsport. Thank you and congratulations. And now please remain. I'm gonna pass the mic to James. We're gonna have a chit-chat section with our winning drivers, please.
And now we'll get the
chaps,
interviews.
If you could just stay there, we'll start. Erno, you're closest. If you just third place for you today. Bit hairy moment towards the beginning. How was it for you?
Yeah, feeling is the race is a little bit nervous, and 2-3 laps is the pushing hard, and behind Peter and David, very fast guy this year, and yeah, not too easy this year. Is Macau GP for me, but I'm happy.
Well, it's great to see you back on the podium. I'll just come down here to our second place man, Peter Hickman. Great to see you back on the Macau podium. How was that out there for you?
Pretty good, you know. I said earlier, I'm pretty content with where I'm at. I showed I've got some, still got the pace, you know, only a couple of tenths off Davey, although I'm sure he had some more in the bag still, but to be able to even be close at the minute with the position that I'm in personally, yeah, honestly, I'm really, really happy. Good to show that I've got the pace. I just need to work on myself now over winter, ready for the 2026 season. But massive thank you to Zico, BMW Motorrad, and 810 Race, and all the boys and girls that help us. Wolfoil, Appleby, and also Monster as well. You know, they all made sure that we got here, and it's absolutely fantastic. And we've got some other sponsors about as well. In fact, LEW sponsored us all year. They're over here as well, having a little holiday and also coming to have a look at the race. So fantastic for us to put on a good show. Can't get much better than 1-2, can it?
Absolutely, great to see you back up here. And Davey, now a two-time Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix, and can I say a proper Motorcycle Grand Prix winner.
Yeah, I think we, like Pete said there, I think we call that 1.5. But yeah, it's awesome to do that. It's awesome to prove everybody wrong after saying last year wasn't a proper one, which I guess it probably wasn't, not getting a race. But I had a point to prove coming here this year, and I was really excited. To be fair, we had a lot of pace. The whole Zico BMW Motorrad team have done a fantastic job, and repeating what Pete said, there's so many sponsors that have helped us even get out here to Macau. It's a really expensive race to get out here, so really appreciate all those guys. And yeah, I've been feeling awesome on the bike all week. I'm just a little bit good because I thought the pace was quite slow then in that race. I didn't push too hard when I had a gap, and just yeah, found out we did 23s, and for sure I think I got 22s in there, if not better. So I'm looking forward already to being back next year and seeing what else we can do.
You just needed a tenth of a second for that lap record.
Yeah, it's a shame. I was riding well within myself, so just managing the gap and knowing that Pete on his Dunlops would have been strong towards the end of the race. But to be honest, my Metzeler tyres held up fantastically right to the end of the race, and yeah, really stoked to get that win.
Well, congratulations to the top three. Third place, Erno Costomo. Second place, Peter Hickman. And now a two-time Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix winner for BMW Zico. It is Davey Todd. Cheers, guys.
Thank you, and once again, congratulations, and we'll continue to enjoy the wonderful 72nd Macau Grand Prix. See you later at the podium again.
So that pretty much wraps up the Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix. We're getting nearer the 60th anniversary as well. So plenty for Todd and Hickman to collect. That's it from me though, Dave Moore. Hope you enjoy the Macau Motorcycle Grand Prix.
Okay, thank you very much, David Moore. It has been great to hear you across the motorcycle action. And Wes, well, we had a motorcycle race. The rain didn't come down, and it's great that these drivers could have a proper full go at it. And, well, we predicted it to be a race of just everyone just trying to get to the finish, get to the end. So quite clean, as we normally do get with the bikes around this circuit. But now it is time for the Road Sports Challenge. So what's your thoughts on the bikes race we've just seen?
Yeah, it wasn't really too much of a competition. I think Peter Hickman said something to that effect in his interview. I think Davey Todd had everything in hand. The only real action we got to see was when Erno Costomo ran too wide going into Lisboa and handed second place to Peter Hickman on a plate. So yeah, it was always really going to be the three of them. They started on the front row on their BMWs, and they filled out the podium as well. So yeah, pretty run of the mill, pretty standard.
Okay, we've got the Road Sport Challenge that is coming up now. Wes, should be, well, possibly the first chance of a bit of a pile-up, first chance of a bit of Macau chaos, I think. It's been a calm weekend so far, but letting these drivers loose could definitely lead to some interesting racing.
Yeah, although there are only 9 laps, but yeah, these are very, very lightly modified cars that are going to be taking part in this Road Sport Challenge, and it's local drivers taking part in it as well. So yeah, we could be in for a little bit of carnage over the next 9 laps.
We really, really could. It's going to be interesting. It is going to be good. You can currently see the grid in your picture at the moment as well. 32 cars are about to take to the streets of Macau for the Road Sport Challenge race, as we mentioned. So of course they don't race tomorrow. It is only today that they're out there on the circuit. The Greater Bay Area GT Cup, the GT4s will kickstart us tomorrow. That'll be exactly at midnight UK time, so the action all gets underway very much early. And then we get to leave early tomorrow as well, Wes. But I'm not going to say that because over the years, the Sunday can sometimes just get delayed with some drama, with some red flags. So it is Macau at the end of the day. You can't always expect to leave when scheduled.
Yeah, and if there is an event in the world that is known for not staying on schedule, it is the Macau Grand Prix weekend. So we've had that in droves already through Thursday and Friday, with the numerous red flags across the weekend. But of course, Saturday and Sunday are race day, so they obviously tend to want to avoid red flags if at all possible. They'd rather bring out the safety car. So yeah, if we do see a red flag or two over the next 2 days, then it's likely to be something big.
Yep. Including pile-ups. That's the reason why we had a red flag last year. A bit of a mini pile-up and plenty of cars to complete. If the whole road's blocked, then of course there's no way through. So you need to red flag it. So in scenarios like that, don't be surprised if we do need to call out the red flags. Cars are just getting themselves into position on the grid, and we should be getting going in about 11 minutes time for the formation lap. 9 laps coming your way, as Wes mentioned, but 9 laps are more than enough to have a little bit of Macau chaos as well. Okay, it is time to hand down now to the commentators for this session.
And excitement year after year. And the race that we're about to see to start our Saturday for four-wheeled action, we've already had a motorcycle Grand Prix here, won by Davey Todd just a few minutes ago, but we're about to get into the car racing today, and it's racing all the way. This, the only race this weekend for one of our local races for the Macau Road Sport Challenge, and this really is one of the heartbeats of the Macau Grand Prix. Every year, it never fails to entertain, and you know what, that might just be seeing the drivers' faces when they get onto the podium. The joy that success at Macau brings for these local drivers from the Greater Bay Area here with Macau, Hong Kong, Chinese Taipei and China all represented competing in road sports. The joy is something that if you could bottle, you would be a very, very wealthy person, because this is just motorsport joy here at Macau. A very good morning also in the commentary box to David Addison. It's the colours, it's the enthusiasm, it's everything that is the Macau Road Sports here, David.
And they deserve the sunshine after having to cope with the wet weather of last year. The Road Sport Challenge is a non-championship race, although there is a championship that was done and dusted in mid-May for these cars. Such is the popularity of the Road Sport Challenge, it's split into two groups these days, and then the top scorers from the two groups get together for this, I hesitate to call it end-of-term bash, but you know what I mean, this non-championship race with all the glory of racing on the gear circuit. We are in for a really good race, that is for sure. It is going to be over 9 laps, all being well. And when you talk about the local races at Macau, it's perhaps, if you've not been here, tempting to wrinkle your nose and look down on them a little bit and think that these are all amateur drivers, amateur teams. Well, some are AMs, some are very experienced. But the level of presentation and preparation of these cars, and the cars are either Toyota GR86s or Subaru BRZs, is absolutely outstanding. And more than anything, if you want colour, this is the grid.
It certainly is, and the amount of thought that goes into the liveries, advertising. There's a great example. It's Lu Longyin in the number 6 car. And the thought that goes into the colour schemes, the way you display the sponsors, because this is a huge international opportunity to get sponsors' names around the world, and they are well aware of it and how important it can be. And we're looking there at Ivan Cito in the 57 car. You mentioned, David, that some of these drivers are regulars here with a huge amount of experience of the gear circuit.
Okay, well, I can only apologise. We momentarily had a Wi-Fi cutout, but we are back to normal. And I mean, if there is any point where we are going to have that, I guess having it right before the race isn't the worst of places for it to happen. Okay, let's hand back over to David Addison and Alan Hyde.
It's rare that you come to and Alan comes. He's got a panda fetish, you know? But it is all part of the appeal and the colour. Rui Valent there starts a long way back, 25th on the grid. Now, he had an accident early on in the weekend that really did put him back. But here's a guy that we've had winning races here in the past.
It certainly is. Finished 7th last year, qualified 7th and finished 7th in the road sport race, and one of the regular names that we have coming back year after year to Macau. That's the number 38 car as we continue to go down the grid with our camera crew. That's Yu Long in the Toyota. We didn't mention, actually, two types of car competing in road sports for the last couple of years. They are Toyotas in the form of a GR86, and they are Subarus in the guise of a BRZ. And that's the number 9 car with a wave, a Macau driver, and that's Leung Chi Ho in his Subaru car number 9. And what a big grid it is. When I typed out the entry list, it takes up 2 sides of A4, and that's pretty significant. That's quite a low-key livery, isn't it? A black and white livery.
Kenneth Wong, number 42. That's another catch on. The grid stretching all the way back, as you see, round they are bend. So at the very back, number 41, the red and white car, Vincent Yip. And at the very front is Damon Chan. In terms of the drivers to watch, well, it's anybody really within the top 6 on the grid, because they have been the best in the championships and the most successful in terms of race wins. Just to finish off the grid, Chong Poi Lam there with his Subaru. He will start 29th, 30th. In number 1, you can see as the camera crew scuttles across to the car, that is Ao Chi Wang. And see that they've run there. We'll have a look at the car. Lots of red sticky tape, which is an illustration that he had a rather bruising free practice session early on in the weekend. The grid's completed by Wang Shangyuan and then Vincent Yip. Damon Chan on pole position then, 5th in his group in the championship and a race winner. 2nd on the grid, Adrian Chun. Guess what? 5th in his group in the championship and a race winner. Then you've got next on the grid, Wong Chut Pan, and he's been a race winner, 2nd in his group in the championship. On the 4th rank of the grid is the Group B champion, Chan Kin Sang, and he's had 2 wins. Then you've got Chan Ka Ping, who was 3rd in his group. 6th on the grid, Lo Pak Yu, the Group A champion, and he also has had 2 race wins. The groups are, because there are so many cars within the championship, they are put into these 2 groups, and each group gets a double header at each event, and we are taking the top 6 scorers from the groups into this invitation race this weekend. So some scores to settle, some reputations on the line, and a shootout between our 2 champions, Lo Pak Yu and Chan Kin Sang, to see who's the best.
And at the end of 9 laps, the utter joy for the top 3 drivers. We get the top 3 in the race making their way through the paddock and over towards the podium presentation, which is a moment of great pride and honour and joy as well. We'll see it all unfold here at Macau over the next 9 laps. Confirmation of the starting grid. Pole position for Damon Chan, car number 91, alongside the number 11 car of Adrian Chung. 2nd row of the grid is the number 44 car is next, and that's the car of Wong Chuk Pan alongside Chiang Kin Sang on the 2nd row of the grid. Chan Ka Ping on the 3rd row of the grid alongside Lo Pak Yu, and on the 4th row of the grid Liu Churk In alongside number 6, that's Lu Long Yin. Right,
One car
with
with
a problem.
Yeah, absolutely. And that, looking
Ivan
down onto
Sito.
the grid, is Ivan Sito's car, yes, and that's going to have to be pushed off the circuit. So from 9th, the car presumably will not start, and there it's going to remain. There's no suggestion that it's going to be pushed into the pit lane, so that looks like Ivan Sito's race is done at the 1 minute board effectively. So the grid now being cleared of the officials. They will get, of course, a formation lap to put some warmth into the Pirelli rubber, but that is heartbreaking for Ivan Sito. His big moment to race on the gear circuit, and with a problem on the grid. Now, unless they can fire the car up out of harm's way and he can join in at the back, we'll keep an eye. Otherwise, it rather looks like he's going to be a non-starter. Green flag wave then, not for the start of the race, but the last formation lap, a chance to get some warmth into the tyres. And these, the warmest and sunniest conditions in which they've driven all weekend.
Yes, really warm. In fact, we have air conditioning in the commentary box, and still it's quite warm in here. So it gives you an idea. We are just above at the back of one of the grandstands, which is absolutely packed first thing in the morning. And that's the story of the grandstands right the way around the gear circuit, 6-kilometre circuit here at Macau. Yesterday there were a number of grandstands that were packed with school children, very, very happy school children. It's all part of the event, the 4-day events here at Macau. School trips are run from various schools, and all very smart in their school uniform, and also full of joy. It's a great thing to see, and part of the feature of I think we could have that at Grand Prix, couldn't we? We could have a Thursday when they go out and everyone goes out and does free practice and fill it up with school trips.
Well, what would you rather do if somebody said you can go to the museum and have a look at some old bones, or we can go and watch the Macau Grand Prix? I know which one I'd go for.
I'll do too. Absolutely. Shame about Ivan Sito. That's a real shame. He was on had 2 races last year for the Road Sports. We had one which was titled the Establishment Cup for Road Sports, and one the Macau Road Sport Challenge, and it was on the podium last year was Ivan Sito, and not taking the start, 3rd in the Establishment Cup last year, but sadly this year, well, doesn't it just describe the highs and lows of motor racing?
It does indeed, and it's very odd that it would have happened on the grid. The car was pushed off the grid, and I was waiting to see if anybody then ran to it to try and help fire it up or push it into the pit lane, but that has not happened, looking out of the side window here. So maybe he's trying to work on it himself out of view and might be allowed to start at the very back, but as time marches on, it's looking a bit bleak for him. So the cars now working their way away from Maternity Bend through towards Solitude S's, through Teddy Yip Corner, then down Faraway Hill. There is Police and Moorish to come before they climb up towards Donna Maria, the Melco hairpin, the landmark corner, really, the very, very tight hairpin, which has this permanent yellow flag to prevent you from overtaking, because it's just impossible to get two cars round the corner side by side. Into the corner, yes. Round the corner, absolutely no way. And then from first gear and walking pace, the speed builds all the way through Black Sands, and then you come out of Fisherman's Bend and the road opens up and it feels like a completely different kind of racetrack where it's fast and it's wide. But this bit is all about threading through the eye of a needle, isn't it? And it is possible to overtake in these relatively small cars, but boy, you have to be brave and you have to be putting a bit of trust in your opponent to give you a hint of room. This, in the background, is the right-hander of Police, and the corner they're coming up to is Moorish.
Two big challenges, that camera angle that you see there. So often you see a car which goes straight on and hits the barrier just on the outside of that corner, and the damage can be significant as well when you come around Moorish up towards the left hand of Donna Maria that we're looking down on now to the well, 7 metre wide you have at the Melco hairpin. It's very, very tight on the exits, wide on the entry and very tight on the exit. And then the good news is once you've negotiated that, the circuit begins to open up. You accelerate down through Black Sands, down towards a fast corner at Fisherman's, a right-hander, 90-degree right-hander at Fisherman's, and then onto the final right-hand on the gear circuit, which is our bend and the completion of a lap. But it's opening up now, so you're getting to the fastest part of the circuit, up towards the quite incredible Mandarin. When you look at the circuit map, Mandarin looks like just a kink in the road. It is far from that, and it is incredibly quick.
Yeah.
So as they make their way around the final couple of turns, weaving the cars as much as they can to get heat into the tyres. Those at the front of the grid don't want to be sitting there for too long to allow all that heat to dissipate while we wait for the rest of the field. And it's a big field as well. As we wait for everybody else at the back to line up. Right, pick your favourites then.
I was just thinking before we do that, road sports quite rightly are part of the Grand Prix bill, aren't they? Because the very first Grand Prix in 1954 was for road sport cars. They were local drivers in their, in those days, very desirable road sports. Eduardo de Carvalho was the winner, but there's something right, and they do heritage very well in Macau for the Grand Prix, so there's something quite fitting that, okay, they've evolved, they're different, but road sports are part of the Grand Prix bill. The grid is going to take a little while, I think, to form up. There is still no hint that Ivan Cito is going to be able to join in. And say Damon Chan on pole position in the red and white livery with Adrian Chung's darker liveried car alongside. And now they sit and they wait.
We're going to be waiting a long time,
and they
aren't
wait.
we?
Yes.
Goodness me.
Just adjust from one podcast to the next while they occupy their time. Here comes a car. We're getting there.
Goodness me. We talked about not wanting to sit at the front of the grid for too long and allow the tyres to cool down. Well, this is going to be a bit of a challenge, isn't it? Because still they come around the corner to form up the last couple of rows of the grid for our first car race of 2025. A moment of excitement for everybody in the grandstands as the cameras raise up. Everybody strains to get a better view as close as they possibly can to the railings, the safety railings here down in the grandstands. And I think we've got the final few rows just getting into place. Here we go. As soon as the lights go on, we've got a green flag at the back of the grid, and we're about to get the race underway. 1 light, 2 lights, 3 lights, 4 lights.
And when 5 lights go out, we are in business with a good start being made by Damon Chan from pole position then as the cars accelerate down towards Reservoir for the first time. Everybody cleanly off the grid as they all try to dive 3, 4 wide, maybe even going down towards turn 1. And so as the Road Sport Challenge field accelerates out of Reservoir for the first time, it is Damon Chan from pole position who leads. He's got Adrian Chung behind him. It is Wang Chuk Pan, number 19, in 3rd place, and a big effort being made by one of the 2 champions this year, 96, Chan Kin Sang, on the inside inside. And he is up into 4th place. He's under attack, but he's attacking. Look, as they dive now down towards Lisboa. Right, big, deep breath here. We started with 31. How many are going to get round turn 3?
Deep breath and breathe since the lights went out. They
Driver
go
here.
through Lisboa. Everybody using the escape road. Big damage for the number 19 car, which we see bounce back onto the circuit. That was the car that was 3rd on the grid, and that's Wong Chuk Pan's car, and everyone else as well.
Well, that was all a bit needless because you had 3 trying to get into 1, and you can see the mayhem that has broken out because as soon as Wong Chuk Pan's car ended up in the barrier, others piled into the back, so we've lost quite a few in that, which included Carson Tang, and it would not be a surprise if the race had to be stopped to get those out of the way. But in the meantime, Damon Chan is the race leader. We'll piece all that together out of a replay, but it was 3 trying to go into 1 that was never going to work. But up front, it is Damon Chan being given a hard time by Adrian Chung then as they wriggle their way now up through the Solitude S's, and nose to tail they run. You can see the way that they've been able to break away because of all the mayhem that was going on behind them.
They've got absolutely no idea just how chaotic it is back at Lisboa, because they were already part of their own race. The 2 of them, the front row of the grid, Damon Chan and Adrian Chung, properly have pulled away. That gap's going to be, we'll have a look when they get down to the completion of 1 lap, but they are in a class of their own, and that would be brave. Just has a look. You can do it in a road sports car, you can do it.
But the safety car has been deployed, so it was an effort, you're quite right, made by Adrian Chung, but he had to back out of it, and safety car deployed. That's now going to bunch up the field. Hopefully it won't take that long to get things out of the way. Let's have another look at how it all started. Good getaway. Yeah, well, good getaway by Adrian Chung. The car snakes as he puts the power down, but he slots back in behind Damon Chan. So it was all good through this part of the circuit. Now keep an eye on 96 because Chan Kin Sang was on his toes straight away. He'd started from 4th on the grid. Now have a look to the inside line going down towards Reservoir. There's 96, Chan Kin Sang. He makes a move to try to get himself up past Wong Chuk Pan. That doesn't work, so he slots back in behind. And then behind Sang, it is 44 of Chan Kar Ping. And those 3 red cars then end up fanning out across the road. Now, Chan Kin Sang again tries to make a move. He ends up going for the middle. There's no gap. He barges his way through. He goes up the escape road. Straight into the tyres goes number 19 of Wong Chuk Pan. And then others just go piling in behind with nowhere to go. Totally unsighted. Yu Yi Ho was one of them. And then arriving out of the escape road is Chan Kar Ping to try to get going. He nearly clobbers Lee Kwok Sun's car. 79. Also there you can see 96 Chan Kin Sang reversing out of the melee, but a very, very badly damaged car or 2, I'm afraid. And yeah, 1 or 2 have a case to answer there. That was a little bit optimistic, to say the least.
Yeah, and huge disappointment as well. You get to the first of the pinch points, which is Lisboa. You'd kind of think, well, you know, let's be a little bit easier on the opening lap and not have cars which are as damaged as clearly they are. Quite a bit of fire extinguishers has been used down there, so it's been quite damaging. That's why I didn't want to watch it again, because there were too many road sports cars that are too damaged. They look beautiful 5 minutes before the start of the race when they set off on the warming up lap, and then all of a sudden you get that sort of pinch point down at Lisboa, and a lot of very damaged cars.
And very disappointed drivers all saying, well, what happened? Because really, there was a sudden whack that fired the first car off, and then all of a sudden he got another big hit from behind as others had nowhere to go. And we've been saying all weekend, and it's worth making the point again about Lisboa, because you come barreling down this long chute, barriers either side of you, and it's very, very hard indeed to find the corner. And when eventually you have to turn, you still don't know what's around the other side. You only know what's the other side of the corner once you've turned through it. So spotting the corner is hard enough, but trying to avoid an accident that's around it is well nigh impossible. And that, again, has been the undoing of a few.
And you're not going to win the battle on the opening lap, are you? It's very much a question of get through safely, and then plan 9 laps of a race. You've got plenty of time to do this, and it's I think going to be a question of how many cars are still down there. Just that one car which needs to be lifted, which is the number 19 car of Wong Chuk Pan in his Toyota, which is very, very badly damaged. Makes me sad to see that. It's still smoking a little, isn't it?
Yeah.
From the extinguishers, and clearly bits of fire which have happened down there at Lisboa. But what you also saw when that accident was happening, 3rd, 4th, 5th place, was that the top two had already broken away.
Yeah.
By the time they got to the braking area for Lisboa, you could see they were in a class of their own.
We also had into the pit lane number 23, which was Zosi Ray. I don't think he was involved in the accident, but unless he went over some debris and picked up a problem, but he is pitted. And we never had Ivan Sito getting into the race. So the recovery of Wang Chuk Pan's car underway. Now, what we also need to try to have a look at is where Chan Kin Sang ended up, because his car, of course, would have been badly delayed, but it is still going. So in 26th place, that puts him effectively last now, Chan Kin Sang. I suspect at the end of this, the race officials would like a word, because he was a bit on the zealous side, but he is still in the race, and we'll see what progress can be made by Chan Kin Sang, who is the Group B champion. The Group A champion, which was number 14, Lo Pak Yu, was also, I think, delayed in that, because he's down in 20th place. So you've got the two champions, 20th and 26th.
I think it was Lo Pak Yu that was trying to squeeze his way back. He'd avoided the accident and then was trying to squeeze back in. There wasn't quite space. There was about 1.5 cars width around the stricken cars, but couldn't quite get into the traffic.
I'll tell you who's benefited from all of that is Geronimo Badaracco. So he started 17th, but Badaracco is 6th. So it's been a mega first lap from Geronimo. And the safety car lights are still on, so we're looking for those to be extinguished, which is the clue that we're going to be able to go racing for the second time of asking.
They'll have to do a little bit of sweeping down there at this bowl as well, now that the fire extinguisher covered car has been lifted out of the way, because potentially there could be a little bit of fluid down there as well, which needs to be dealt with. But you know what, it's incredible, year after year the track workers and the marshals and the officials get these very, very sizable accidents cleared up so quickly that sometimes you only need 1 or 2 laps behind the safety car to allow that to happen and get racing back underway. They're superb, absolutely superb.
We are also opposite the marshal's post on the timing line, where at the moment there is no hint of a green flag, so possibly one more lap behind the safety car, and this all eats into the race duration. Of course, there are some categories here this weekend where if there's a safety car, there's a 2-lap extension, but not for road sports. So it's a frustration that the cars are being affected like this. The lights are still on atop the safety car. But if they can let them go this time, then they will. It's interesting that they've certainly lagged quite a long way back from the safety car, so it does suggest as though Damon Chan is trying to second guess what's going on and
wishful thinking.
To dive in. Yeah, it is, because the lights are still on.
They want to get that battle back on again, don't they? Because it's super between the top two of Damon Chan and Adrian Chung.
Now, it's all very well trying to second guess the safety car, but if you fall back too many cars' lengths while the safety car lights are on, then you find yourself in trouble. It's all very well lagging back when the lights are out and you're controlling the restart, but Damon Chan is not controlling the restart. He is meant to be behind the safety car, and I would say that is more than 4 lengths.
It's a long way back, isn't it? And the safety car is being kind, because it's going quite slowly anyway, isn't it? It's coming across the line in front of us now, in front of our commentary box. It's not going very quickly. That's my kind of pace, that.
Yes, yes. And everybody crawls across the line. So the order is Damon Chan leading Adrian Chung. In 3rd place, it is Lo Chuk In. 4th, Lu Long Yin. And it is Chun Chun Yun in 5th. Geronimo Badaracco 6th. Yong Keng Hei 7th. Lung Se Hua is in 8th place. Bayern Yip is 9th. And Sampak Yin rounds out the top 10. Rui Valence up to 13th. And hopefully we'll be able to go racing at the end of this lap.
I think they all rather feel that we are going to go racing at the end of this lap, and the proof of that is when you get to the wide part of the circuit, they are weaving the cars, making the most of the 14-metre width that we have on the 4 lanes of traffic, if you like, down on the start-finish line and down towards Mandarin. The widest part of the circuit and the safest part to weave the cars to get heat into the tyres.
and that tyre warmth is going to be vital to avoid dramas when we get the race back underway. So we've got 7 laps to run. It'll be hopefully 6 racing laps, because we'd ideally like a green flag at the end of this. They're heading down towards the incident zone. They've all caught up behind the safety car now, largely because the safety car has had to go to a virtual crawl. It's just been overtaken by a snail, so we've got proof that it's going slower to be able to let the field behind catch up. Damon Chan was in no hurry to put himself up behind the BMW again, but he's got there now, and down they come towards the incident zone at Lisboa. The safety car almost needed a magnet to sort of drag Damon Chan closer to the back of it. So let's have a quick look at the corner, and in front of the very full grandstand that towers over the corner, the road should be just about clear as the camera pans round. Yeah, Speedy dries down. I reckon that means we can go racing at the end of this lap, don't you?
I think you're right. I think you're right. It's not pretty down there on the escape road, but certainly with no track officials or marshals dealing with it down there, I think it rather indicates that we are going to be going racing, and the pace will pick up now, so they're on the tightest part of the circuit now, or at least going into it, and that includes going up past the hospital, up San Francisco Hill, up towards Maternity Corner, which is a tight right-hander, on towards Teddy Ip, which is where the left-hander leads into the Solitude S's, and they are just an incredible part. When you walk the circuit, or in your case, David, run the circuit, you realise just what a huge change of direction within a very short period of time is. It's such a challenging part. And can you believe that over the years, touring cars have tried and effectively done overtaking manoeuvres on this tight part of the circuit?
The other part about this, and okay, when you run it, you're not going as quickly as in a car, I'll grant you, but safety car in this lap, incidentally, you kind of lose track of where you are, because it snakes from one left into one more right, into another left and another right, and you start to think, whereabouts am I? Have I gone through that left-right bit, or is that still to come? And it's only really when you get down towards Police that you get some landmarks again.
Now I know where I am.
Yeah.
The Police, Moorish, Donna Maria, that's where you know where you are, but everything else is, couldn't agree more. It's all a bit vague. Imagine what it's like at racing speed.
Exactly right. So that's where the local drivers that come back year after year, or indeed in the case of some of the touring car drivers, people that come back year after year, have that advantage. Of course, one of the quirks of the Macau Grand Prix, going off on a tangent, is that the people in the main race don't do it that often.
Yes.
Because in theory they go through that category on their way up the motor racing ladder. Yeah, I know that some do come back for the lure of Macau, but not everybody does it more than once. They move upwards away from a Formula 3, this time Formula Regional type category. Anyway, safety car is in this time, and Damon Chan, having had a sneak preview, if you like, of how to control the restart by backing off coming out of the Melco hairpin, is in charge again. And look, he has backed off coming out of the Melco hairpin.
It was a dress rehearsal for what was about to come. Now they come down, they thread their way down single file from the Melco hairpin. That's the way they'll do the hairpin throughout this weekend here at Macau. It's the only way you're allowed to do it. No overtaking at Melco. Then you see the green light, and then that's when overtaking is allowed once again, when the circuit opens up. But here we go then. Damon Chan controlling the pace at the front of the field. The safety car will keep to the left of the circuit, go into pit lane. It has done so, and the race is being now controlled by Damon Chan. When the race gets back underway, you can see the intent by Adrian Chung right on the tail of Damon Chan's car as they come up towards the line, and he gets it wrong. The leader gets it wrong, and goodness me, we didn't predict that for a restart, did we?
And there was another car in the barrier behind which has gone through with lots of damage. That was Lu Long Yin, so we've got a new race leader. Quite a few cars embroiled in that, 2 separate incidents on cold tyres. So Lu Chut In is now the race leader as the cars accelerate down towards Mandarin. Now Lu Chut In was 7th on the original grid, and that drama for Damon Chan has cost him a lot of time. It also delayed Adrian Chung. So Lu Chong In is away on his own, look, as they come down towards Lisboa. Up into 2nd place now has come Geronimo Badaraco, who started in Hong Kong. He was that far back on the grid, but number 28, Geronimo Badaraco, is on a mission as the cars now dive down through Lisboa. Slippery surface flag, but so far so good. We do, though, have a yellow flag at turn 1, where I think we've got more parked cars. But on that restart, a big slide for Damon Chan. That gave him some damage. It delayed Adrian Chung. Others had their own moments, and our new race leader is Lou Chuk In.
My goodness, Cole Tyres, safety car, 2 laps for Cole Tyres, and that really did catch them out, didn't it? Geronimo Badaraco up into 3rd place, and I'll just remind you where he started, midfield, started 17th on the grid. That's incredible.
I'm trying to work out why Damon Chan is going so slowly, because he didn't. Again. Oh, okay. He didn't actually hit anything, I don't think, unless he.
I think he just kissed it.
Did he?
Yeah.
Okay. Certainly, the big damage was sustained by Lu Longyin, number 6. Anyway, there is another car that has ground into the wall, and number 79 of Lee Kwok Sun is going no further. So, yeah, a second safety car is deployed, and there are quite a few now, rather crumpled road sports around the circuit, and Lou Chuk In leads from Geronimo Badaraco, and yeah, as we say, he was 17th on the grid. He's up into 2nd place. This is where experience counts and keeping out of trouble.
Do you remember when we had all the cars down on the grid and I said how beautifully prepared they were, the gorgeous liveries that they've worked so hard to present for their one and only race over the course of this weekend.
Have you thought of a different career?
I'm not in the business of predicting, that's for sure. They did look beautiful at the time. Yes. Speak about the moments.
We time travelled.
Geronimo Badaraco, absolutely incredible. And we mentioned him when we were going through the grid. That was on the podium last year, qualified in 17th place, qualifying certainly not going his way, but making the most of the small amount of racing that we've had so far, but also keeping out of trouble. And you have to think that that's a fair amount of experience.
Absolutely right, yes. And knowing, you know, when to try and stick your nose up the inside and make a move, or where there might be a pinch point. And I think Lisboa on that opening lap absolutely played into his hands. So you've now got the race-leading yellow car of Lou Chuk In from Geronimo Badaraco, and then 3rd is Lung Keng Hei, who drives number 72. Now, he started 15th on the grid, so you've got 15th and 17th, having worked their way up into 2nd and 3rd places. In 4th spot now, number 90 of Lung Si Hua, and there you see Damon Chan's car, I think that was, that is stationary, and there the other side of the corner is what's left of Lu Longyin's car, so there are 2 to retrieve. But yeah, I didn't, on that last replay, I wasn't totally convinced that Damon Chan had hit the wall, but anyway, he's certainly going no further.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't a clean turn, was it?
No.
It was far from it, but the result of it is that we have a safety car once again. Maybe keeping up with the safety car a little bit more and not dropping back so much would keep a bit more heat into the tyres, and having a slightly quicker pace on the final lap before the safety car pulls into the pit lane, and keeping a little bit closer to the safety car may pay off.
Yeah, the trouble is, the quicker the safety car goes, the less time you're giving marshals to work before the cars get round, and therefore the more laps of safety car it eats into. There's another rather crumpled road sport. That is Rui Valent's Subaru. Now, he had been making a bit of progress, but clearly he's been attacked from behind, so Rui Valent limps into the pit lane. It's not been a great weekend for him. So we've got 5 laps notionally to go, and down they come towards Lisboa. Not the incident zone this time.
The front of Geronimo Badaraco's car is very it's covered in chili peppers, basically. It's when you see the distant car on the television pictures, it's red and yellow, but when you get up close, they are all little chili peppers, and it's really quite a unique livery. Not seen anything quite like it before, but that's one of the great things about the presentation of cars for Macau. You see things that you've never seen before as far as the livery is, because they certainly think a long way outside the box, and it really, really works.
That was a replay of Rui Valent being attacked by Lee Kwok Sun. So that explains Valent's rear damage, and it explains why Lee Kwok Sun's car is parked up against the side of the San Francisco Hill part of the circuit, and is needing retrieval, and it is why we have the safety car on track. Did you ascertain why Geronimo Badaraco has chili peppers all over the car?
He's hot.
Simple as that.
No, I didn't find out.
Oh.
Sorry about that.
It's a good enough answer.
Really cool livery, that. As I walked up to it down in the paddock on Wednesday, I thought it was covered in strawberries, which would have also been a good livery.
Yeah. You wouldn't have been able to do his hotline, though, would you?
No. No, I wouldn't.
No.
Good point.
Okay.
Thank goodness it's Chili's.
Well, there is the aforementioned Geronimo Badaracco, number 28, number 90 going through his Lung Sewa. Bayern Yip is behind him. Adrian Chung, after being delayed by the sideways Damon Chan, currently in 6th place, hoping that he gets some racing mileage in and then he can try to fight back. But we could be on for a Badaracco win here if he makes a decent restart.
We certainly could. He qualified on pole position last year, did Geronimo Badaracco. Finished in 2nd place, so as a top running racing driver at this huge local event, you just know that would have been a disappointment not to be on the top step of the podium and convert a pole position into a win. So we'll see what Geronimo Badaracco can do. So yeah, 5 laps, including the lap that they are on, yet to go, under the control of the safety car.
Getting a replay again. Now Damon Chan turns through the corner. Maybe he did just graze off it.
He just grazed it at the back.
Certainly was a big hit from Lulong Yip behind, but then badly delayed in that was Adrian Chung. But Damon Chan's car just never get going again, and there's that move that was never on, I'm afraid, from Lee Quatts, and he was never fully alongside Rio Valent, and that was a big hip and shoulder that's done for both of them, because Rio Valent's car retired into the pit lane, and the car of Lee has stopped going up the hill, and that's why we've got this safety car. And I'm afraid it's going to be another lap, isn't it?
It is, I'm afraid, and disappointment for all of them, because another lap, mainly concerned with keeping heat into the tyres. We see so often here at Macau just how important that is when the safety car comes in. It's not the first time, it certainly won't be the last time that after a safety car comes in, someone is caught out, and it's not just normally 1 or 2 of them. It's a real problem. They've got nature working on their side today, because the sunshine really is beating down on the gear circuit here at Macau. Nothing like 24 hours ago we had little patches of water, didn't we, around the circuit. It feels like a different season totally today, and much more Macau-like weather as we look out over to the water that surrounds the gear circuit here at Macau, and the sunshine glinting off it, the clear skies and the sunshine and very high temperatures, and all the locals that are in the grandstand will make sure that they're underneath an umbrella for most of today, to make sure that they shield themselves against the sunshine, to make sure they have the most enjoyable day, which they do year after year after year. They come back and pack the grandstands, and this is day 3 of the 72nd Macau Grand Prix. Welcome along wherever you are watching in the world. This is the Macau Road Sport Challenge, which has been a challenge so far, but we've potentially got 4 more laps of racing to go as they go down to Lisboa, the right-hander, under the control of the safety car. Lisboa was where we had the first call for the safety car. It was a pinch point. It was off the start of the race, and multiple cars were damaged going into the barrier on the outside of Lisboa. They almost come to a stop, don't they, on the run up towards San Francisco Hill?
Yeah, but that's where the recovery operation is going on, and oh dear, it's still being recovered, and then you've got to get that recovery truck off the circuit. So it's going to be 3 laps at best, because this is not going to be a racing lap. So there are 3 more after this, but the safety car certainly I don't think is going to be in this time. So we're looking at maybe 2 racing laps.
I think you're right, and these are important laps. Keeping it neat, keeping it tidy, making sure that you've got heat in the tyres as well to give yourself the best chance for when the safety car does come in to pit lane. But these sort of safety car periods, they are typical of Macau. Everyone knows what the race is going to be like. Potentially there are going to be delays. Occasionally you get a race when everything goes completely cleanly, but 9 times out of 10 I think they know exactly what they've got ahead of them. It's the nature of the circuit, isn't it? You can't leave cars by the side of the track. They need to be recovered, and it being a tight road circuit, recovery isn't the work of a moment.
I seem to remember 2 years ago, was it the last Formula 3 year, that we had slow zones for the Grand Prix, so you could neutralise one section rather than the whole lap, which seemed to work quite well. Whether that's still an appropriate regulation or just not being activated, it's one for the FIA to confirm, but that would not be for these cars anyway, because this runs on a different permit as a local race. But Liu Chuk-in is the race leader from Geronimo Badaraco, and we're looking at perhaps one more lap after this under the safety car, and then fingers crossed we can get a couple of racing laps in at the very end, because we've had precious little racing time, really.
Haven't really.
I've not had a full lap.
Not really. No. Let's see if we do. It's a 9-lap race in total, and we might get a couple of racing laps at the end of this. Let's hope so. Let's keep our fingers crossed. But the other thing, of course, is that when you have a very full grid like this, it becomes more likely that you're going to have a problem somewhere down the order, and recovery required. So again, it's pretty much part and parcel of a very full grid, which is great to see, but it does bring with it the various challenges and problems, not just for the drivers, but also for race control and the circuit staff as well. BMW safety car threads its way around the Macau hairpin.
Does indeed, crawls down the hill, going slowly enough to try not to lose more laps than is necessary. While that recovery operation goes on, the local race officials that handle the Road Sport Challenge will be looking at all of their pictures in race control and seeing how far away the recovery of the car is. It needs to be, first of all, moved away from the barrier. Quite often that's been one of the reasons for delays this weekend, because cars have come to rest in a position where you can't really move them, so you have to get them jacked up and move them away from the barrier, and then you can do an easier grab and lift the car off the road. But we are certainly going to have one more lap under the safety car, and through they turn. There is the delayed Adrian Chung. He'll be another driver itching to get racing again, because he will desperately want those places back that he lost while Damon Chan ahead of him was having his moment.
Yeah, shame that, because he was doing a really good job, wasn't he? Kept right on the tail of the then race leader when the safety car came into pit lane, and now has got a few places to make up across the line in 6th place. But potentially could do that, couldn't he, in 2 racing laps? Got superb starts.
Yeah, and especially if somebody else has a moment ahead of him. We don't want more moments, but it is possible. Right, cars go over the timing line then. And Lo Pat Yu, one of our 2 champions, in 14th place, and Chan Kin Sang further back than that after his travails down at Lisboa earlier on, down in what, 24th place I think now. So a number of retirements, 1 non-starter, and the field turning now down towards Mandarin. And please make this be the last safety car lap. We'll find out really what the state of play is once they get to San Francisco, because that's where the car was being removed.
It's interesting, isn't it? Not the whole field weaving the cars from side to side when they had this great opportunity on the wide part of the circuit, where it's 2 lanes going each way when these are the normal roads of Macau. And somebody that hasn't been weaving the car is Liu Chuk-in, who is the leader behind the safety car. He's just been going in a straight line directly behind the BMW. I don't know what the reason for that may be, but he's one of the fewer cars not really weaving the car.
And lots of vigorous weaving going on behind.
Well, this is the place to do it, isn't it? When you're in single file and you've got huge, wide tarmac, this is the place to really have a go for it.
There at the very back, number 1 of Ao Chi Wang in penultimate place, and the cars now drop down through Lisboa and towards San Francisco, where I can still see a crane. I think the flatbed, oh, it's just reversing off the circuit, isn't it? It's going backwards through its gap, so we should be good to go racing at the end of this.
That would be good news, giving us 2 racing laps from a 9-lap race. they are all now experts in how to do safety car laps because they've had a lot of opportunity to do that during this race. Let's keep our fingers crossed that we can get the safety car in at the end of this lap and get 2 laps of racing, which is going to be something that Adrian Chung is going to be very keen on down there in 6th place. And so too Geronimo Badaracco, who has been weaving the car quite a lot to try and get as much heat into the tyres as possible, knowing that imminently, potentially, we could be going racing at the end of this lap.
Could indeed, and so Lucha in leads, Geronimo Badaracco leads Leung Keng He in 3rd place, and the other one to watch, number 11 of Adrian Chung, the pace quickening a little bit now as well, look, so that suggests that the safety car driver has been told you'll be in this time, so if you go quicker, the cars behind will go quicker. That again is going to help get temperatures into things. Number 17 goes through, Thomas Chak Chung, and he now makes his way up towards Donna Maria. Number 27 there is Lo Pat Soy, and the cars on lap number 6 coming up now through the, sorry, lap number 7 I should say, coming up through Donna Maria. Safety car is indeed in this lap, so it's going to be a 2-lap shootout. After all that, they've been here since the start of the week. They were on track for qualifying and practice on Thursday. They had yesterday off and they've had a lot of safety car laps, but finally we will go racing. The leader is Lu Chuk In. Keep everything crossed for 2 more laps.
2 laps of racing, safety car pulls into pit lane, everything being controlled by the number 69, the yellow car. Geronimo Badaracco in 2nd place takes a different position as he goes around the final turn to go across the line. Racing gets back underway, the green flags are waving. Let's hope everybody gets through that final turn nicely, and a good restart for the 69 car, so Luchuk in, but Badaracco is right with him, little bit of a wiggle for the leader there, and as they go down this wide part of the circuit, Geronimo Badaracco is setting himself up, just has a look at the inside on the run towards Mandarin, through Mandarin, and then down towards that right-hander at Lisboa. And Geronimo Badaracco is defending and thinking about an attack.
Yeah, he's a little bit too far back to get a tow, and he's not going to be able to send it up the inside. In the background, look, here comes Adrian Chung. We've got them side by side for 4th place, which is all a bit sketchy going down towards Lisboa, and another one glances off the barrier there. That was by Yip. More mayhem as others plough into the barriers. 39 as effectively that was Lam To, followed in the car of Campbell Thung, which bounced off the barriers. So coming steamed into the back of him, that's going to be yet another safety car intervention, I fear, to get them out of the way. An effort being made by Lunk King Hay to get 2nd place off Geronimo Badaracco to no avail. The very patriotic car that, with Macau writ large on the side of it. But I fear that the race is going to have to be neutralised yet again, and let's have another look at it. So here they come down towards Lisboa. You've got in the background number 11, that's Adrian Chung then, who comes up to have a go at 22 of Bayern Yip. Yip comes up onto the outside, outbrakes himself, goes wide. He's not quite going to make the corner. He bounces off the tyres. That's one drama, but then arriving absolutely flat out and going straight on was number 13, Campbell Thung, who in turn then gets smashed into the rear by Lam To. Those two were way too quick for the corner. Neither of them was ever going to make it.
No, you're absolutely right. Adrian Chung was very lucky there and has made a place out. A bit of a wiggle there we saw on the tight and twisty section of the circuit, but is this going to be a requirement for a safety car? We've only got a lap and a half of this race to go, and the safety car is deployed.
Right, well, that's the result, because we're not going to go back racing, are we? They're going to bring the safety car to the end. In fairness, you sort of question why not a checkered flag, because the result's not going to change. All the safety car is going to do is give them 1 more lap experience and enjoyment of the circuit, but not under racing conditions. So we've not had, I'm afraid, a single full racing lap, have we?
Shame. What an absolute shame. You think about all the preparation and the lead up to this and the event, everything about it. I think by and large, if you have a car which is still in one piece, then you can see that as a bit of a result.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to know really, isn't it, where to sort of feel more frustrated, because race control have to keep throwing the safety car.
They do.
And that's frustrating. But, you know, the other side of the coin is if people stop crashing, they wouldn't need to throw the safety car.
Yeah. Geronimo Badaracco, that restart didn't work quite as he would have liked. I'm pretty sure that certainly the way he was weaving the car to get heat into the tyres, he thought that going down to Lisboa, he was going to be maybe attacking for the lead of the race. However, what actually happened was the fact that he was having to defend from Leung Keng Hai in third place, and that was the story of, what, 3/4 of a lap for the restart, but then the safety car came out.
I'm still trying to get my head around just how quickly those cars of Campbell Fung and others were arriving at Lisboa on that restart lap, because the line suggested they weren't going to make the corner, and the speed suggested they weren't going to make the corner. And the outcome proved it.
Yeah, it did rather. Lisboa is, not a part of the circuit to try too much when you get a race underway, and you can go back to the start of the race, you can go back to both of the restarts from the safety car. It has been a bit of a challenge for the Macau Road Sport Challenge, both times, 3 times in fact, down at Lisboa. Oh dear, what a shame. The BMW safety car once again leads the field around. You're right, that is going to be our race result, isn't it?
Yeah.
As they head down into the right hand of that iconic picture. The huge crane on the inside of the corner has yet to retrieve the number 11 car, which was properly embedded, wasn't it? So the front of the car very damaged, and the rear of the car very damaged as well.
I have seen less damaged cars at Vauxhall Stadium for the Bangor World Final. I mean, that has had a proper pasting,
really
hasn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, the initial drama was Campbell Fung's fault because he arrived too quickly, but then to get steamed into by another car, that was a big hit for the driver as much as the car.
Yeah.
So, congratulations to Lu Chuk-in. He survives in order to take the top step of the podium from Geronimo Badaracco and then Leung Keng Hai for third place. But in the 3 sessions they've had, all of which have had interruptions of one sort or another, relatively few full laps at speed have been achieved. It's a real shame, but if cars are going off, what can you do?
So we, as spectators, are a little disappointed that we didn't have more racing. However, what you'll see when they get down into Parc Fermé is 3 drivers that are absolutely delighted. It doesn't matter how the race pans out, and the safety car's coming in this lap, which is good to see.
So they will have a celebratory finish for the photographers,
They will have the checker flag down on the start-finish line, and then you will see 3 very happy drivers making their way through Parc Fermé, posing for the cameras and doing selfies on the way to the podium, where they make the most of the fact that they are, you have to be there, irrelevant of how many racing laps you've had, you have to be at the front of the grid, you have to qualify well, and then you have to make the most of the situation during the race, and they're going to be delighted. And Lu Chuk-in, Geronimo Badaracco and Leung Keng Hai all going to be very happy when they get down to Parc Fermé to have weathered the storm. I think that's the best way of describing our first car race of the day, the Macau Road Sport Challenge. And they thread their way around. As we said, we got the indication down there on the timing screen that the BMW safety car would peel off to pit lane at the end of this lap, so we can have the drivers taking the checker flag for our first car race of the day here for the 72nd Macau Grand Prix. Road sports cars come back and look a little forlorn as they are returned to the paddock on the recovery vehicles, and such a shame when you see cars that are quite as crumpled as they are.
Well, the drivers, as you say, will head to the podium, possibly to be joined by the safety car driver, because he's done about as many laps, it feels, and whether he gets a trophy, I rather doubt. But a big frustration all round. But you're right, the drivers will still have enjoyed themselves, because even the competitive mileage they've had, limited as it was, is such a thrill. And the road sports, I'm afraid, have had a very bruising encounter. So the checkered flag awaits. The safety car will peel in. Of course, you can't overtake until you get to the control line, and that's where the flag is waved. So it's slightly academic to say that we will be back racing this time. It's for one corner up to the checkered flag. That said, of course, as we saw on one of the restarts, it ain't over till it's over. They've all got to safely get round that last corner. And the tyres have gone a bit cool. However, safety car comes in. So in other words, it is possible for the order to change if somebody has a drama. Up they come, checker flag at the ready. Luke Chuk in, Geronimo Badaracco and Long Keng Hei. They are the three that will accelerate up towards the line. And Badaracco gets ahead before the checkered flag then as they come across the line. And that, I think, he slows right, realising his mistake. But he did overtake under a yellow flag.
he did overtake under a yellow flag. Yes.
He redressed the balance, but that might get looked at. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. So it was Luchuk in ahead when they crossed the line. Geronimo Badaracco accelerated and then realised he shouldn't have done and had to quickly back off again. But Luchuk in is indeed the race leader. And there you think it's the first lap of the race. Look, they're all tightly bunched together once again. A very happy Lung Keng Hei bouncing his hand off the roof to celebrate third place. There he is. Having worked his way up the order. He started 15th on the grid, don't forget, and Badaracco 17th. I don't think they expected to be on the podium. But well done to, from 7th on the grid, Lu Chuk In, winner of the Macau Road Sport Challenge.
So yeah, that was an interesting finish to the race, wasn't it, after the safety car peeled off into pit lane.
One other thing about that podium, which is worth noting, and it doesn't happen very often, is all Macau drivers in the top three.
Yes, yes they are, and as we said, they are drivers from all parts of the region, from Hong Kong, from Macau, from China, and from Chinese Taipei as well.
Sorry, I'm signaling to myself. I know I'm not a race director and I never want to be, but given that that car couldn't have got any more damage, you might have well just left it under a yellow flag. If anybody else went off, it might have improved the value because it's absolutely annihilated that car. That's not the attitude, I know.
Started a saloon and finished up a very small hatchback, didn't
That's
it?
right.
Yeah.
It's a city car now.
It really is, yeah. I'm still slightly perplexed about the restart as well, because I think Geronimo Badaracco thought that he was okay to do that and was charging for the line. Somebody of the experience that he's got, you'd imagine that he would know well that they have to go single file up towards the checker flag, and that's the order as we saw it when the safety car came out. So there we go, that's our first car race of the day, the Macau Road Sport Challenge. Do you think as he headed towards the line he shouted out Geronimo inside the car? I think it rather looked like he did, because he was on a bit of a charge, didn't he? But that is our race winner, car number 69, and the car that started 7th on the grid.
I think I'm right in saying that Lu Chuk In has not had a single top 6 finish over the course of the road sport season. Badaracco got 4th place, and the 3rd place driver, Lung Keng Hei, was also somebody that didn't really feature. He did get a 3rd in the 2nd round at Guangdong, but that was his only top 6 result. So good to have some different names up near the pointy end.
He wasn't in the road sports race last year. He was competing in the Greater Bay Area GT Cup, the GT race that we have here at Macau for the GT4 cars, and finished up 13th place, so a long way away from the podium last year in GT4 machinery, and a step back into the Macau Road Sport Challenge has rather paid off, hasn't it? He'll be on the top step of the podium, but you're quite right, 3 Macau drivers on the top 3 positions, and therefore on the 3 steps of the podium as well, which is really cool to see. And you can be absolutely sure that the local news channels will be very, very happy about that. 3 Macau drivers on the 3 steps of the podium in what is a big week for sport in this area. It's the National Games here, and Macau very proudly has been, in fact, all of the regions of the Greater Bay Area here have all been selected to feature very heavily as part of the National Games here. And it's pretty much like the region's Olympic Games. So it's a big thing, and it's taking place at the moment as well as the Macau Grand Prix. So there are an awful lot of very, very big sporting events taking place in this area over the course of this weekend, including the 72nd Macau Grand Prix.
So it is a slightly frustrating road sport race, but a win for Lu Chuk-in from Geronimo Badaracco and Leung Kang-hei. Fourth goes to Leung Se-hwa. Fifth, Adrian Chung, frustrated that he was delayed by a car sideways ahead of him. And then in sixth place, Tsang Pak Yin. You can see the rest of the result, which included 16th in the end, Chan Kin Sang, who was largely responsible for the first dramas we had down at Lisboa, and the other driver, Lo Pak Yu, a champion this year, getting himself up into 9th place in the end. But Macau Maestro's Master Road Sport Wreckage could be your local paper headline, because we have 3 Macau drivers for the podium. They will head to the technical checks post-race, and they will be absolutely elated, no doubt about it. The road sport field driving into the paddock at the moment, and they're going past a huge number of very crumpled cars. But that is Lu Chuk-in, race winner, and he's a very happy man indeed.
Certainly is, and so too at the team. I did say, irrelevant of how the race pans out, you'll see 3 very, very happy drivers, and that's rather proof of it, isn't it? They've all worked together, and he's going to take his moment on the roof of the car as well. Absolutely delighted about this. Super. I do hope that pops out of the roof, because it could be... Yes, of course it has, and he climbs off the roof. He's only a light, athletic driver, and the dent in the roof pops out very easily. Geronimo Badaracco getting involved in this celebration as well, with the tribute centre helmet there. Very smart indeed. And all 3 of them, all 3 Macau drivers, all embraced down in Parc Fermé, and a great celebration it is as well. Absolutely delighted they are, and they'll be taken quite quickly by the Macau Grand Prix officials across the paddock, the very, very busy paddock. It's full of all of the glamour and the colour of the Macau Grand Prix in the sunshine, and it's not an easy job to get from A to B very quickly, particularly when you've just been a race winner at Macau, and therefore there'll be chaperoned as quickly as possible over to the podium area, and we'll have our podium presentation, and then we'll very quickly be getting ready for our next race of the day. The Macau Formula 4 race is coming up next, but for now it's all about the local drivers from Macau and the joy that they experience here on the gear circuit. It's right, isn't it? Lovely to see.
You still feel slightly sorry for them that they don't get as many racing laps in as they want, but they seem not to mind, because just being part of the event. I think you're right. Yeah. I think you're right. I think just being involved in the event is good enough for them, and the drivers now being escorted to the podium.
And also, you've got to work to be there, to be in with the chance of being on the podium, and qualifying. You qualify at the front of the grid. Big character, isn't he?
Geronimo Badaracco, yeah. Absolutely.
Big character.
Yeah.
Absolutely loving this. I said the Grand Prix officials are going to be really up against it to get these drivers elated and get through all of the people.
Geronimo Badaracco punching the air with his eye. I mean, irrespective of how many laps he got, he was still able to make his way from 17th on the grid into 2nd place. But I still think that another lap he might have had a go for the win.
He is rightfully delighted. Yeah, 17th on the grid to a podium place and 2nd on the grid. Super stuff for Geronimo Badaracco. And they'll be making their way now through the corridors leading up towards the podium presentation, which will be coming up in just a couple of moments for the Macau Road Sport Challenge.
And representatives of Win Macau will be there to make the presentations to 3rd place Leung Kang-hei, to Geronimo Badaracco for 2nd place, and Lu Chuk-in as the race winner. the road sports, as Alan makes the point, just get the one race. Many of the categories are, if not double headers as such, they have a qualifying race and then a longer main race, and that's what's going to happen for the Formula 4 cars that will be next on track. But podium first up for the road sports. And now that the championship has settled into this format of running the two groups and the two cars, the Subaru and the Toyota, it's okay, it doesn't have that variety on the grid anymore that we used to have with all sorts of cars, but I think it's given us more competitive racing, and the championship itself has really been massively successful. If I'll tell you that one group alone got 34 cars, a maximum of 68 drivers scored points in the championship this year across those two groups. It shows that the category, and indeed motorsport in this region, is in very good health.
Really good health, and you only have to look at the delight on those three drivers' faces to realise that this is an event of happiness. It's a joyous event. It brings an awful lot of happy, smiley faces. Just looking at the school kids in the grandstand yesterday and the joy that they had just to be here on a qualifying day, not even a race day. But you realise just what this event, the Macau Grand Prix, brings to the region. A huge amount. In front of us, down here in the commentary box, we're getting ready for our next race of the day for the Macau Formula 4 race for the FIA F4 World Cup. So the personnel making their way down to the various grid spots down there on the grid. I think usually at this stage we've had a highlights reel from the race, of the highlights of the race. We haven't had that, and I wonder if they're still working through to find a few racing highlights from that, because unfortunately it was rather crashed cars rather than racing cars, wasn't it? Which is disappointing.
Yeah,
however,
but it is, I'm afraid, one of the perils of the circuit, and the onus is on the drive. Like I say, it's all very well grumbling that race control put out safety cars or red flags, but it's the onus is on the drivers to behave. And certainly that first lap at Lisboa, I think, could have been avoided. And I'm still slightly flabbergasted about the speed at which Campbell Fung arrived at the final attempt to get the race underway. The podium awaits then, and apart from the hands in front of the camera, the Trophy Queens are ready, I can see. The Macau Grand Prix officials are ready in order to call forward
Ladies
the presenters
and gentlemen,
and the drivers.
welcome to the 72nd Macau Grand Prix Trophy presentation ceremony of the Macau Road Sport Challenge. First of all, let's welcome the winning drivers to the podium. On second runner-up, number 72, Lan King He from Macau, China. On first runner-up, let's welcome number 28, Jerome Nibu Antonio Belim Batanaku from Macau, China. Welcome. And of course, let's welcome our winning driver, number 69, Lo Check-in, also from Macau, China. Congratulations to all the drivers. And now I would like to invite the presenter. Let's welcome Ms. Zoe Zhou, Chief Marketing Officer of Resort Marketing of Win Macau Limited, to present the second runner-up laurel and trophy, please. And to our second runner-up driver, Lan King He from Macau, China. Congratulations. Thank you, Ms. Zhou. Coming up next, I would like to invite Mr. Craig Fullerloff, Chief Financial Officer and Chief Administrative Officer of Win Macau, China, to first of all present the laurel and trophy to our first runner-up. Congratulations. And of course, laurel and trophy to our winning driver, Lo Check-in. Congratulations. And now I would like to invite Ms. Zhou to also to the podium of the stage. Let's take a photo together. Thank you. Please look at the front. Look at the front at the official camera. Smile for the camera. Once again, congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, our guests. Would all the driver please remain at the current position? Thank you, Ms. Zhou. Thank you, Mr. Fullerloff. Thank you very much. Thank you. And would all the drivers please reach to the top of the podium? Let's take one more photo together. Let's take one more photo to the top of the podium. Perfect. Please look at the camera, please. Let us share your glory moments. Congratulations. All the top 3 drivers from Macau, China. All right. And please remain, because it's time for the champagne. All right, if we are ready, it's time for the champagne shower. Let's toast for your happy moments. Congratulations. Thank you. And once again, congratulations to our winning drivers of the Macau Road Sport Challenge. Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Let's continue the race. Thank you.
Okay, well, that was some contest that took place around Macau, and we mentioned it had been a calm week so far, until that point. Where's thoughts on the motor race that we've just seen?
Well, Omi, that may well qualify as race of the season. I don't think I've ever seen a race quite like that. That was 9 laps of pure awesomeness. But no, in all seriousness, yeah, it wasn't the greatest moment for the Macau Road Sport Challenge. Yeah, they couldn't successfully navigate the Lisboa corner on 2 separate occasions, and there was a few clashes in between all of those as well. So yeah, 9 laps under the safety car isn't great, but hopefully that's just a speed bump in the road to the Macau event.
Absolutely. Okay, well, we've got Formula 4 coming up, so we've been so used to just filling in some of these breaks and then handing over to the world feed, but it is us now. We've got our first one. So we're going to have the Formula 4 race that'll be coming your way in about 10 minutes time. Then after that, we've got the TCR World Tour. In that, myself and Rose will be dipping in and out as well. We'll be calling the exciting bits, and we'll let the world feed do the rest. And then straight after, we're back completely for the GT and, of course, the Formula Regional qualification race that will also be taking place across 10 laps to round out Saturday's action here at Macau. Well, they're all getting all set and ready on the grid for the drivers to line up. This should be a very interesting race, Wes. We were joking about how a lot of the drivers at the front are the ones we cover in Italian F4, so it really feels like we're commentating Italian F4, but for me, here in the UK, at about 4 AM.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not the traditional time for me either. It's currently 9:30 p.m. in Central North America. But yeah, we're going to be commentating on the stars of Formula 4 across both Europe and Asia as the cars are coming out right now onto the circuit on a reconnaissance lap toward the grid. And yeah, it's going to be Sebastian Weldon in the lead from Nakamura Berta second and Olivieri third to complete that Italian F4 roster.
It will be indeed. So it should be quite a lot of fun. Thomas Behrman's also in the mix. Looking forward to seeing what he is going to be able to do. And Thomas Behrman, of course, a winner when it has come to British F4 earlier on this year, of course, in support to the British touring car events. It's been great to see what he's been able to do, and I'm sure he'll look to try and build upon that this year. Next year, I should say, in 2026 as well. Another driver that we need to talk about is McLaughlin, Wes, who has had mechanical issues, and he is basically having to use the car that was supposed to be belonging to Ethan Nobles as well, who's no longer able to compete in the event. So he's had to change cars, but he's all set and ready, and I guess luck has been on his side. He is able to get a fully working car for this remainder of the weekend.
I probably wouldn't go as far as to say luck has been on his side, but I know what you mean. Yeah, he was lucky in that there was a spare car available. I think Fionn McLaughlin is probably the driver out of all the different series here this weekend. He's probably the driver who's done the fewest amount of laps of anybody. He didn't do any in free practice 1. I think did a handful, less than a handful of reconnaissance laps in free practice 2. So he was still learning all the way through qualifying. So the fact that he managed to put that car 7th on the grid is, quite frankly, nothing short of miraculous. So yeah, definitely showing his talent, and he'll be hoping for a good result here in the Red Bull liveried car.
Yep, won't be hard to spot him across all of the other drivers who are lining this circuit very shortly as well for what should be an absolutely extraordinary race. Wes, also discussing, of course, we momentarily mentioned this earlier on in our whole build-up and our welcoming to the Macau weekend, but we've had F4 running here before, but this is the first time where it is the FIA Formula 4 World Cup. So it properly gets the same level like regional, like the GT. It becomes a World Cup. We get the best talents all in this one arena. 7 F4 champions from this year are in this field. So it is great for this event to basically be stepped up and get another whole rostrum of drivers as well to participate. And you mentioned, of course, commentating on the stars of the future. Yeah, this is really where it all starts. You've got drivers who've just come fresh out of karting in F4s. They've had great seasons, and now they can put it all. They can hopefully produce a bit of a finished product here at Macau and end this year on a high, and possibly help them with any contracts they may not have signed for next year.
Yeah, that's right. It's been a bit of a spotty and inconsistent history that F4 has had with this event. It was kind of shot into the limelight over the COVID period, when it took over the reins of the official Macau Grand Prix, since Formula 3 wasn't able to make it here. The only other time was 2 years ago in 23, when it was a non-championship round for Formula 4 Southeast Asia. But now, as you said, Omi, it's got its own official World Cup status, same as Formula Regional, same as the GT3s that we'll be covering a little bit later on. And yeah, it's here, and it's here to stay. They're in the Miguel chassis, unlike last time where they were using the Tatus cars. And with the majority of the field being used to that Tatus chassis, they are still, excuse me, still trying to get to grips with that. But yeah, been doing a very, very good job so far.
Really, really has. So we follow pretty much the exact same format from this point forwards. We're going to be having our qualification race. It will set the grid for the main race that will take place tomorrow over a long distance. as well. So we're all nicely set and ready for that to come into fruition. Okay, as we continue to build up to this event, let's head down to the World Feed as they give us their thoughts before we come back to call this race.
What a pro at such an early age to deal with all of the challenges over the last couple of days, and then to go into qualifying and qualify on the outside of the third row of the grid. Top work. There's some family connections as well, some familiar surnames, including the driver that's on pole position, Sebastian Weldon. We've got Rintaro Sato on the grid. We've got Thomas Behrman as well. They are surnames that already we know in the motorsport world, and it's fantastic to see so many international drivers being represented for the first time of the FIA F4 World Cup.
Sebastian Weldon on pole position, son of the late Dan Weldon. 5 times a win in the Italian Championship, as well as winning in the Middle East Championship in the winter months. Second on the grid, Kei Nakamura Berta, who has a Japanese mum, a Slovak father. He was born in London, went to live in Japan for a time, then came back to London, and he's also been racing in the Middle East Championship, and last year he was runner-up in the UAE Championship to one Freddie Slater, who we'll see in the Grand Prix itself here. Third on the grid is this year's Middle East champion, Emanuele Olivieri. And Alan, you were talking about familiar surnames. Well, let me stretch the point a little bit, because Emanuele Olivieri is the godson of Dindo Capello, multiple Le Mans winner and touring car champion and all-round star of Audis, and co-driver of Emanuele Pirro, just to cement the link back to the FIA Commission President. Olivieri has been 6th in the Italian F4 Championship, the one won by Kei Nakamura Berta this year. And then, as you say, Thomas Behrman, well, he's 4th on the grid, brother in Formula 1, dad used to race MGs, and this is Thomas's first full season. He only came in to car racing midway back end of last year for a part season, didn't he?
Had a good qualifying, didn't he? Showed pace that we hadn't seen so much in free practice, but then switched it on in the first competitive.
Yeah, really did. Thank you very much as well, momentarily. Alan Hyde and David Addison and Wes. Well, here we go. So many exciting talents are all ready around this circuit to give it their all. So many of them making their debut around this place, and the cars are just getting themselves into the grid spots now as we get closer and closer to the formation lap.
Yeah, they certainly are. We've got, as we see on screen right now, Thomas Behrman running his brother Ollie's number 87 on his car, and the bear logo. I love that, the bear logo on the side of his car there. Great stuff to see. And he's the fastest of the non Italian F4 runners, so he's kind of flying the flag for British F4, if you like, with Finn McLaughlin going through so many problems.
He absolutely is, and it is really great to see as well. Such a incredible event about to now see Formula 4 enter the conversation as a proper World Cup. This is a big moment because we've mentioned that this has been years in the making. It's finally happening, and it's happening right in front of our eyes. So we're going to sit back, well, in my case, I'm going to stand back up here in the commentary box to enjoy these moments as the drivers will get prepared to hopefully put on a great show. The qualifying race, of course, which will set the grid for the main race, as we've already mentioned, Wes. So if you do go a little bit too much all in this race, find your way to the wall, find your way with issues, it can compromise your chance in the big event tomorrow.
Absolutely, yeah. So for those of you who don't know, this qualifying race, as it's called, sort of acts as in a similar way to what the sprint race in F1 used to act like, where it's essentially functioning as a way to set the grid for the main race tomorrow. So wherever you finish in this race is where you're going to start for that main race.
Kei Nakamura about to start in second. He is next to his rival that he has had across Italian F4 and E4 this year. This is going to be exciting as they will make their way down towards the first turn. I'm looking forward to seeing how it is going to play out. But Sebastian Weldon, what a moment for him. Could become a second American driver to win a World Cup as well in a row. Because we had Ugo Gatrico doing it in the Formula Regional last year. Weldon's got a chance to do it here in F4 this year. And he's got a good chance, hasn't he? If he can control it off the start, which we did see across his Italian F4 races. He could control races. There would be some that he would be in the mid-pack and it would just be him fading down the order. But he was good at controlling races and dominating certain races. He just needs to hope that this is one of them. He looks quite hooked to the circuit, though.
Yeah, Weldon does tend to do very well when he is leading from the front, which we saw a lot in Italian F4 this year. But he's very quick, and he definitely it was definitely Kei Nakamura Berta who was the bookies' favourite for this event, but and he was the fastest through most of practice. But yes. Good for Sebastian Weldon. He managed to pull a surprise on everybody and take the lead.
He really, really did. It's been so far a weekend of surprises, the regional one. I mean, same thing applies. You have Niall, who will be leading the field away in that as well. Who would have called that Freddie Slater would not be starting on that top spot? But it's just what to expect at Macau. Expect the unexpected. It's the only way things work around this place. Who knows? It is a qualification race. You've got some of the best talent to the front, but who knows? We could find ourselves with a complete different order. It is a long run down towards Lisboa. Of course, you make your way off the line. The jump off the line, very, very important as well. You make your way through turn 1, through turn 2, Mandarin Bend, and then you get down to Lisboa, which is always a pinch point, and all of these eager, talented racers going for one piece of tarmac can lead to some trouble.
Oh yeah, it certainly can. And if what we saw in the last race is anything to go by, also last time F4 cars were here, there was a big pile up going down into Lisboa. So there's certainly precedent for it. We hope it doesn't happen. Of course, we all want a clean race to take place here, but yeah, accidents do tend to happen.
They really do. It is just the way Macau works. Ari Bansal, GB4 champion this year. Wes, a great campaign by him. Unfortunately, as he stepped up to the GB3 for or Italian F4, I should say rather, for a few rounds. Didn't quite go to plan. But looking forward to seeing what he'll be up to next year. And once again, like for all of you drivers, this is a great and a big opportunity. He'll go from 8th position in this race.
Yeah, although GB4 was his main championship this year, Ari Bansal has been sampling many different F4 series this season. And he's been up and down, but I never would have said he was slow. He's always been sort of there or thereabouts. He's been aggressive. He's always gone for the move whenever it was possible. And yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do next season and which series he ends up choosing.
Lots of reports suggesting Italian F4. Of course, we'll wait for official confirmation on that. Of course, now, as we prepare to get going, as you probably would have noticed, we are in a bit of a delay. We were supposed to get going about 5 minutes ago. That isn't quite the case, of course, due to the race that myself and Wes were just talking about. There was quite a bit of crashes. There was quite a bit for them to sort out. And now they can finally get going and prepare to get this one underway. We have Ryan looking to try and put together a good result as well. Ryan Caretti there. Emily Cotty's also with us as well, the only female driver in the field. Let's see what she can do. She starts in P16.
Yeah, she had a bit of an excursion in FP2. One of a couple of drivers to have an off and make their way to the barriers over the course of this weekend, but she's recovered well, and she'll be going from where was it? 16th place in this race.
Alexander Munoz looking to try and put together a good result as well. And same also applies to Yushi Wang, also looking to try and get together a performance to remember. Macau can make or break careers. It is just the way it works around this street. It is an absolute privilege, I'm sure, for all of these drivers to be selected, to be racing here. They know what's at stake. They know what's on the line. And from the reports that we have had as well from the drivers, it has not been that expensive for them to come out here. Of course, it would have been expensive for some, but not as much as you would think. So, you know, for something that's even cheap from what's being reported by drivers, this is a great opportunity, this F4 World Cup opportunity to be racing on these streets, and you can definitely put together a good result. Right, let's run you through the grid then. Sebastian Weldon is next to his rival from Italian F4 this year, Key Nakamura Berta. Emmanuel Olivieri is next to British F4 star Thomas Behrman. Row 3 is going to see Rodriguez next to McLaughlin. And then it is Sato, that is Rintaro Sato, next to Ari Bansal. We've got Jules Roussel next to Shimo. And then we find ourselves with Gino Trapper next to Lee. And then next up in position on the grid, we are going to find ourselves with Kai Yu-ho. And then it is Itsuki. Then we find ourselves with Karetti, Kotti, and then Xiong Munoz. And at the back of the field is going to be Wang. Well, we are getting all set for the formation lap to get underway. And Wes, these are the nervy moments. They're about to set off for the formation lap. And we are going to now prepare for what will be nervy moments as these drivers prepare to get going.
Yeah, it certainly is. And of course, it's so important on a street, any street circuit really, but especially on this one, to get the tires in the right operating temperature. These cars will try to go through the second corner, Mandarin Bend, at full throttle if at all possible. You cannot do that on cold tires. You will end up in the left-hand side barrier. And then there's an even bigger test down to Lisboa, and the barriers just are calling your name down there, as they do for so many cars. And yeah, it's just an all too easy thing to do, and you can't win the race on the first couple of corners, but you can certainly lose it. And yeah, that's not what these drivers want to do. As just a few seconds remaining then to the start of the formation lap.
Just hearing a few reports as well. Not looking good in terms of Weldon's car is what I'm hearing. Possibly an issue. Now that could be absolutely heartbreaking if there is a problem for Sebastian Weldon. So I'll keep you up to date with that. No official confirmation on that yet. But if there is an issue, that could have a huge impact. Of course, bigger picture tomorrow, if he has to start all the way from the back today, because he can't even, well, run at a good pace. We will keep you up to date. We will wait for official confirmation, but that's just some reports that is going around. So just a possibility to consider. There is a chance we may get into this and his pace looks absolutely normal, but I just thought I'd put that out there in case we do see Sebastian Weldon get some issues. But as we make our way onto the formation lap, Weldon does not move. Weldon does not move. Just as I say that there's a possible issue, he doesn't move. He's moving now. And that is absolute drama for Sebastian Weldon. He'll get himself back into position, but that is not looking ideal for Weldon. Let's see how it is going to play out. Let's hope all's okay.
Yeah, he can retake his pole position. He only dropped down a few cars, but that is going to set his mind into overdrive now, knowing that there is some kind of an issue on that car that could affect the start of the race, and it's going to give a big boost to the confidence of Keen Nakamura Berta as Weldon makes his way past Thomas Behrman now, going through Lisboa, and yeah, he will, as I said, retake the lead of the pack at some point. But yeah, and it's just something he's going to have to live with. It's you know, the time has gone now for anybody to repair that. So whatever happens from now on.
So, oh my word, couldn't believe it. Didn't even move right after we say about a possible issue. Doesn't move. I hope that isn't connected, and I hope there isn't an issue. But from what I'm hearing on the grid, it wasn't looking ideal. So we'll see how this one goes. He'll have to take his position back on the grid, as Wes has mentioned. He should be able to quickly and easily do so. But if there is an issue, then, you know, you have got Keen Nakamura Berta behind, but remember, Wes, this is Keen Nakamura Berta. It might be Macau. He'll do anything to fight his way by.
Yeah, if there's a sniff of an opportunity, then he's going to take it. But if the problem is too bad for Weldon off the grid, then he might not need to do anything. He might just inherit it as it is.
Yep. Just hoping Weldon is able to move off the actual grid this time by. Last thing you need is a driver stalling and the entire field coming as well. And then, of course, Olivieri's going to be directly in behind. So reaction times would need to be perfect. So let's hope we don't get into that scenario. And let's hope that that car is all okay. But yeah, it is not the calmest start that Sebastian Weldon would have wanted, as we get ready to end the formation lap and line up in position. Well, what a way, Wes, to start the official FIA F4 World Cup with drama from the off. I guess we're getting ourselves embraced and ready for what could be to come.
Yeah, we certainly are, and yeah. It's for Sebastian Weldon, he just needs to focus as much as possible, not think too much about what could happen, just take everything as it comes from now on. He's going to slot into the lead and hope and pray that everything is good when he selects first gear.
That will be the hope indeed. So the cars are lining themselves up into position now. And they're all, of course, well, positioning themselves in different spots in terms of the grid, in terms of the width of the grid. They've all gone to different places, so it looks like they're positioning themselves in different ways for this race start that is about to come their way. Final few cars are about to get into position. This is the first ever Formula 4 World Cup as well. We've had F4 races around this circuit before, but now we do it under the banner of World Cup. Final cars are into position on the grid now. Well, it is a step into the unknown. We've got a reunion of Italian F4 drivers at the front of the field. Green flag at the back. Here are the lights for the qualification race. And Formula 4 is racing on the streets of Macau. Sebastian Weldon leaves the line. Keen Nakamura Berta loses out to Olivieri, who's been able to move himself up into second place, and now he's going to attack. Sebastian Weldon down towards Mandarin Bend. They're immediately going to go side by side. Keen Nakamura Berta trying to hang on to third position as the cars fan out around this circuit, and we get ready to attack into Lisboa. It's about to get really close. Weldon's been mugged. Olivieri gets himself into the lead as Keen Nakamura Berta challenges Sebastian Weldon towards Lisboa. So it is Olivieri, P1. Can they get the car slowed down? McLaughlin's moving through up to fourth position. Keen Nakamura Berta's in the wall. So is Sebastian Weldon. Drama for the Primers there as they find themselves straight off into the wall, and we immediately get ourselves off with drama. Keen Nakamura Berta out. Weldon out, Wes.
Oh, that's unbelievable. It's just Olivieri just took it all in his stride, and Weldon, who did manage to get a really good start at the beginning at least, just has thrown it all away now. So has Keen Nakamura Berta. No chance of them winning the main race tomorrow now, having gone off at the Lisboa corner. But yeah, suddenly Olivieri is in a great position to win not only today but tomorrow as well. McLaughlin, after all the trials and tribulations he's gone through this weekend, up into second place. That's absolutely brilliant.
It really, really is. Just a quick correction on the start. Oh no! There's more cars in the wall! Absolutely ludicrous! We've got more cars that have found their way into the barrier. What is going on at the start of this qualification race? The yellow flags are flying now absolutely everywhere on the circuit as two more contenders find themselves out of the contest. And that is going to, well, I would say possibly cause now the red flag. Even I would not be surprised if we get to red flag territory as well, but it's Behrman involved and Rodriguez as well.
Yeah, Rodriguez just losing the back end through, I believe that was police corner, and not being able to recover, and Behrman was too close to the back and just not able to do anything in time, so his race is over as well. So much drama just on this opening lap. Unbelievable. So many of the drivers we expected to do well in this race are now out of it.
Wow. Well, what I was trying to say before that incident just happened, apologies, I accidentally called them Premiers. I'm so used to Italian F4 at the race start. But you get what I mean. We had those two finding themselves off in the wall. There is no specific teams. Weldon deep. Key Nakamura Berta deep. The rest of them luckily made their way by. And as JT has put in our commentators chat as well, it's lucky it wasn't even messier, I have to be honest. Luckily, it wasn't even messier, and we only ended with two cars at that part of the circuit, and then the mess came later on as well, with Behrman and Rodriguez finding themselves out.
There's so much cement dust down there at Lisboa from the earlier race, the Macau Road Sport Challenge. Car caught on fire after hitting the barriers, and all the cement dust that had to go down has made it incredibly slippery down there, and I suspect that's what Weldon and even Nakamura Burton might have caught, and it's just put pay to any chance they had of a good result.
Wow. Wow, okay. Well, we were just reviewing a crazy race in the Macau Road Sport Challenge, but how about that as well? F4 starts in similar fashion, in dramatic fashion. Let's take a look at a replay of some of the stuff that was going on. Now, in terms of single-seaters, with the way Slipstream works, Wes, they're always going to be going 3 wide, 4 wide. There's always going to be drivers going from first to third, third to first. There's going to be so much going on, but it's all about what happens as they get on the brakes into Lisboa.
Yeah, absolutely. It's you're kind of damned if you do and damned if you don't. You brake too early and you're in danger from behind. You brake too late and you'll end up in the barriers. So it's such a fine line that all these drivers have to negotiate, and it's inevitable that some of them will get it wrong, but you just never expect it to be two of the biggest stars, really, of any of the F4 championships around the world in the barriers now. And Olivieri has really been handed this race or the lead of this race on a plate as well. And Rintaro Sato, I just noticed, all the way up into third, and he's been in the barriers a couple of times this weekend already. Of course, his father, Takuma Sato, won this race brilliantly back in the early 2000s, so possible repeat of that would be very nice to see.
Absolutely. So, well, I mean, at this rate, we're setting ourselves up brilliantly for tomorrow, Wes. You're going to have all the fast drivers at the back trying to make overtakes with nothing to lose then tomorrow. It's going to get quite wild in tomorrow's race. Okay, let's go back to the race start. Let's go back to all of the carnage that took place at that precise moment. So yes, we tuck in the slipstream. Olivieri was already clear of Key Nakamura Berta, and then he's going to do Weldon very, very quickly as well, a few meters on.
Yeah, the slipstream's so powerful down this straight, coming up towards the right-hander at Mandarin Bend, and that continues going down to Lisboa as well. So many of the drivers getting out of shape through the exit of Mandarin. Lucky to stay out of the barriers there, but of course, coming down to Lisboa, it was a very different story, and yeah, just way too fast, and once they get on the cement dust on the exit there, it's just no chance of a recovery. And poor Keen Nakamura Berta absolutely distraught with himself. He so wanted to do well and to win this event, and yeah, that seems very unlikely now. This is the view from Olivieri's view of it, and he really didn't get in the he wasn't in the slipstream of Weldon for all that long, but he just managed to drive right around the outside. He had so much speed, a huge amount of bravery to go around the outside at Mandarin Bend there, but he's been rewarded with the lead.
He nearly smashes it in the wall as well once he got all the way around the outside at Mandarin Bend. That's the momentum. Sometimes that's just the way it works. Okay, the recovery is now taking place for the two cars, and then hopefully we can get this one back underway, and hopefully we can, you know, get some running in, and it not turn into exactly what we just saw a few moments ago for the Road Sport Challenge. But wow, Formula 4 starts off with quite the bang. Sebastian Weldon, for a completely different reason to what I even probably would have suspected at the start of the day, is going to be at the back. Keen Nakamura Berta, you know, there can always be some form of drama, but wouldn't have expected him to end in this position either. But it's just Macau. It is Macau for you. I said expect the unexpected, and literally that's exactly what took place at the race start. So, we are ticking down. This was only a qualification race which was set to be 8 laps in total. Let's go back to the start. Let's go back on board with Olivieri and see his reaction time once again. Now, I want to see through Mandarin Bend. He gets very, very close to the wall once he gets past Weldon.
Yeah, as I said earlier, just absolute bravery to go right round the outside, and very, very slippery. You'll see him work the steering wheel, just shaking it from side to side, just trying to maintain control. Lovely little slow-mo replay this. Yeah, just absolute bravery, and they're probably going round that corner at something like 140 or close to 140 miles an hour. So yeah, great driving from Olivieri. This is the driver who some of you might remember won the F4 Middle East Championship, and he was very, very good in that, and he's showing it well here now, isn't he?
He really, really is. Macau can make or break careers. We said that at the start of the broadcast. I will reiterate it again. It can really change careers in a positive way. It really has set off Luke Browning in a good, positive way. Ever since then, he won Macau. He went over to Formula 3, fought for the title 2024. Came a little bit too short in that. And once again, he's going for it now. 2025 Formula 2. This is where really the opportunities are made. Talent is recognised. And specifically on this week, where there's not a lot on in terms of mainline motorsport, a lot of the eyes of the world go to this event. Go to this, all the Formula 1 teams, everyone, they look to this event as well. Safety car is coming in at the end of this lap, and we are preparing to get going. Olivieri, and then, believe it or not, McLaughlin in second place. Could you imagine if McLaughlin is able to take the win by the end of today? What story! What a story that would be. What about Rintaro Sato directly in behind? Jules Roussel will be there. So will Shimo Zhang. All of them bunching up. And now it will be down to Olivieri to try and catch out his rivals. He puts his foot to the floor, makes his way round the final few corners, Fisherman's Bend, and then will make his way through turn number 24. And then it will be over to him. And everyone can then begin some of the overtaking. Here we go then, Olivieri, and then McLaughlin, and then Sato. Can they keep it clean round the final corner? Looks like they have. And I think McLaughlin is going to have a shot possibly at Olivieri if he can get close. We jump on board if you are synced up with us. He's getting closer. He's getting closer to his rival. Can he try and make this move down towards Lisboa? McLaughlin closing in at a rapid rate. We now make our way through Mandarin Bend, where the rear will be sliding all over the place. And now Olivieri has to defend. McLaughlin, is he going to attack? Which way will it be? He switches outside to inside, back to the outside line. Tries to do it on the brakes. He tells the dummy again. He can't do it. And McLaughlin is trying all he can, but he can't find a way by.
Great defensive work from Olivieri there. He was not tempted to defend fresh air. He held his line, and it was actually McLaughlin who was getting incredibly ragged, trying to guess which way Olivieri was going to go, and he was very lucky he didn't leave. Oh, and McLaughlin getting very close to the back of Olivieri there. So lucky not to go into the side of the Italian driver, but yeah, so much more speed for McLaughlin at this point in the race.
My word, he is on it. Could you believe we were about to go side by side for the lead at that part of the circuit? Would have been outrageous. This is extraordinary scenes. He's close to putting it in the wall at this rate. He's pushing his rival through. This is the streets of Macau, and we are seeing such close running. This is absolutely brilliant. Battle for third is on as well. Sato defending. Roussel is in there. Shimo Zhang is directly in behind, so it is very much closing into that battle. But look at the way McLaughlin's just able. He's got so much momentum, so much speed, and he's surely going to be all over the back of Olivieri come down the straight.
Yeah, oh, and I think he might have actually hit the back of Olivieri there, going through the Melco hairpin. I'd like to see that again from off-board if possible, but he got very, very close if he didn't. Yeah, so close now, and McLaughlin's going to have to be incredibly careful not to damage his car. We've got an investigation for cars 30 and 46, which is Rintaro Sato and Ari Bansal there for, what does that say? Investigated after the race of being out of position at safety car line. So that's an infringement on the restart there. Hopefully that doesn't come to anything, but yeah, it might do.
Here we go. McLaughlin is getting closer and closer. Can he try and shape for the move this time around? He lost a bit of momentum, so won't be able to carry the speed this time by. I'm looking further back, though. Can we see a move come in, possibly, by Roussel? Does he go late to the inside? He's definitely looking for it. I'm going to look further back, though, because it's definitely going to get very, very tight. Very tight, and the position is going to be exchanged. So up goes Karate, who's gained a position. He's got past Ari Bansal there. So Bansal drops down to 7th, and Karate gains a position. So nice switch coming in there, and he was able to tuck in the slipstream, carry the momentum, got the place.
Yeah, he certainly has, and behind, I think it's Marcus Chong has lost a couple of places. He was running in 10th. He's now down to 12th. He's been overtaken by Emily Cotti and Isuki Sato there.
Has done indeed. So the field now flick the car left, right, and navigate their way through this challenging Macau circuit. It really requires the best from these drivers. McLaughlin, after giving it his all on that restart, now has to actually sit in behind a little bit. 1 second is the gap separating our top two, as he has to finally learn that you need to breathe a little bit in this race. You can't go all guns blazing. So he's taking the chill period, and then he'll try and go back on the charge as well. Looks like losing some positions there is Emily Cotti, so I wonder whether there's been an error, whether there's been some form of a mistake as well that possibly has happened for her as well.
Yeah, and that was Alex. Oh, and someone's gone off. I think that's at Lisboa. I can't quite tell from this angle who it is. And it's Emily Cotti. Yeah, Emily Cotti's had a coming together with somebody. I was just about to say Alexandra Munoz has come into the pits to retire. So I wondered at the time if he'd had a coming together with Marcus Chong. But yeah, difficult to say. It wasn't picked up by the live feed. But yeah, Emily Cotti unfortunately is out of this race. So with her and the demise of Munoz, we are down to just 12 runners from the original 19.
So 12 remain here in the Formula 4 qualification race as well. Lots of work for the team to do ahead of tomorrow as they get ready to repair these cars. Ari Bansal looking to try and fight back up against Karate as well. And I wonder whether that switch in position could possibly come back in. Isn't looking likely at the moment. They all make their way into the braking zone. And that was a bit of an attempted move, wasn't it, Wes?
Yeah, it certainly was. Yeah, unfortunately, there's just not much in the way of speed from Ari Bansal at the moment, and that was Kimi Chang, I think it was, trying to have a look on the inside, not quite able to at that point. And this, I believe, will be the moment that McLaughlin did tap the back of Olivieri. So we were watching that from on board Olivieri at the time. But it looks like no harm done with that one. But yeah, McLaughlin getting very, very close.
You can tell he was pushing. If you needed an explanation to show you, there it was. Yellow flags are flying in the third sector of the racetrack as well. I mean, we've got Emily Cotty that's definitely had issues. So the cars can now go back to the green flags. McLaughlin is back on it. I can very much tell you, he did take the breather that I recommended to him, and now he is back on the charge. He wants to go on and win this qualification race, or even easier, if he can try and maybe force his rival into a mistake. So many things you can do around this Macau circuit, but you've got to keep it clean and you have to be calculated. Remember, the bigger race is tomorrow.
Yeah, it certainly is. So protect the car if at all possible, but of course you want the best possible position for that main race. Of course, you'll get a pretty good position just by virtue of finishing this race. As I mentioned, only 12 runners still circulating at the moment. But yeah, McLaughlin has got the racer's instinct, and he's going to want to be all over the back of Olivieri at the first possible opportunity.
He will do. And now it's all about the momentum. Through Mandarin Bend, is he able to carry the momentum? It cost him last time. This time he's absolutely in the slipstream, and he will definitely get a chance. Battle for P3 will be on as well, and it's definitely getting close. But now can McLaughlin get close to the race lead? It looks like he might have a sniff. He is tucking in the wheel tracks, definitely forcing a bit of a defensive shape. Is McLaughlin, is he going to go to the outside line? On the brakes we go. McLaughlin switches to the inside, or at least attempts to. And this is getting feisty between first and second in the Macau qualification race for Formula 4.
Yeah, decent effort from McLaughlin that time, but Olivieri had him covered. He went right to the inside line, and there was just no way through for the Irish driver. Also doing a good lot of defensive work. Rintaro Sato now. They've kind of lost sight of the first two, but Sato maintaining third position at the moment from Jules Roussel.
That is exactly the case. Well, myself and Wes are absolutely loving this. It might be just past 4 AM here in the UK, but I'm absolutely enjoying it. It will be getting to tricky hours as well for Wes very shortly. But this Formula 4 race is definitely helping, keeping us awake for the GT, for the also regional race that is still yet to come. McLaughlin is on it. He's on the charge. And what a story this would be, Wes, if he can take the flag first. After what he's been through this weekend in terms of the car. This would be absolutely extraordinary, and he is right now so close into the Melco hairpin. You cannot overtake through this part of the circuit. You make your way through the corner, then you get back to the green flags, then you get back to pushing, and now, how is the exits looking like? Can he carry enough speed to give himself the best opportunity?
Yes, precious few places on this track to pass, even though it's an incredibly long circuit, which with a lap of over 2.5 minutes. But yeah, very few places to overtake. And Olivieri, I noticed through the Solitude S's there, getting incredibly ragged, and McLaughlin just maintaining position at the moment. but he needs to get in that slipstream soon if he's going to have a look. And in the background there, and that's Roussel getting very close to the back of Sato, so keep an eye on that third position. That may be going the way of Roussel at the moment.
Yep, could do so. Last lap of the race, and the last opportunity now for Roussel to fight his way by. On the brakes, he tries to run the car around the outside, but brilliantly, beautifully defended by Sato, who's able to keep hold of the position. Now, that was the last opportunity, the last realistic opportunity that you get on the circuit, unless it is going to be brave, unless it is going to be bold from this point onwards. But never say never in Macau, whereas we have seen it decided in the final corner in 2017 before.
It certainly was decided, yeah. Not positively for either of the first two on that occasion, but yeah, I mean, any corner can be overtaken if you're an overtaking point if you're brave enough. But yeah, as far as McLaughlin and Olivieri are concerned, they're not going to want to throw it away in just in a qualification race. They're going to want to roll this battle over to the main race, which they will be starting on the front row for if things remain the way they are.
Absolutely. Good exit from McLaughlin. The racing driver instinct will want to get by, but hopefully the mind will just come in that he knows that he's got a front row start. He knows he's got a chance to win it all tomorrow as well. Win the big race, win the main race. And Olivieri, though, doing an absolutely brilliant job. He's had a struggling campaign this year in Italian F4. And McLaughlin's in the wall! He has thrown it away! McLaughlin's in the barrier! Can you believe it? He finds himself slowing down on the circuit, and it is all faded away. Right at the end, we've got another car that is slowing as well. But Olivieri making his way through, down towards the final corner. Drama at the start, drama in the middle. Drama at the finish, but Olivieri comes out on top. He takes the checkered flag and secures himself pole position for the main race tomorrow. It's very nearly side by side to the line for second place, and it's Roussel who's going to be in second, and then in third position it will be Sato. So there was a switch in position there as well between those two drivers. Absolutely wild stuff at the end. McLaughlin was on the ragged edge all the way through, and on the last lap it cost him, and now he'll be joining the rest of them at the back for the main race tomorrow.
The race comes alive in the final couple of corners. We were unfortunately looking at the onboard camera of Olivieri at the time, but McLaughlin's car was crabbing horribly coming out of the Malco hairpin, so I wonder if he might well have just clipped the inside of Malco just coming out, and he's so frustrated with himself, and understandably so. He's thrown away a golden opportunity to take the fight to Olivieri in the main race, and now it is not going to be possible.
What a Formula 4 race around Macau. That was chaos. Oh, goodness me. Finally, we get the moment to breathe after absolute carnage. Wes, race starts have been quite chaotic today. You're getting ready to call one in a few moments for TCR. Good luck.
I can only imagine what that's going to be like. Yeah, thanks for that. Oh dear. But yeah, you have to feel for McLaughlin, don't you? He'd done everything right up until that point. He'd what seemed at the time like he had salvaged a great result from a weekend of utter chaos and bad luck and disappointment, and he's just thrown it all away now at what I can only imagine is probably quite a silly little incident. Just perhaps taking the Malco hairpin a bit too tight and just clipping the rear wheel on the exit. Yeah, so coming through the Malco hairpin, I'm expecting him to just take it a little too tight. Oh yeah, there he goes, and clipping the right rear wheel, and that's it. Suspension broken, car starts crabbing horribly, and that is the end of his chances.
Wow. All right, okay. Olivieri's done well. Like, I think he's definitely got the best chance to win it tomorrow if he can keep it clean. But Wes, other than that, of course, this isn't to throw shade at any of the other drivers in the mid-pack, but the expected ones who have been quick across the weekend, who have been quick across their respective series as well this season, they're all going to be at the back. It is going to be, send it, dive bomb, see what happens tomorrow. I'm really looking forward to seeing how that race is going to play out. Formula 4, UK time, it will be taking place at 1:15. It will be dramatic.
Oh, bear in mind, with McLaughlin gone, only 11 runners finished this race, which is quite unbelievable. Yeah, so much chaos for the main race. Who knows how many finishes we'll be getting tomorrow?
Who knows indeed. Well, I did not expect. I knew Macau can deliver the goods. I didn't expect it to be that. Wow. Okay, we still got, luckily, some racing on the edge, which was great to see. And drivers pushing right to the edge as well. That's what Macau is, really, isn't it, Wes? Drivers absolutely pushing. Risk versus reward stuff. How much can you go all in? But considering this is F4 level, that is a learning curve now. If you look at the situation, realistically, was there any need to be pushing that hard? In the final sector of the race when you know you're not going to get it. It's, of course, misjudgment at that precise moment. But, yeah, definitely one that he'll be looking at. And I think he'll be quite annoyed. But that's the learning curve the drivers will go through, especially at this F4 level.
Well, certainly not in that part of the track. Cutting the Melco hairpin was always going to end that way. And, yeah, I mean, perhaps he could have, if he had gotten a good run toward Fisherman's Bend or even our bend, he maybe could have thrown one up the inside. But yeah, trying to cut Melco was not the greatest idea in the world. We should say at this point, I don't think we've really given it the mention it deserved. But yeah, Jules Roussel getting past Rintaro Plata. I think did they have a photo finish over the line?
It was close to it, but Roussel was already ahead, so we've not got an explanation of how they switched positions. Yeah, so I would love a replay of it, but considering they've not shown it, I don't know whether they have it. But a replay would be quite helpful in that scenario. I must assume it's surely that McLaughlin is, of course, had that issue, slowed down, and it's slowed them up, and they've switched in position. Okay, let's go down and hear from our race winner.
For World Cup, just talk us through that race.
Yeah, I mean, what a race. Yeah, after I was really happy about my start because it was a really good jump, so I knew that I had the opportunity to overtake Weldon because the straight is quite long. I took the opportunity to around the outside. I was thinking it was a bit easier, but at the end I ended up quite close to the wall. So yeah, after there was an incident, but I think after the race I was quite, after the first lap I was quite struggling with the tires because I think Fionn behind had new tires. So I was quite, let's say, driving quite difficult with but yeah, still a good win, all to play for tomorrow.
Yeah, so qualifying race absolutely nailed. This must give you a lot of confidence ahead of tomorrow's main race.
Yeah, for sure. We have now I have a lot of confidence also after yesterday quali. So yeah, tomorrow I will give it everything. But for sure, this win means a lot. But I need to work out tomorrow.
Brilliantly done. We look forward to watching you.
Alex Legui, thank you very much. Emanuele Olivieri is the race winner, and the drivers will make.
And well, great to hear from our winner Olivieri. And Wes, well, it was just perfect, wasn't it? From the off, he took the risk. He didn't know what was going to go on behind. But tomorrow is going to be quite something, with the top contenders having to make overtakes, having to make their way through, as they try to give themselves the best shot of, well, getting something valuable from Macau. But never say never. But this was the risk. We look at the slow-mo. This was the risk. It all could have gone wrong. He could have easily gone into the left-hand side barrier. It could have easily spun and span out to the right-hand side barrier. It's bravery. It was committed. And he deserves it. He deserves it. Because also, not only was it all just perfect, the defense also, every lap was perfect. He had to force McLaughlin to dart absolutely everywhere. He kind of parked it in the middle, making everything awkward for McLaughlin. And in the end, he kept his head cool. McLaughlin made the error, and he won the contest. Anyway, here is your results. So, Olivieri, Roussel, Sato, Karate, Bansal, and then we find ourselves with the driver of Kimi Shan, and then Lee Kyuho, Zhang Shimo, Itsuki Sato as well. And then finally, the 11th and 12th, well, McLaughlin, of course, being out, but the 11th driver to finish was, of course, Yushi Wang as well. So now we get the cars that will be making their way over for recovery. In terms of the drivers who found their ways to the wall, in terms of our winners and podium sitter, well, there is McLaughlin's car being recovered away, and that's a horrible sight considering he was corners away from securing himself a front row seat, Wes, and from the evidence of his pace today, surely a shot of the win tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. It was definitely on the cards, and going back to the question you were asking earlier, I think what won Olivieri the race today was maturity. I mean, he made that amazing move around the outside of Mandarin right at the start, but that was really the only time he had to do anything that was even vaguely close to reckless. I mean, or bravery. Other than that, it was really just making the minimum amount of moves he needed to. So he didn't do anything. He didn't take any risk he didn't need to. Is my point there? It was a very mature drive, and really he kept his head when everyone around him was losing theirs.
He really did, and that will go a long way. Remember, as I've mentioned, all of the eyes of the world are on this. Everyone's watching in. And everyone's seeing what is going on in the Macau Grand Prix. A drive like that, where everyone else has had issues, where everyone else has done this and that and that, teams will recognize. People will look at that and recognize what on earth happened there. Let's go back to the race start. Let's take a look at what we saw across the contest. And it was definitely quite dramatic, Wes, as we take a look at some of the most craziest moments on the race.
Yeah, just not making it through Lisboa. Two of the stars everyone was wanting to see in Weldon and Nakamura Berta, but we still had a very good dogfight at the front, which sadly didn't include Thiago Rodriguez or Thomas Behrman. We'll have to wait and see what they can do tomorrow. And yeah, for the majority of the race, it was McLaughlin versus Olivieri. And like I said before, McLaughlin looking this way and that way, probably going a bit overboard in places. Olivieri just calmly stuck to his line. And yeah, moves being made in the background there. Bit of a shame not to see Ari Bansal do more in this race, and Olivieri sliding his way through Donna Maria Bend there. Great to see, and this will be the moment where McLaughlin unnecessarily cut Melko hairpin too tight, and that was the end of any chance of either the win or second place in this race.
So looking back at that, he was sliding around for a lot of the circuit, taking up the entire width. So that surely would have... So I think that was the moment then that it would have slowed Sato up and gave Roussel the position then. Of course, Roussel probably just carried the momentum and was able to take it as the circuit opened up a bit more. But I assume that's what compromised the line, and that is how the switch in position came then in the final few corners. Shame that we don't have actually like a full complete answer to that, but that is the only thing I can assume because, McLaughlin was sliding across the entire circuit and blocking it for so much. So surely that would have had some form of an effect in that battle. Right, podium time then. It is time to welcome the drivers onto the podium for this qualification race. But yes, all good. getting this podium for the qualification race. The job can only be done tomorrow, though.
Yeah, it certainly can. And yeah, well-deserved second place for Jules Roussel. Being an opportunist, taking advantage of Sato, like you said, probably not being able to get round McLaughlin's stricken vehicle in the most effective way possible, and Roussel taking advantage of that. Great result from Ryan Coretti as well in fourth place, as well as Ari Bansel in fifth. They were there in the background. You could see in some of the shots, and yeah, great result from them.
I echo that.
Oh, there goes Olivier. That's the first mistake he's made all day.
Yep.
Nearly tripping up on the podium.
There we go. There we go. I mean, you get perfect drives, and it always seems to happen. Yeah, I remember Key Nakamura won the title and then nearly fell over off his car. It's just the way. Dominant drivers, dominant champions in specific occasions just manage to do something that the camera spots that they weren't 100% at on this day. But yes, other than that moment, Olivieri has been an absolute master of this. But yes, tomorrow is where the job will be done. It's all good, but all three of them know that they are in the mix, and you know that they can capitalize on any form of chaos. The most important thing is make sure you're not the one involved in said chaos. As the drivers now pose for the pictures on the podium, Olivieri, Roussel, and Sato. Great to have them all on this podium for the FIA F4 World Cup qualification race, the first F4 World Cup race that we have had, and it has kicked off with an absolute bang. And when I mentioned expect the unexpected, I think that completely proved it. The most wildest Macau racing as well, and most importantly, Wes, I think the important thing is it wasn't just a complete race like we just had earlier with the Road Sport Challenge. We did get at least some good racing in. We did get the drivers pushing each other to the edge, and that is what caused the mistake in the end for McLaughlin.
Oh yeah, definitely. And I think we're going to go to some interviews now on the podium.
Luckily, unfortunately, in the last lap, I got passed in the last corner. But yeah, we have tomorrow, so get ready for tomorrow now. Let's see what happens tomorrow.
And how's it been driving this circuit? It's a challenge, right?
It is. So happy, so exciting.
Okay, well done. Good luck for tomorrow. Let's go around to see Jules. Great effort from the third row of the grid. Must be pleased with that.
Yeah, put the pressure and be clean and keep the pace and prepare for the race of tomorrow. And that's what I done. Start P2 tomorrow. So let's see.
Talk us through the final lap, the final few corners. Quite chaotic.
Yeah, but take out of the opportunity. So yes, I take it on P2. I'm really happy today of this result.
Excellent result, well driven. And our race winner, Emanuele, fantastic. What a start you had. So brave around Mandarin turn 2. We're on the outside to get the lead.
Yeah, it was quite a good start, to be honest. Quite a good jump, so I knew I had quite a good opportunity to overtake Weldon. I thought T2 was easy flat also around the outside, but I ended up quite close to the wall. So it was quite a risky move, but yeah, after I just had to manage my tires, it was quite slippery around. So yeah, just bring it to the checkered flag, but yeah, all eyes on to tomorrow.
And some pressure from Finn for the last half of the race.
Yeah, Finn was so close to me. I don't know if he had new tires, but I was quite worried because he was, I think, faster. But at the end, I don't know what happened to him. But yeah, anyway, happy with the win on to tomorrow.
Pole position for tomorrow, well done. Give it up, please, for our top 3.
Thank you, Chris, and once again, congratulations to our winning drivers for the qualification race, and all the best for tomorrow. Thank you.
Chris Hartley, the English circuit commentator, talking to the...
Absolutely. Well, that brilliantly concludes the Macau F4 Cup from today. We will now get ready and prepare.
It promises to be a
see what else
fantastic way for
we're
the
gonna
F4
get.
drivers to round out their weekend. The F4 World Cup, the Macau Formula 4 race, 9:15 tomorrow here in Macau.
Okay, just a final few messages coming in there from David Addison as we go back into a bit of a break period as well. So, just taking a look at the schedule, we're expecting this race to get underway at 5:20, so we've actually got still a bit of time. So, I think it is actually now the time, Wes, where we possibly get some filler content out as well. So, myself and Wes momentarily in the commentary mentioned the 2017 race. So, I think it'll be quite fitting, Wes, if we actually go back and actually play some of the broadcast from that as well. So we're going to do exactly that. But yeah, it was quite a crazy last lap, wasn't it?
Oh, it was absolutely incredible. Yeah, just that whole weekend of 2017 was brilliant, and the commentary as well from Jonathan Green and Alan Hyde just really did a great job of setting the mood, and yeah, it was an absolute grandstand finish.
Yep. So as we've got quite a bit of time now until the TCR race, which, as I mentioned, will start at 5:20. We will take the opportunity now to play you those laps that we are mentioning, the final laps of the F3 race in 2017.
He's dropped Lando Norris for a bit.
But only for a bit, because Daniel Tickton has taken it away in 5th place. Flying he is, 2:13.184.
Hatzberg is going to make an attempt on Gunter. Here we go. Watch this, folks. The Austrian jinks to the inside, which will become the outside for the next corner. But they're side by side, and brilliant stuff by Hatzberg, because he gave the German no chance of coming back at him, and through goes Hatzberg in a classic Macau overtake. And down the main straight they come again, and again Lando Norris looking for a way, any way past the man in front of him. And has he got a chance here? He certainly is going to try. Here he goes, gets the slipstream. Defensive driving by the number 9 Gunter, but Lando won't be denied it. Tickton's in on this, and Tickton might try up the inside of Lando Norris, can't quite do it. The Brit has got to get between his teeth, and he wants to get Lando Norris. The two Brits flew together up the hill, and Tickton about to go and try and attempt to get 4th place here. And there's nothing between them. Ralph Aaron still the top rookie, and look at them. Tickton in the Red Bull car, he really does have wings. Watch this, folks, here he comes. Wow, down to the inside, now to the outside, and there goes the number 1, Lando Norris, looking up the inside. Tickton tries, can't do it. Lando Norris is trying also to get past the man in front of him. And wow, what a freight train we've got on San Francisco Hill.
Lando Norris attacking and defending.
At the same time, yes, he's got 4 eyes and 15 legs at the moment.
Right on the tail of Maximilian Gunter, the final podium position in the Grand Prix. That's what's up for grabs here.
And ironically, Ralph Aaron and Pedro Piquet, because of this fight in front of them, have caught up, and now we've got a 5-way battle for effectively 4th place.
With 2.5 laps to go, this is absolutely fascinating. Sergio Santacamera leads. He leads by 1.7 seconds at the end of the last lap. But 3rd place on the podium is far from over.
No, absolutely. What a great race. This always is here. The 64th running of the Macau Grand Prix is not disappointing. Gunter is at the moment in 3rd place, but look, you can see he's got the rest of them glued to the back of him. Don't look in your mirrors, my friend, you'll scare yourself to death.
Now you really do notice how the tyres may be going off at this stage. We've only got this lap and 2 more to go up towards the Melco hairpin. This the battle for 3rd place.
Oh, and a touch. Yep, Gunter was hit from behind there from Norris. Just a little love tap to say, hey, I'm coming through.
Was he watching the touring car races earlier on?
He might have been. I don't think he had any choice, but now Lando tucking himself right up behind him as they go through Fisherman's. Look how tight Gunter takes that corner to try to give himself a chance to get away from Lando, but he can't, and this is as close as Lando's been. But look at Ticktum behind. Again, the three of them. And Lando's going to have eyes everywhere here, because Ticktum wants a bit of him, and Lando wants past Gunter, and I think that's the reason Lando's getting desperate. Not only is the race coming to an end, but he knows that if he's not able to get past Gunter, then Ticktum is going to attack him. And here it happens again. What a race! Through Mandarin they go. And once more, Gunter tries to defend, but this time Lando's got the run on him. Ticktum's got the run on both of them, and through comes in the middle. Surely not. Oh, I almost thought, what a big lock-up.
Daniel Ticktum gets the better of all of them.
How did he do that? The crowd went wild, and Ticktum does it.
Absolutely fantastic stuff by Daniel Ticktum.
Wow, that was top draw racing. And something had to give, and the others had to, and Ticktum's gone through. Lucas Auer can possibly do it for Carlin, and he wants this bad. His dad is here. But will the man with the famous name make his own famous racing name? It's one thing to step out of the shadow of being a Habsburg. It's another to win at Macau, but he's got a chance to do it. And here he comes, folks. Ferdinand Habsburg has got the run on the number 19, and Camera is a sitting duck for now. He's got to defend, and he does so through Manor. They're side by side. There's no room to do that, folks. And he's done it, though. Habsburg's done it. He's going to take the lead. And he's got to, because Camera's going to run out of road. Camera holds on, but he's got to break, and through goes Habsburg. Sensational racing again. And Camera somehow holds on.
Unbelievably brave, wheel to wheel between these two. Is that going to be the last opportunity for Habsburg?
No. This is the last lap, and Camera is holding on for dear life now as Habsburg wants this bad. He really does. He knows he's got the pace on the Brazilian, who said, I've got the setup to tyres, but Habsburg amazingly hasn't. You can see how used those tyres look, but Habsburg, as you can see, is driving like a demon right now. What a race! And Camera, if he does win this, will deserve every moment of it. Now Habsburg trying to force a mistake even, because time is running out in terms of opportunity. He's got one real chance at the bottom of Fisherman's to make a move, but he's got to tuck himself right behind here at the Melco. Meanwhile behind, Daniel Ticktum is still in third place ahead of Lando Norris. Well, this has turned out to be a vintage Macau Grand Prix in the 64th running. There he is, Habsburg. Ticktum still just ahead of Lando Norris. Great battle in the midfield. Gunter drops right down. Ralph Aaron's going to finish fifth in his debut season. Here we go. Lando Norris trying desperately to get up there, but it's going to be Habsburg trying to stop Sergio Sette Camera, and there's nothing between them. They're side by side coming to the last corner. Habsburg's got him! Habsburg's got him! And Camera hits the wall! So too does Habsburg! And Daniel Ticktum wins the Macau Grand Prix! What a finish! Oh, I've seen some close finishes in my time here, but that just takes it all. And Desperate Dan does it in style at the Macau Grand Prix, and deserves it too, because he made the boldest move. He was there at the right time, and when all around were losing theirs, he stepped up to take what is almost an unbelievable win for the Motorpark
Astonishing,
team.
Absolutely astonishing. Daniel Ticktum wins the 64th Macau Grand Prix.
Well, that was quite something, everybody. All those years ago. Still special to watch it back and to see how it all played out all that time ago. And Wes, you get goosebumps from it each time. It's just fantastic, isn't it?
Oh, it is. Yeah, it's fantastic. And there was a number of good moments from all the various races that took place in 2017, and yeah, just makes you miss those days. But yeah, we'll hope and pray that perhaps something similar happens this weekend.
Exactly. That is exactly the way that we hope things go. Okay, now we haven't really shown you too many of the press conferences. The F4 one is going on right now, so as we currently await the TCR race, let's quickly cross over and join it now.
I managed to finish the race, so I got confidence with this. So I'm ready to fight tomorrow.
而佢都補充到咧，其實頭先喺賽事嘅過程當中，尤其是係去到比賽嘅最後一圈咧，其實佢都承受住好大嘅壓力啦。咁但係因為佢自己曾經喺排位賽裏邊咧都有擦場嘅事故啦，所以佢就 keep 住自己嘅步伐，盡量唔好犯錯。對於
So yeah, we do have a translation as well that goes on after each question. But yes, you will be able to understand the English bit, and then you'll kind of have to zone out a little bit for the remaining bit, of course, because of the translation as well that takes place in the press conference. So just a bit of information. This is a English press conference, but there is translations that will be going on either side of it. Just a quick FYI as well as we let you continue listening to it now.
Of the days, so usually the more hot, the more slippery it is. So yeah, we choose to be on all tires to be all set for tomorrow. But yeah, anyway, I don't think it was maybe the best choose, but anyway, we won the race, so I won't complain too much. But yeah, I was quite struggling to actually keep the car on track because I was, I think you could see on the road, but I was really oversteering quite in every corner. So I was also quite trying to be safe, to not do some silly mistake. But yeah, anyway, I think the new tires advantage is giving you quite a lot of lap time and confidence, of course.
Jules?
For me, I was behind Wind Tower out of the station, so I just tried to push as much in the sector 4 and 5 on the Tour sector to keep him on the straight. So out of this session, I don't really feel that less grip out of the session, but compared to tomorrow with the new tire in the qualifying, quite less. But yesterday in the qualifying, it's quite hot track too, and maybe hotter today. But yes, for me, quite okay. And for tomorrow, I start with new tire, so tomorrow it will be normally okay.
And Taro?
Today's a really hot day than yesterday, so it was quite hot in a racing track temperature as well. And some corners, they had a crash before we races, so some curves are a bit dirty, so it was really hard to don't slide the car too much.
Okay, any more questions?
Okay. Yeah, Rintaro, this one's just for you. You're one of 2 drivers in the field who've raced here before, doing so last year in the Formula Regional World Cup. How relevant has that experience been for you this weekend, and in what ways has it helped you the most?
You know, last year it was raining all the time in the day 1 and day 2. And in the qualifying Q2, it was dry, but I crashed in a lap 2, so didn't have any experience with this. And at day 3, it was a half dry and a half wet in the last few laps. So just 5 laps, I had a dry. So I get the experience with this. But in the day 4 last races, I crashed in the T1. So it was really hard to know the dry condition. But this year, it was all the time dry. So almost it was my first time to drive in the Macau Grand Prix. So.
Any more? Well, good. Thank you very much. Congratulations to all 3 of you. And if you can stand for a photograph, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
You're sorry, with the trophy?
Okay.
Okay, well, I can see Wes preparations are going on the grid as we prepare for this TCR race. Well, Wes, it'll be the first time that you get to call a race start, so how are you feeling?
Well, considering I only learned half of the grid about an hour ago, pretty good.
Great to hear. Great to hear. Love the confidence. That's exactly what we want. It is exactly what we want to hear, and I'm sure you'll do an absolutely fantastic job. A lot can happen by the time you get down to Lisboa, so I'll be honest, Macau isn't always the easiest one to kickstart off with, but, well, I absolutely love it. You're throwing yourself in probably to the hardest challenge from the off as well. So, great stuff. Or we should say I'm probably throwing you into it because I offered you the chance. Brilliant. Should have probably done it at a better circuit.
That's all right. No, it's all good. Yeah, I knew a couple of the drivers already from the old World Touring Car days. Of course, that series is now defunct, and it's kind of evolved into the TCR World Tour. So, and a couple of drivers have come across from there. Drivers like Jan Erlechet, Ted Bjork, and Norbert Michlitz, as well as a few others, are real stars of the series. So it'll be nice to see them, all of them, battle over the win in this first of 2 races this weekend.
Absolutely. That is exactly the case for us at the moment in time. So we still have plenty for Macau to give us. Macau has delivered all the goods so far, but now let's see what else it can produce for us across what will surely be a very exciting phase now coming up in terms of the regional, in terms of the GT, and of course just before that we have got the TCR as well. So only 3 more races remain around Macau circuit for the day, and then we'll be back to do it all over again tomorrow. So it should be exciting. Looking forward to seeing how it will all play out. But yes, a great day of action here at Macau, about to conclude in about 4 hours. So I'm talking about already concluding, but no, we've still got about 5 hours still to go. But it's all gone by very quickly, Wes. I think we all have to agree and say that it has all gone by very, very quickly. So I'm sure this next phase will also be just as quick.
Yeah, it certainly has for us. We've been sitting here watching all the racing, even the races we don't directly commentate on. We're still here to watch and observe, and we're having a very, very nice time.
We are indeed. So that is what we are up to as well behind the scenes. So even though we've left it to the world feed, which to be fair, for the rest of today, we will leave most of TCR to the world feed, but even that we're gonna come in and just get ourselves into at a few occasions, including Wes calling the race start. So, well, Wes, I guess as we prepare for this, we've got a little bit of time. We've not got the world feed on either. I think I'm going to quickly go and see whether we can play the crash from 2017. You mentioned it was a crazy one. So this time I'm going to focus and throw some light over to the GTs this time, which is where the chaos was.
It was, yes. That was a particularly crazy moment from the qualification race, as you said, back in 2017, and it was just one of those moments where you sort of have to pinch yourself and wonder whether what you're seeing on screen is actually happening, but it absolutely did, and it's such a narrow part of the track. It's all the way up on the exit of Police Bend, and one of the which is turn 17, and yeah, one of the drivers just clipping the wall and blocking the track, and everybody else just coming round that blind right-hander, just unable to see in time and unable to stop.
Yep, it is just the way things go at Macau. So we're going to go straight from the race start, and we'll let you enjoy as it all took place out there on the circuit.
As we head down for a rather murky start in terms of the weather too. Here we come. It's been a good, clean formation lap, and we're racing at Macau. What a beautiful sound and what a beautiful sight here at Macau. Manuel dived into third place and attacked to the wall for sure from one of the Mercedes. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, that wasn't Eduardo Mortara. Look at the Maro angle now. Look at that. I said they'd be 3 wide, and they are. And here comes the number 18 BMW in third place.
It was a super start by Augusto Farfus. Absolutely rocketed off the line. Looked to find a space. He found a space as well. Up into 4th place. And really challenging for third. He's got third already.
And Maro Engel takes the lead as they go through Lisboa for the first time. Is anybody going to get caught out by the famous corner that is? Ooh, Rosenquist just misses the Lisboa corner there, but they're all safely through.
Super stuff by the Brazilian in the 18th BMW Art Car. Maro Engel leads up into Sector 2. Now this very, very tight. They're so wide, these cars. And the walls and the barriers get oh so close. They never look quite as close as when you've got GT cars racing. And in a single line, they all go through. So a few little skirmishes, but pretty much everyone seems to have got away with this. Eduardo Mortara there in 2nd place, Augusto Farfus in 3rd, and Maro Engel from the inside of the 2nd row of the grid getting the best of the starts.
And it was Daniel Juncadella who definitely came together with the wall in the number 50 Mercedes. If we go back and have a look at the replay, if they do show us that, as we go on board now, he definitely touched the outside wall of Reservoir Bend. Doesn't look as though there's major damage to the car, but we'll keep you informed as to whether... Oh, no! Oh, mayhem! And there's millions and millions and millions of dollars of damage here at the mighty Macau. And that is one of the worst GT accidents I've ever seen here. And in the place, the city that is a gamble, the lottery has absolutely come to an end. Right at the front of here is the 911, and you can see his frustration. Cars everywhere. Lucas de Grassi not even on the ground.
Not on the tarmac.
And not able to get out. Did anybody make it through?
No hesitation in bringing out the red flag.
Yes, they did, look.
Course completely blocked. My goodness. My goodness.
What were you saying as we walked across the bridge?
Everything had been relatively clean so far today.
Mm-hmm.
I
rest my valise.
Goodness me. 4 cars come through.
Wow.
Into pit lane.
Now, we don't know... well, let's have a look at what happened, first of all.
We haven't seen what happened.
Augusto Farfus in 3rd place goes through, and it's the police that they come together, and it's Juncadella who may well have been the cause, because Juncadella now backwards, and I think he had a damaged car anyway, but Juncadella is the car that's turned round. The Porsche of, is it? I'm trying to see who it was. I think it was Laurent Vantour.
It is Laurent Vantour's car.
It indeed was Lawrence Vantour, which you'll be seeing in the GT as well. That'll be coming up, but just before that, we still have the TCR World Tour Race 1, 10 laps of action that is going to be coming your way as well. And Wes, well, 2017 was just quite the crazy year, wasn't it? Quite the crazy year as the TCRs are about to get going as well. But yes, that was quite a crazy year, was 2017.
Yeah, it certainly was. And I love what Jonathan Green in commentary that year said, how it was just millions and millions of dollars worth of damage just down there at turn 17 at Police Bend, and he was not lying. The car of Lucas de Grassi ending up on top of all the other cars, just pushed to the top in the shuffle. And yeah, very, very, very dangerous, but everybody coming out of it unharmed, and that was really the most important thing. But yeah, several great moments from Macau, not just in 2017, of course, but 2017 a notable year for it. Couple of different clips we'll be playing for you over the course of not only today but tomorrow as well. In between all of the races, we're going to be getting ready for the beginning of the TCR event here before too long. The race due to start at 20 minutes past the hour, wherever you happen to be listening from. And if we could go through the grid just very quickly, it's going to be the Hyundai of Nestor Girolami from Argentina, who's going to be leading us off from pole position. Alongside him is the Link & Co of Jan Erlechet. Behind them, Ted Björk in the second of the Link & Co's. He's alongside Norbert Mischlitz from Hungary in his Hyundai. And then Eniseo Montenegro in the first of the Honda Civic Type Rs for GOAT Racing. His teammate Esteban Guerrieri is alongside him in sixth from Mikel Ascona. And then all the way from Uruguay, Santiago Urrutia in the Link & Co. And he's alongside Chinese driver Ma Qingqiu. And then the first of the drivers from the Australian TCR series, Josh Buchan. And then Lo Si Ho in 11th place, Irish driver Max Hart in the first of the Cupra Leons, and his teammate Aurelia Conti is in 13th place, and then it's Pepe Oriola, and then Sean Chang in 15th, and then Ryan McMillan in 16th, the second of the Australian drivers, and then Andy Liang, who didn't qualify within 107% of the pole time. We've yet to find out for certain just yet whether he will be allowed to race anyway. We'll be sure to let you know on that one as soon as we do, as we're getting ready to start up the race, and just over a minute to go on the world feed. They have a slightly unique startup, does TCR World Tour. And
yeah, they do, don't they?
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
It is very unique and very, very different. I can definitely assure you that, as you can tell. So we currently are making our way towards the start of the TCR race, and we're quickly then, once that is done, we'll swiftly be making our way right towards the end, I am sure, of the day. So it's going to be quite a lot of fun. I've just been quickly getting some other filler content organized as well for us, but the world feed should be coming very, very shortly. This is technically their race. We'll just be doing a little bit of bits here and there as well, so they should be coming very, very quickly. So we will prepare ourselves to sync up with them, and once we do so, they will be able to talk you through all of the important things ahead of the pre-race ceremonies. To note, there should be quite a fascinating contest, so I'm looking forward to it. Bring it on, and I'm sure Wes will have quite something coming his way at the race start. So they're just getting all sorted now, the world feed, and then they'll be able to talk you through the important info and all the important bits about how this TCR race is going to play out. Of course, this is where their season, of course, properly concludes, their 8th round, and it is one of the great circuits. Such a incredible venue to end a season. Lots are coming here for non-championship events in the past. Of course, we've got World Cups taking place here, but no, we've got the final round here of a season taking place, Wes, as we have everyone lined up in position.
Yeah, we certainly do, and the world feeds just getting started now. So I think we're going to head over to your world feed commentators, David Addison and Alan Hyde.
It's between Jan Erlaché and Ted Bjork, teammates for the Link & Co squad. And the championship promises to be a very dramatic outcome over the course of the weekend. Down on the grid, you can see Alex Legui, a new friend. We'll hear from Alex, maybe not the new friend in due course. You can also see the rest of the grid. David Addison and Alan Hyde are trackside, and we have got a lot to look forward to in the course of our first 10-lap race. It's coming up here from Macau.
The legendary streets where legends and heroes are made, and today it could happen. We could crown the king of the Kumo FIA TCR World Tour. This is the race, and all eyes are on this gentleman here, Jan Erlaché, who is 36 points ahead of Ted Bjork. So, mathematically speaking, Jan needs to finish P1 or P2 today in this race. However, Ted Bjork is not going to make it easy. He starts in P3, so anything could happen, as we well know. But yeah, all eyes are on that man. But also, all eyes on this gentleman here, Bebu Girolami. Not my eyes, unfortunately, because I'd quite like to have a word with him. No? All right, never mind, we'll come back to him. He made an absolutely mega qualifying lap yesterday. He pipped Jan right at the very end. Jan actually hit the wall at T4, so he came in a little bit earlier. Thought he was comfortable, but Bebu then smashed out a brilliant lap. Right, we know the Hyundais have brilliant straight line speed. We don't know who's going to be off the mark quicker of the two of you, but what we do know in Macau is the person that gets that first corner is the person with the biggest kahunas.
Yeah, kind of. You know, here the most critical part of the race is actually from here to Lisboa corner. Then is a bit more settled. As you say, there is a couple of cars behind us that have a big advantage in top speed. So we will now focus on the start, trying to get a good getaway from the position, and then we will adapt corner per corner our track position and try to make the most out of it. I really want to score a podium here, even if the big picture we need to think about is the championship.
To what extent, though, in reality, for Jan Erlaché, at the end of this race, you could become king of the Kumo FIA TCR World Tour? I mean, what a place and what a time to do it.
Yeah, you know, I have seen Ivan becoming world champion here a couple of times, waking up at 4 a.m. in Europe, and for sure it's a special place here to become champion. We are far away from being champion at the moment. Still a lot of laps to do and a lot of focus to put in. So yeah, of course it's quite a special moment and stuff, but nothing is done yet. So I will just focus on corner per corner and making the most out of it to the end.
Alrighty, powers are on. There he is, Teddy.
Let's go.
Let's go. Go on then. Give us some final words to each other, please, boys.
Flat out.
Flat out.
Flat out.
So let me get this straight. If you get to the first corner, like Ted, there's no team orders. You can fight. There is no team orders. You can fight, and if you were to get in front, then what? There are still no team orders, or do you then protect each other?
No team orders. No team orders, we race each other like we race everyone else. Cyan Racing is 100% team champion and 100% driver champion. So it will be the first time they let us race, and that's the best for the sport, so looking forward.
Yeah, it's the best for us as well.
We're in a very good position.
Yeah.
You know, it's really nice.
How are you feeling, actually?
It's really nice.
I don't believe him. Right, let's see if we can get to Bebu, shall we? He must be here now. It's about time he gets in the car. Right, where is Bebu, please? Is he hiding? Honestly, these boys... Right, all right, fine. He doesn't get his interview. That's pole man done. Okay, so we've had a chat with Jan Alaché, the Catch the Leader boy, Ted Bjork being very politically correct. Norby Mischlitz, again, do you know what? You've got to keep an eye on these Hyundais because they are the dark horses. Norby took his championship here last year. This man knows the streets better than quite a lot of these drivers. One person who doesn't know the streets, and what a rookie start for Nacho Montenegro. This is an awesome place to be for your first foray around the streets of Macau.
Yeah, I'm really happy. It's my first time here, P5 in quali. I mean, it's really difficult to be fast here. I was trying to get more confidence since FP1, FP2, and then Q1, and the final lap in Q2, it was really good one. Let's try to focus here in the start. It's difficult the procedure with this car, but I will try to do my best.
Yeah.
Then Lisboa for sure. Then it's how we say in Italian, it's a casino. But let's see how it is. Let's go for a good race.
It's incredible. To what extent? So we've heard, you know, the rightful king of Macau, who I imagine is watching, Rob Huff. I think he always said, if you, first of all, if you've still got your wing mirrors, you're not driving fast enough. And I think if you're not terrified, you're not driving fast enough. Would you say that that's accurate? Is that how you're feeling?
I mean, I am 20 years old. I have nothing to lose, so I'm not scared of the walls, to be honest. I mean, here to be fast, you just need confidence. I mean, I have been studying quite a lot this track since the beginning of the year. I mean, the first race that I prepared in the year was Macau, not even Mexico. So maybe that was my trick, I don't know. But of course, I mean, Macau, you don't have to be scared in these walls. Of course, you have to approach every centimeter to be near to the wall. But let's see the race. I mean, I think it's not to push 100% every lap. I think it's 90, but I don't know with these guys. Let's see in lap 2 how it is.
Oh, man. All right, Nacho, have a great one. Love it. Very cool, calm, collected. I'm not sure at 20 I'd have been quite, mind you, I did have a lot of balls at 20. Oh, he's here, look, Esteban. Hello, you. Right, I've got a question for you. Have you finished doing your 3-point turns at Lisboa, or are you going to do some more today?
My what, sorry?
Your 3-point turns. In the UK, as part of our driving test, we have to do a 3-point turn, and I feel like you and Pepe were practicing that yesterday.
The 3-point turns well, I don't get you.
I don't know how to say it in Spanish. When you go forwards, round, to turn around in the middle of the road.
In Lisboa, you mean? Yes, yes. We cannot tell you why we cannot turn it around with a handbrake, but it's quite obvious that we cannot do that. So yeah, every time we go straight. I think they should do a roundabout for us, yeah? The Pepe and Esteban
just
roundabout.
For you guys, just
to
for
help
goat.
us out a little bit, yeah. In case the reverse doesn't work.
Yeah, like an alternative Joker lap, just for goat racing.
Why not?
We just spoke to Nacho. How cool is it that he's P5 on the grid for his first time here in Macau?
Very good, very good. Yeah, he deserved it. He did a good season. And of course, it's not easy to be at this level, and to show his capacity here in Macau was great. So happy for him.
Esteban spent the whole year almost in a position to win the championship. Now you can enjoy Macau, you can watch the drama from behind. What are your thoughts on the gaggle ahead, having had so much experience here?
No, I think Jan has it almost secure. I mean, he has more than 36 points lead. He just needs to finish in front or behind Ted. So I don't know. I see probably Norby wanted something more, and we see from the back what's going on there in turn 1, and try to catch some opportunities if possible.
Okay, vamos. Right. Yeah, I think Norby might be a bit of a dark horse, as I said. let's not also count out Mikel Ascona. He was the fastest man in free practice. And also Max Hart is new on the grid. Also Josh Buchan's desperate to do well, but needs to keep safe for race 2. Oh, there's so much to go. It's going to be so much fun. All right, let's be having Macau. Enjoy.
Alex is excited, and with good reason. We're about to have a champion crowned this weekend around the streets of Macau. Bathed in sunshine here. This is the kind of weather that we expect at Macau. High temperatures, really packed grandstands, and sunshine beating down on us for 2 races for the touring cars. 2 races that will decide the Kumo FIA TCR World Tour event of Macau, and also will be decided who wins the gear race tomorrow. Prestigious race for touring cars here in Macau. Well, Alexander heard from a few of the drivers down there on the grid, and I have to say, second in the championship, Ted Bjork sounded remarkably calm and composed, David.
But he's right, they've got absolutely nothing to lose as a team. Nobody other than El Haché or Bjork can win the championship. So yes, let them fight, and it is going to be a fight. Although you have to say El Haché has looked the quicker of the two thus far, whether it's been across practice or qualifying. But it's a nice situation to know that there aren't any team orders. You can go out and fight, and both of them know the importance, and Jan El Haché touched on it, of getting around Lisboa safely. After that, you can start to plan your race.
And Jan El Haché, the car there, the 168 car, which nestles on the outside of the front row of the grid, is in the front seat. He leads the championship. If he finishes 30 points ahead of Ted Bjork today, then he can secure the championship title today, and then they can get on just exclusively dealing with the very important job of etching your name on the trophy, which is the gear race of Macau. It's a fantastic prospect, and it always feels, coming here to Macau for the final round of a World Championship for touring cars, quite brutal. It's a brutal way to finish, because it is the ultimate challenge, and a championship title is at stake.
The gap at the moment is 36 points. As long as Jan finishes ahead of Ted, he's done it. That's the simplest way to look at this. And if Jan El Haché wins the race or is second in the race, it doesn't matter what happens to Ted Bjork either way. So it's very much advantage Jan El Haché, but we know this is touring car racing. We know this is Macau. Anything can happen. Norbert Mikulic there, starting 4th on the grid in the BRC Hyundai N Squadra Corsa Elantra. And he's somebody else that's got a good strike rate around here. So he's another driver to keep an eye on, that is for sure. We've also got 2 representatives from the rather troubled TCR Australia, Josh Buchan, who's going to start 9th on the grid, and Ryan McMillan, who is 15th, having lost his best qualifying time yesterday because he hit the wall coming out of Mandarin and stopped on the track and caused a red flag. And if you're the cause of a red here, then you lose your best lap time. 123 is Macau debutant Ignacio Montenegro. Really good effort in qualifying yesterday, and the Hondas that he and Esteban Guerrieri have are on the 3rd row. There's a 3rd GOAT Racing Honda, and it's for the team manager, Pepe Oriola, who's not raced here since 2018.
Which is quite incredible. It feels like for so many years he was right up there at the front of the field, and it feels like just a couple of years ago since we've seen Pepe Oriola here on the streets of Macau. But he knows the circuit. He's got a vast amount of experience, and he might be useful over the course of this weekend. Mikel Ascona was a driver that many of us had picked to be on pole position, because in the free practice sessions leading up to qualifying over the course of Thursday and Friday, he was really the one with the target on his back, wasn't he?
ECR World Tour comes to Macau once again, and we are in the throes of a championship deciding battle between Jan El Haché and Ted Bjork. But let's run through the grid for you very, very quickly then. It's Nestor Girolami who leads away in his Hyundai from the lead. Then El Haché and Bjork, 2nd and 3rd, as I said, running there. And now up to 4th, Norbert Michelitz. 5th is Montenegro there from Esteban Guerrieri in 6th. and it's Mikel Ascona 7th, Martin Qua in 8th, Josh Buchan, the first of the Australian drivers coming across there from Australia, 10th, Lo Se Ho, and then it's Irish driver Max Hart in the first of the Cupra Leons, then Aurelien Comte, his teammate, and then it's Pepe Oriola in 13th place, Sean Chang 14th, and then Ryan McMillan, one of the drivers who crashed out yesterday and had his fastest time disallowed. Then it's Santiago Urrutia in 16th, and then he has been allowed into the race despite not setting a time within the 107%, is Andy Liang, who will be going from 17th and last. So, Omi, championship deciding race, quite possibly this one. It's going to be pretty exciting going down into Lisboa corner.
It really will. Everything gets so close and so condensed. So far, car racing has not gone well into Lisboa, so it is all to play for and it is all definitely to be decided. But, throwing a championship on the line, this is brutal for the drivers coming to this event and having to deal with this type of scenario.
Just 36 points then between the two Link & Co drivers, Jan Erlechet and Ted Bjork up front. It's very much Erlechet's to lose, if you like, with him just needing a win or a second place in order to wrap up that title. So Bjork needs to give it his best shot and hope that some form of bad luck befalls Erlechet, but the French driver looking to wrap up his first title there as they come through. They're about halfway through their formation lap at the moment. They're just warming up the tyres, and as we come through now, we're used to seeing quite a lot of action from touring cars in general. Of course, historically, this used to be a world touring car event before we sadly lost that championship due to a lack of funds. On board now with Esteban Guerrieri, the Argentine driver, going from 6th position, the second of the two Honda Civic Type Rs in this race. And the tension building now between all the drivers. We've seen a couple of incidents already through the Melco hairpin, Omi.
Yeah.
Probably not the same problems that the single-seaters will face going into there, but a tricky corner nonetheless.
Yeah, it is an annoying one as a racing driver. You want to carry all the speed in, but even in these cars, you don't want to then run in too deep. You can't be too eager with the throttle as well. You've got to be careful, you've got to be cautious, and you've got to think strategically. These drivers will have plenty of other issues, I'm sure, which, you know, first of all, Lisboa. Let's not forget about that. The long run that they've got down to Lisboa is going to be mental. So far, it's not worked for anyone. Can these drivers be the first? But as you've mentioned, they've produced so much chaos over the years. They've produced so much action for us over the years as well. So it is one of those ultimate racing series that always deliver.
That it is, absolutely. And as we come round our bend at the end of the formation lap now, the tension is starting to build. Girolami has already taken up his slot on pole position. Alongside him, the blue Link & Co. number 168 of possible champion-elect Jan Erlechet. Ted Bjork just behind him in 3rd position. We've got a green flag at the back now. The red lights are coming on. 4 lights, 5 lights. And we are go in Macau now. Race 1 begins as they head down now towards Reservoir Bend. Now Ted Bjork looking for a way past the 2 drivers in front of him. But it's Jan Erlechet who is now side by side with Girolami. It's not been a great start from the Argentine driver, who's looking to go defensive now and stop the slipstream now. Mandarin Bend, and Girolami's back in the lead now. Jan Erlichet trying to get back in the slipstream. Coming down to the very, very tight Lisboa. It's very, very slippery through here. Drivers just about making it through. And for the first time, Omi, we've got a clean run through Lisboa.
Fantastic job, guys. They've all navigated their way through and they're pushing on hard now through this sector of the lap that we enter into now. The first of 10 laps coming the driver's way, and we can already see a few dive bombs being attempted further back. But this is a single file part of the circuit.
It's a very, very compromised opening couple of corners for Ted Bjork. It's not the start he wanted. Erlichet remains in second place just behind Girolami, but it's Mikkel Azcona who came up from 7th position on the grid, and he somehow managed to get up into 3rd position, so he had an unbelievable start to this race.
Really did. Went on the attack and gained some positions, exactly what he would have wanted after starting a little bit lower down. And now we attack our way through these very tight parts of the circuit where it is absolutely single file. You can't even fit 2 cars. If you even try to place it as well, it just isn't possible. Now the road opens up slightly more, and then it's about to condense down more as we're making our way closer and closer towards Melco Hairpin.
Guerrieri leads then from pole position. Erlichet just behind him. Second place is all he needs in this race in order to extend that gap out to a point that Ted Bjork cannot reach. 1 race early. It's Mikkel Azcona, as I said, in 3rd position. Esteban Guerrieri up from 6th. He's had a great start as well. Ted Bjork down into 5th. Marcin Kwa has also had a great start. He's up from 8th position on the grid up to 4th. And the drivers now just coming through our bend, about to complete lap 1. Ted Bjork has got some recovery to do now. He's coming up, he's about to go down the straight. He needs to get in the slipstream of the car in front. That is Esteban Guerrieri, the Argentine driver in the Honda Civic Type R. And he's already going defensive, is Guerrieri, so he knows Ted Bjork has to get up in contention with the front drivers as quickly as possible.
Here we go then, in towards Lisboa. They all make their way round to different parts of the circuit, different lines as well being used as they now battle. I think there's some battling further back though.
Yeah. Little bit of battling further back. Couldn't quite see who it was. But going forward, we're on board with Ted Bjork as into the pits. That is Norbert Mischlitz in the Hyundai. And some damage for the Hyundai driver. Bonnet up already. And his race is compromised already. But back to the racing up at the front. It's still Girolami, who's now got Erlichet all over the back of him in the blue Lincoln Co. Just looking at the live projection of the championship up on your screen right now, it would be 43 points the difference if the race were to finish as it was. That's too big of a gap, and that would grant Jan Erlichet the championship, but there's still a long way to go in this race, Omi.
There is still a long way to go indeed. There's still a lot to happen. Remember, this is Macau. This circuit bites at you, no matter what you do as well. It can provide sometimes unlucky moments and sometimes things that you don't have control over. It's just you've got to try and make sure that you put yourself in the best positions. That's all really you can do here around this circuit.
Yeah, it certainly is. Drivers running single file through the Melco hairpin. As I think we're going to hand back now to the live feed commentators, which is David Addison and Alan Hyde.
Off the start, and Santiago Urrutia also from penultimate has now put himself into 13th, chasing after Aurelien Corms. As the leaders then come over the timing line, it is up front Girolami from Erlichet. The margin between them is 0.8 of a second. Mikkel Azcona runs third, Guerrieri fourth, and that's Ted Bjork going through in fifth. And there's not a lot, seemingly, that Björk can do about Guerrieri right now as the cars head down towards Mandarin once again. Björk not close enough to the Honda to think about a move. Look at this, that's the gap. Fights the car, 6th gear out of Mandarin, up against the barriers. Björk has been a winner at Macau in the past, and they come now down again towards Lisboa. He feints to the inside, might be a little bit nearer to Guerrieri by the time they hit the braking zone, but certainly not close enough to attack.
And Ted Björk, a former FIA World Touring Car champion, claimed the title here in 2017 at Macau. And as they now thread their way up through the tight and twisty section of the circuit, not a place for overtaking for many of the disciplines that we get here at Macau. However, touring cars sometimes do squeeze their way through. Let's have a look at the start.
Keep an eye on Norbert Mikelish on the second row of the grid, look, because as the cars accelerate away, he makes a really slow start. Here comes Guerrieri, and he goes for a gap in the middle. The gap closes. There's contact between them. That, I think, may well have done a tyre for Mikelish. Guerrieri was lucky to get away with that because the car had to be fought out of a big slide, and he is still in the mix in 4th place, so completely undaunted. Guerrieri, look, comes up. Now, where did Montenegro lose all of his time? Because he was nearly in 3rd place there, going into Mandarin. He gets hung out to dry a little bit on the outside. There's Ashkener up the inside, Björk in the middle, Montenegro in number 1, 2, 3 on the outside of Lisboa. And I think he just got the wrong part of the track, didn't he? Guerrieri really brave up the inside, and yeah, Montenegro hung out to dry on the outside and throws away many of the places he won in qualifying.
Yeah, as you rightly say, Ted Björk was shuffled down as all of that happened, but also lucky to still be going, because it could have gone horribly wrong for second in the championship, Ted Björk. By the way, on the previous lap, Jan Alaché put in the fastest lap of the race. They are trading fastest sectors on the gear circuit, but a 2:31.509 for Jan Alaché just brought the gap down between himself and the race leader, Girolami, by 1/10 of a second. But what it looks like at the moment is that everything is going absolutely okay for Jan Alaché, and the two of them are putting a bit of distance between himself and Ashkener in 3rd.
There's Björk trying to come back at Guerrieri. So Alaché, the fastest man on the circuit last time around, but now Girolami does the fastest lap of the race, and the gap between the top two is up to 1 second. Ashkener is 3rd, Guerrieri, Björk, and then Mar, before you get Montenegro, Buchan, Loseho and Max Hart to round out the top 10. Pepe Oriola is in 11th place, ahead of Urrutia and Macmillan, and there is no further action concerning the incident between Guerrieri and Mikelish. It's a racing incident, understandably, as there's a slow car and a quick car trying to go for the same bit of tarmac. Good drive, though, this so far, is it not, by Nestor Girolami? He's been a winner at the Bend in Australia. He's been a winner at Valencia, and a very different type of circuit here. He is leading at the gear circuit at Macau.
They're very caring and sharing, aren't they, touring car drivers? Because they are all sharing overall best in the different sectors. No one driver is going purple over all 5 of the sectors around the 6-kilometre circuit of the gear circuit here at Macau. At the moment, it's Urrutia making his way up the order from the very back of the grid. Who has the overall best in Sector 1. Overall best in Sector 2 is Ted Björk down there in 5th place, but he needs to get on with this, doesn't he? Yeah. If he needs to make these places up, he needs to do it fairly soon.
And I don't think he can. The car has not looked as quick as Alaché's car all weekend, and he is unable really to do very much at all about Guerrieri's Honda right now. 4th and 5th they are. Now, replay here of Santiago Urrutia and Aurelien Comte having a coming together. Urrutia around the outside, and he was able to survive, and that gave him 12th place in formidable fashion.
So, Girolami it is that leads and has extended his gap over the championship leader, Jan Alaché, by a 10th on that last lap, because he now has taken away the overall fastest lap of the race, a 2:30.853 for Girolami, who leads the race to pole position and therefore 1 second ahead of Jan Alaché. But Jan Alaché is not going to be too worried about that. He's doing absolutely what he needs to do. Ted Björk, all the pressure is on him. He's just put in the overall best in Sector 2. Has Ted Björk. Guerrieri has got the overall best in Sector 3, and as we said before, Urrutia, in his attempt to make his way up the order from the very back of the grid, has gone overall best in Sector 1 as well. And that's an incident that we were just looking at, that has been noted as well.
So Girolami now being caught slightly on that last lap by Alaché as Urrutia goes through. Good drive this by Santiago Urrutia because he's edging his way forward all the time. He's now onto the back of Pepe Oriola. Urrutia did an absolute best sector 1 on that last lap, so he's now in 12th place and 11th beckons against the slightly race rusty Pepe Oriola, the team manager of the GOAT racing team. So the Spanish driver ahead at the moment. Meanwhile, the leaders work lap number 5, and here you've got the fight going on for 11th place. So it is Honda versus the Link & Co. As Oriola tries to cover off the inside line. Urrutia goes with him, dives out to the outside at the last possible moment to go all the way around the outside into Lisboa. He's done it once, he tries it again, there's contact, he gets sideways, he survives, and Oriola up the inside line, hangs onto the place, and here behind the pair of them, efforts on the outside, that time didn't work.
Going to see this again, and you can hear the roar from the grandstand as the manoeuvre is set up. Oriola in the 174 car, Urrutia in 112 on the outside into the right-hander. The nudge between the two of them beautifully slid around the corner and avoided the barriers on the outside of Lisboa, and that was when we got the roar from the crowd. They enjoy their touring car racing here at Macau.
And that's been noted as well, but it's just hard racing, isn't it? And Urrutia knows he's got to try. He's quicker than Oriola, and he had to have a go somewhere. So it was Aurelien Comte in the Cupra that was closing up, and he's almost stayed with them. But down the hill they drop. Pepe Oriola just ahead then of Santiago Urrutia. Honda versus Link & Co. 11th place, they're squabbling over.
It's not often you see cars drifting around Lisboa, is it? But that was very well saved, and situation avoided there. They're still going at it side by side. My goodness, is there room for them? Is there enough tarmac? Yes, but only just, as they continue to be absolutely locked together through this tight and twisty section of the circuit. Pepe Oriola bringing back all his memories, and all in a bit of a flash here around the streets of Macau, and at the moment he's still in front.
He's the cork in the bottle, though, because not only is Urrutia stuck behind him, Comte has caught up, Macmillan has joined them as well, and you've got to give credit to Urrutia because he is not afeard of the circuit, is he? Anywhere he thinks there might be an opportunity, he tries to have a go. So Pepe Oriola comes out of Fisherman's. The leaders have just gone across the line, by the way, now to complete lap number 5 out of the 10. And here comes Urrutia. The move at Lisboa starts now. He needs to get a good run through this part of the circuit, coming out of our bend, to stay with him, to be in the wheel tracks. Over the line goes the Honda. And in terms of a lap time, that last lap by the Honda is a 2:35, 4 fractions quicker, thousandths quicker only, was Santiago Urrutia, who again dives to the outside line, down towards Mandarin. Don't think he's level enough to think about a move on the outside line there. No, he's not. So Oriola moves back across, takes the line for the corner. Still, nose to tail they run. Aurelien Comte is there behind them, waiting for it to end in tears. It nearly did last time. Again, Oriola dives to the inside to cover off that. Urrutia goes to the outside. It nearly worked last time. He's trying it again. Wait for the contact. No, not this time. He bails out of it. He knew it wasn't going to work, so he gave Oriola the room.
But you could hear the roar from the crowd once again on the run down towards Lisboa. It's such a great overtaking position, and you can see it right the way down the circuit. It gets itself set up, the move down at Mandarin, and then they come into the view of those in the grandstand. And Urrutia, once again, this tight and twisty section, we said at the start of the race that the touring car drivers are one of the only disciplines that can really have a look at making a place up on this tight and twisty section of the circuit. But you have to be brave, oh so brave, and it could go as well horribly wrong. But Urrutia is absolutely the annoying shadow.
You can see the pressure that Oriola is under, because look how much more movement there is in that Honda. Through a corner, it's a little bit wider. It takes maybe a second or so more to get it back onto the right line. Meanwhile, this is for the lead, and the gap's come down a little bit, where Alaché has caught up to Girolami. Behind them, by the way, Michael Ashkener has now done the fastest lap of the race. So it's starting to bunch up again for the race lead. This is the Melco hairpin. We're on now lap 6 out of the 10, and you can see 3 for the lead, bunching up. Behind, it is still Ted Björk. Behind him is Martin Hard. Back into the pit lane has come Norman Mikulic in a race to forget.
What a shame, a scene of crowning a champion, and then the following year, well, it's the highs and lows of motor racing, and he's really suffering, isn't he? Second visit to the pit lane, and Norby Mikulic, his car pushed back in pit lane. This is not a good sign. He knows the mountain that he'll have to climb tomorrow is going to be a fairly steep one, as 129. Nestor Girolami comes across the line. Gap has come down a little bit more. Once again, Ashkener has put in another fastest lap in third place at 2:30.553. And what of this battle between Oriola and Urrutia as well?
Here they come, nose to tail. It's still the Honda just ahead as Santiago Urrutia comes over the timing line behind him. The Honda then ahead that through by about 0.3 of a second. And this, for the race lead, is going to have a change for second place as Mikkel Ashkener breezes past Jan Erlaché, who does not need to fight. He knows he's ahead of Ted Bjork. There is absolutely no point in getting in the way. He wants to tick this race off, win the championship, and then tomorrow he can just go out and relax and enjoy a race without having to think about points, without wondering if there's any drama around the corner. Meanwhile, drama beckons again. Oriola versus Urrutia. Down to Lisboa they come. And Pepe Oriola is ahead. Urrutia tries to go to the inside up towards San Francisco, then the outside, and neither of them work.
Is trying absolutely everything down at Lisboa. Absolutely fascinating battle between the two of them as they go down to Lisboa lap after lap after lap.
This is looking back from Erlaché's car at Mikkel Ashkener, and with a flash of the lights, Mikkel says, "I'm on my way," and Jan Erlaché just lets him go. Absolutely no fight required. He's after a championship here. It doesn't matter where he finishes as long as he's ahead of Ted Bjork. So a Hyundai 1-2 in the race is one thing, but for Jan Erlaché to keep out of trouble and win a championship, that's more important.
And also we know that Ashkener qualified kind of out of position for where his pace had been thus far, and Jan Erlaché will well know that, and Ashkener lap after lap after lap during this race has been putting in the overall best lap of the race. So Erlaché knows, I don't have to fight him. I know he's quicker over the course of this weekend, so I'll let him through and then hopefully have an incident-free race for the remaining 3 laps.
Now, Santiago Urrutia has tried the inside, he's tried the outside, he's almost tried going over the top of Pepe Oriola, and he has a look on the inside of Donna Maria. It ain't going to work, but what he's also trying to do is unsettle the Spanish driver to hope that he makes a mistake that opens the door a little bit. He's also mindful that Aurelien Comte is storming up behind him once again as they come into the hairpin. Very, very wide approach, almost skimming the barrier there, Oriola. Flicks it through the corner. Urrutia hangs out the back of the car as he boots it at the hairpin, drags the rear of the car round. But actually Oriola getting away by a length or 2 possibly on that lap. The leaders now are on lap 7 out of 10. They've just gone over the timing line to start lap number 8, and this fight rages on still behind them. So now Girolami versus Ashkener. Now we heard, didn't we, from the Cyan Racing drivers that it was a fair fight. What about between the Hyundai twins? Girolami versus Ashkener. All of a sudden we've got a different situation looming with the quick Ashkener bearing down on his teammate. Is this going to be a fair scrap between them?
And Ashkener did look brutally quick there as they rounded that corner, as they head down towards... this is Max Hart, by the way, and Max Hart right on the tail of Lo Si-Ho. And Max Hart in the car to the right of your screen, heads through Lisboa up towards San Francisco Hill. And okay, for a guy that this time last weekend was having a bit of a weekend off, he's having a rather exciting race.
It's not done yet, is it? Lo Si-Ho is always pretty quick around here. We've seen that in the past. He's always been one of the front runners within the local either TCR China or TCR Asia categories that have run in the past for the Macau Touring Car Cup. One year we had both TCR Asia and China plus the World Tour. They've got going through the Australian driver Josh Buchan, who has been a winner in the championship back home, as well as race winner in one of his occasional visits into the World Tour this year. Now, this is Jan Erlaché hard at work and ticking off the laps. The team will be on the radio, and this is going to give him an advantage of 40 points, which is enough to secure the championship with a race to spare. And we reckon we've got Urrutia past Oriola. Let's check. It was down at Lisboa, and Oriola goes in deep and opens the door, and Urrutia finally is able to get up the inside, and he's had to work hard for that. Applause,
and again, you can hear
the replay,
hear the grandstand. Yeah, they've been absolutely enthralled by that battle race long, and finally Urrutia gets through in not a very usual overtaking position, so you might think it was going to take place at Lisboa. Well, no, I couldn't get through there. I tried a number of times. Let's have a look at San Francisco Hill. Yeah, okay, we'll do it there.
But part of that was Oriola making the mistake, and we said a lap or two ago, didn't we, about some of those moves by Urrutia not being really challenging moves other than to try to put the pressure on and force the mistake out of Oriola, and that's what happened. The leaders go by then. This puts us on to lap number 9. 2 to go, and it is Girolami versus Ashkuna now for the race lead. El Haché third, Guerrieri fourth, Björk the vanquished fifth, and Mar in 6th place.
So this lap and one more to the conclusion of our first race of the weekend for the Kumho FIA TCR World Tour event here at Macau, and on board with Guerrieri. It's good to get these onboard shots from the touring cars, because you get an idea when you're on board just how tight and demanding this next section of the circuit here at Macau is about to be. They go around San Francisco, they go up the hill, which, as you know, David, you've run it, is quite a hill, isn't it?
Yeah, even there, when you go over the brow, it doesn't really flatten. It still climbs a little bit. Finally, when you do go over the crest, it's a bit of a relief. The two leading cars then nose to tail as they get to maternity, after which the road does drop downhill. And they blast their way now down through towards the Solitude S's ultimately, and then onto Faraway Hill. Now it is Girolami ahead of Ashkuna, and Mikkel Ashkuna has about a lap and a half in which he can either make a move or settle for second place, and Girolami could be on for a third victory of the season.
We talked earlier on, David, about the quality field that we've got, and proof of this is that we have lap after lap after lap. World touring car drivers, world-class touring car drivers, can keep it all together, can't they? There are so many potential pitfalls around the gear circuit here at Macau, and avoiding them for 10 laps is quite something, and we are almost there.
Yeah, exactly right. We've had a safety car in an F4 race today. We've had 3 safety cars and not one full racing lap in the local road sport race, and it looks like this is going to go to the checkered flag with experienced drivers, and it makes a big difference. In third place, Jan El Haché, being caught a little bit maybe by Esteban Guerrieri. Girolami is being caught by Ashkuna, and you've still got to say that leading quartet is a close one. Now, is that because Girolami is driving well within himself, or is he now struggling for pace? I think he's driving within himself, because here down to Fisherman's he's able just to extend by a couple of lengths, isn't he, again over Ashkuna. They're going to come through our bend in a moment with one more lap to go. It is going to be Nestor Girolami looking for him, win number 3 of the year, but for Jan El Haché, he's a lap away from the title.
Certainly is, yeah, going on to the final lap here on the streets of Macau. Across the line they go. Girolami leads from Ashkuna, El Haché in second place, and then across the line goes Guerrieri, Ted Bjork down there in 5th place, and Martin Roy completing the top 6. Final lap then, is Ashkuna going to try anything, or is Girolami going to take it from pole position to checkered flag here in the final, on the final lap of the first race of the weekend for the Kumho FIA TCR World Tour here at Macau? Well, Ashkuna right on the tail as they go into Lisboa, but no attempt to make the position change going into the perfect overtaking place on the circuit. Every other potential overtaking place is going to be incredibly brave.
We've got a yellow at Lisboa on this last lap of the race. Mikkel Ashkuna then 7th, and Ignacio Montenegro has had another trip up the escape road. He was doing that quite a lot on Thursday, as was Esteban Guerrieri. Alex referred to it on the grid. And so Nestor Girolami comes through the end of Sector 2, still in the lead. Ashkuna looks as though he is the little quicker, but Girolami can do exactly what he wants across the mountain section, if you like, because it's so hard to overtake, and then he can up his pace a little bit down Black Sands and up towards the checkered flag. But Ashkuna has had a good recovery from a disappointing qualifying yesterday, and El Haché has just done a personal best Sector 1 on this lap, as he is tantalisingly close to being the Kumho FIA TCR World Tour champion.
I was going to say, looks like he's a lot closer to the lead battle, but as I say, Lisboa is the perfect overtaking opportunity. Anything else is a bit of a risk around the streets of Macau, but touring car drivers do try it, and sometimes it works. On board with Jan El Haché, started second, down here in 3rd place. He didn't fight to keep hold of second place. He knew he just needed to be ahead of Ted Bjork, who comes up towards the Melco hairpin now. and all of that was resolved on the opening lap of the race. Final few turns, here we go. Race leader Girolami heads down towards the conclusion of the final lap.
Checkered flag is going to be at the ready, then it's going to be a Hyundai 1-2, and Nestor Girolami is going to be able to hang on, it seems, to a very impressive race lead. It was a good qualifying that put him on a pole position. It's going to be a maiden victory at Macau for him. They come through the corner. Race 1 of the weekend is going to be won by Nestor Girolami. The championship is going to be won by Yann Elhaché, who crosses the line in 3rd place. Championship 1, pressure off. His rival Ted Bjork finishes 5th, and Yann Elhaché has done everything that was required. He had to stay ahead of his teammate, and he has done exactly that.
Word also for Mikkel Ashkener, crossing the line in 2nd place, some half a second behind Girolami. By the time they got to the checkered flag, he was showing great pace. Big thumbs up from Yann Elhaché. He's going to be happy about being able to, and now I think the penny drops. He's done it. He's done what he needed to do, kept everything neat, kept everything tidy, and then the emotions start on this slow down lap. And another thumbs up for the camera, which is in the car. And realisation is realised down in pit lane, and the Link & Co team can enjoy the celebrations.
Kathy Muller, who raced here in Formula 3 in the Grand Prix, Yann Elhaché's mum, and a very competitive racing driver herself, but Yann Elhaché, then the new champion, no stranger to winning titles, but this is another important one. It's a long, hard season in the Kumho FIA TCR World Tour, and the format, some events have 2 races, some have 3, and it's always a test to make sure you've been able to keep racking up points. It's a long championship season, a lot of travelling involved, because as the title suggests, it takes you from Europe to Australasia and all points in between. Nestor Girolami then, a very impressive drive. Even when he had the traffic queuing up behind him, he was always able to remain in control, and that was a very impressive race win indeed. Disappointment for Norbert Mikelish, the 2nd pit stop that put him out of the race. And although the results of this race don't affect the grid for tomorrow, and therefore he will be able to perhaps be more competitive from the 2nd row once more, it's, as you were saying in the course of the race, a real contrast from last year's emotions.
Yeah, it's the highs and lows of motorsport that we talk about so very often, and so often these championships, these stories unfold and are decided around the streets of Macau. You'll never forget it, will you? Yann Elhaché, as you rightly say, no stranger to winning titles in 20 and 21, FIA World Touring Car Cup champion, TCR World Tour 2 years ago in 2nd place, but this year claims the title in the TCR World Tour, and does it with a race to go. Now, the interesting thing is they can turn their attentions to the important business tomorrow of etching your name on the trophy, which is the gear race title here at Macau. Not have to worry too much about championship titles and keeping things neat and tidy and defending championship points. But going all out for a victory on the streets of Macau is a mouth-watering prospect for tomorrow, David.
That, I think, is Ignacio Montenegro's Honda that has not made it to the end. You can just see it under the lighting panel, fading out of shot. So maybe he was up the escape road with a problem rather than just making a mistake. Perhaps there was an issue that caused him to go off and then became more serious on the lap and stopped him from getting to the end. So big disappointment after a good qualifying. Nestor Girolami then makes his way down the pit lane as race winner. Mikkel Ashkener and a very emotional, very happy Yann Elhaché for 3rd place. You have to kind of feel a bit sorry for a race winner in situations like this, because all the attention goes to the champion, and Nestor Girolami must be thinking, don't ignore me. I did win the race. I did lead all the way. I didn't go up an escape road. I didn't fluff the start. I didn't hit anybody. And he took a 3rd win of the year. I
always think this, both you and I work on the domestic championship, the BTCC, the British Touring Car Championship, the final round, where very often the champion is decided. But inevitably we have a fantastic round 30, and the winner is kind of comes in isolation in Parc Fermé, because it's all about the champion.
Who won the last race at Brands Hatch?
See?
Yes, exactly. Yes. We all know Tom England won the championship. And Yann Elhaché, arriving here in the World Tour, is a champion at Macau. He will concentrate tomorrow on taking a race win, because that's not yet on his CV, but the celebration will start very shortly as the netting's about to drop down, turns everything off, unplugs when he needs to, and does the belts. There's quite a long process in getting out of a race car these days, but Nestor Girolami there is in the Parc Fermé area in the paddock, and Yann Elachet, as the champion, is atop the car down in the pit lane. It has been a long, tough season for Yann Elachet, and a delighted man he is. The French flag is unfurled. And great scenes down in the pit lane. And if you want to prove the strength of the roof of a Link & Co, well, it's happening right now, because he's been stood on it for quite a long time. Finally jumps down, and the celebrations will soon begin with the team.
And the leap, the inevitable leap, and celebratory bouncing down there at Parc Fermé. The team delighted, and you know what, the Kumo FIA TCR World Tour really does attract the top touring car brains in the teams and in the drivers as well, and to see them all celebrating down there in Parc Fermé, and a family moment as well. Just lovely to see. There we go. Handshakes all around, celebrations all around. A podium will be coming up very soon, and I think we'll probably get to hear from Yann as well with Alex down there in Parc Fermé. But great scenes here at Macau.
Good drive by Michael Ashkener for second place. Yeah, at some point Yann Elachet might be allowed to take his crash helmet off, but he's so busy having to celebrate with everybody that's not yet happened. Nestor Girolami being escorted towards the podium. Yann Elachet will be as well, and Michael Ashkener second. Nestor Girolami the race winner. A 1-2 therefore for Hyundai, and for Link & Co, yet another title.
Still got his helmet on, hasn't he?
Yeah. And you're right, the point you made during the course of the race, great to see what can be done around here with professional drivers not taking undue risks. 10 laps of good, interesting, exciting racing without dramas.
It is big thumbs up, big celebrations, loads of photographs, and loads of photographs for the family album. Something to remember, a day to remember. Professional photographers absolutely lining the pit wall there on the other side of pit lane, and the celebrations down there in pit lane, I'm sure, will be brought to a slightly premature halt in a few moments, because they will be encouraged to head their way over towards the podium, and we'll have the podium presentation. But ultimately, Yann Elachet has not yet been able to take off his helmet. There we go. Confirmation of the penultimate round of the year. Girolami takes pole position and a win as well. Ashkener takes second place. Michael Ashkener from the fourth row of the grid. Yann Elachet in third place. Esteban Guerreri in fourth place. Ted Bjork second in the championship, finished just behind. And confirmation there as well, that super battle for Urrutia from the back of the grid got up as far as 10th place. And the late call-up for Max Hart finished up in 9th place as well. We saw Montenegro's car having a problem right at the end. We are going to hear from Yann Elachet, and we're going to hear from Yann Elachet with Alex down in pit lane. A champion crowned.
4 wins, 14 podiums. This gentleman has been the most consistent driver of the whole season. Yann Elachet, you are the king of the Kumo FIA TCR World Tour 2025. How does that sound?
It feels amazing. It feels very nice. It has been very intense the last couple of weeks. And to secure the title, the world title in Macau, a third one, is just, yeah, amazing feelings. Like, I can't wait to spend time with the family and the guys to celebrate this, because it was our job from everyone. Thanks to the team, my teammates, all the family, everyone on TV for supporting us. Special thanks to Ivan as well, that is not here this weekend, but has supported me all season. So yeah, I'm speechless. You know, being 3-time world champion, when I start racing about like 10 years ago, not doing go-kart, I would have like signed directly, and it's way above expectation. The only problem is that for the first 2 titles, the Monday after it, you just want the 4th one, and that's the circle it goes. But yeah, can't wait for next year.
Incredible. Well done. Enjoy your podium, Yann.
He refers, of course, to his uncle, Ivan Muller, touring car legend and multiple champion as well. And confirmation of the driver's standings, 40 points the advantage for Jan Ellershey ahead of his title rival, Ted Bjork, some 40 points behind. That's too high a mountain to climb tomorrow. So the championship is claimed by Jan Ellershey with one race to go. The gear race here at Macau to look forward to tomorrow. And again, it's a 10-lap race around the streets of Macau. We're about to join the highlights from our penultimate round of the year for the Kumo FIA TCR World Tour event of Macau.
Okay, thank you very much to David Allison and Alan Hyde. We're just currently looking through what happened in this race as well. Wes, have to say, brilliantly called race start, and it was immediately a race that, well, came alive and had plenty of action, especially lower down in the field.
Yeah, it certainly did. Definitely the star of the race, for me at least, was Pepe Oriola, who did an absolutely brilliant job of holding off Santiago Urrutia in the Lincoln Co. there. And as mentioned in the World Feed commentary, Oriola's returning to TCR after a number of years away, and it was great to see that he's lost none of his fight, despite being a little above the age of your average racing driver.
Absolutely agree with that. Well, here we go. You can tell we're reaching the end of the day very soon. We've covered all the local events. F1's World Cup has also concluded, and now it is time for the main two events of the GT qualification race and the Formula Regional qualification race as well. Where's this is what it all comes down to. All of the night's coverage that we have done all comes down to these two events now. So looking forward to it. It's a brilliant way to end, and it's great to have these events to help us push our way through all the way until the end. But great job by all of the drivers in this TCR race. They've all put together a brilliant performance. Let's head down to the World Feed again.
Very hot and thirsty work here at Macau in the full sunshine. Very different to 12 months ago when we struggled against the elements. Rain becoming a fairly major feature last year. Not so this year. Back to normal Macau weather. Beautiful sunshine, smiling faces, and umbrellas being used to shield from the sunshine rather than anything else. So an expectant crowd waits for the stars of that race, the penultimate race of the year for the championship. And as we wait for all of the dignitaries, the trophies, and everyone to appear behind the podium, we will turn our attention to the fact that tomorrow we don't have a championship to decide because the celebrations are still taking place for Jan Ellershey. The photographs are still taking place as well. And as soon as all the drivers make their way up towards the podium building, then we can get the race podium presentation completed. The photographers all settled on the stage that's made just opposite, on the opposite side of the pit lane, on the pit wall, and there are plenty of photographers down there all preparing for the podium. But with the photographs taking place and the discussions taking place down in pit lane, it will be a couple of moments before we have our podium presentation for our touring car race, the first one of the weekend. You can hear in the background all the music. The paddock is such a fun place to be here at Macau. and it's full of colour, full of smiles, and full of music as well. It's a fabulous event, this, and one that all people of Macau look forward to every year. It makes day-to-day life of Macau a little bit more tricky. You can't cross the road quite as easily. There are so many underpasses and bridges to get across the circuit. The infrastructure is set up to embrace the Macau Grand Prix every year, and it does it superbly well. And normal life in Macau continues to work. We can see just over from the commentary box all the regular traffic of Macau going about their daily business. If they're not here at Macau for the Grand Prix, there's still work to be done and pastimes to be conducted here at Macau, and the normal life just the other side of the paddock gates continues. But the crowd expectant of the podium presentation, and I think we're fairly close to getting that underway. The magic door opens, and that means that I think all of the drivers are in place and all of the dignitaries as well are in place, ready to get this presentation underway. We'll be crossing over to our podium presenter in a couple of moments. The podium for first race of the weekend for the touring cars for the Macau gear race tomorrow, the Kumo FIA TCR World Tour event. I think you can hear the crowd as well. They are expectant. Alex Agree is standing by as well to
Ladies and
hear from the drivers. Here we go.
welcome to the 72nd Macau Grand Prix Trophy presentation ceremony of the Macau Gear Race Kumho FIA TCR World Tour event of Macau Race 1. First of all, let's welcome our winning driver to join us on the podium. On the second runner-up, the winner is number 168, Jan Lescher from France. Congratulations. And our first runner-up is number 196, Mikel Azcona from Spain. Congratulations. Let's also welcome our winning driver. The winner is number 129, Nestor Giordami from Argentina. Congratulations. I would like to also invite the winning team, BRC Hyundai. Let's welcome the representative, Mr. Gabriele Luzzo, the team principal. Congratulations. And now it's time for the national anthem for the winner. I would like to invite the presenter to help us present the laurel and trophy. First of all, let's welcome Ms. Irene Wong, Senior Vice President of Public and Community Relations of MGM, to present the second runner-up laurel and trophy, please. Congratulations to Jan. Thank you. Coming up next, let's welcome Dr. Ivan Dici, Senior Vice President of Hospitality of MGM, to first of all present the laurel and trophy to our first runner-up driver. Congratulations, Mikel. Coming up next, Ivan, please also present the laurel and trophy to the winner, number 129, Nestor. Congratulations. Thank you. And coming up next, I would like to invite Ms. Irene Wong again. Please present the laurel and trophy to our winning team, the BRC Hyundai. To the team principal. Thank you, Gabriella. Thank you. And will all the guests please gather here at the center point. Let's take a group photo together. All right. Please gather Here at the center, please look at the center front and the official camera in front. Thank you. Perfect. Smile for the camera. And once again, a loud cheers to all the winning drivers. Congratulations. Thank you all our distinguished guests. Thank you very much. And to all the winning drivers and representatives, please remain on the podium. Please remain on the podium. Thank you. As coming up next, we would like to also present the TCR trophy for the Campo FIA TCR World Tour in Macau Race 1. I would like to invite our presenter to also join us on the podium. First of all, let's welcome Mr. Marcello Lotti, WSC Group President, to first of all present the second runner-up.
Attention in the paddock, Macau GT Cup, FIA GT World Cup cars, paddock gate and pit exit will open in 5 minutes. Paddock gate and pit exit will open in 5 minutes.
Thank you. I would like to invite Mr. Alan Goh, FIA Touring Car Commission President, to also present the trophy to the following winning drivers. First of all, to the first runner-up. Thank you. And of course, to our winner, please. Thank you. And now I would like to invite back Mr. Marcello Lotti to also present the trophy to our winning team, the BRC Hyundai. Thank you. Please gather at the center for one more group photo. Thank you very much. Lovely. Thank you. All right. Once again, please smile for the camera at your center front. And let our media friends as well to capture this wonderful, fantastic moment for our winning drivers. All right, perfect. Thank you. Once again, thank you, our distinguished guests. Drivers, please again remain on podium. You will have an individual photo for all the drivers and winning team representatives only. Please all gather at the top of the podium. Please gather at the top of the podium and let's take this group photo together. Wonderful. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, feel free to grab your trophy with you as well. Please, once again, smile for the camera at the front. Perfect. We have the photo captured. And it's the champagne time. Of course, we would like to share this glory moment with all of you. Everyone, once again, a loud cheers to all the winning drivers. Congratulations. Thank you. Congratulations once again. And Jan, Mikkel, and Nestor, please remain here as I would like to pass the time to Chris. And let's talk a little bit to our drivers. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Janice. Right, it's a bit sticky up here. Champagne has been flowing. I'm going to chat to this man first. Yana Laka, another podium. A podium at Macau. Never mind that. It's the best third place ever because you've done enough now to wrap up the title. You are the champion. 3 world.
Weekend, no failure all year. We scored 14 podiums out of 19 races this year, and big thanks to my teammate as well that have made this possible too.
Okay, well, that completely concludes the touring cars. And Wes, here we go. It is time for GT. The circuit right now, the start-finish straight, the teams are all bringing their equipment. A Ferrari 1-2. Wow, quite the contrast to what it's like for them in Formula 1 as they bring you up to the camera screen nice and early because it's the GT race. Of course, we're here nice and early. We're going to get some energy going because I think myself and Wes are probably beginning to go into sleep mode a little bit due to Well, unfortunately not being in the time zone that Macau is. So, yes, let's get some energy going. Let's get ready and prepared. Whether you are staying up with us for this race, whether you are getting up as well, or whether this completely suits your time zone, it is great to have your company wherever you might be watching from in the world. We are currently about to witness some great racing out there on the circuit, and one, Wes, which actually had a battle for the lead. It was in wet conditions last year, but it has seen proper fights as well, and I'm looking forward to seeing what 2025 will have in store for us.
Yeah, me too, certainly am. And although we've got a bit of a reduced grid this year compared to previous years, with only 16 cars on the grid this season, we certainly do have a number of hard-hitting drivers, not least the aforementioned all Ferrari front row, consisting of the drivers from the Hypercar World Endurance Championship cars, that being Antonio Fuoco and Yifei Ye, both driving Ferrari 296 GT3s, and it'll certainly be interesting to see what they can do going from the front.
It will be an interesting run towards the first corner. They will, of course, all use all of the width of the circuit as well. Quite a clean qualifying, I have to say, and weekend so far. Last year, Wes, before we got to the qualification race, we had a big crash in qualifying, which meant our entry list already decreased before even getting into the racing conditions. We've not had that this year. We've only had 2 crashes for Van Thor and Sheldon van der Linde, who has been given permission to start this race. He'll do so from the back of the field. But yeah, for the GTs specifically, it's been quite a calm, controlled weekend. You've got lots of great talents, and they are going to now be looking to try it and give it their all in this race. But once again, they're going to be looking at what happened in the F4 earlier on, and they will need to consider, well, we can't find ourselves in the walls. We can't find ourselves in the situations that a lot of the F4 drivers, the top F4 drivers, will tomorrow. We need to keep it clean. We need to keep it calm and composed and give it our all as well at the same time. Because, of course, tomorrow is the important one. You don't want to get yourself a position at the back, which of course these drivers are more experienced, they are more likely to do that anyway, but I think the F4 will just be an extra reminder in case anyone may have woke up with some different ideas today.
Yeah, that's certainly true, and these cars obviously much wider than the F4 machinery, so they will have a bit of a harder time on some of the narrower parts of this track, but the run down to the right-hander at Lisboa is not one of them, and these cars just as capable of getting alongside each other and fighting for the higher positions as any of them, and that's what we're going to be seeing in this race when it finally begins.
Absolutely. If you think today's wait is bad, then just wait for tomorrow, where we have got, in terms of UK time, 4:35 is when GT starts, 7:30 is when regional starts. So you will have GT done, and then you have a big gap. We'll, of course, still be live on air, of course, in terms of playing filler content. But yes, there is a huge gap, and there is a huge gap at the end of all nighters for everyone to try and keep themselves awake. So it is quite a challenge, I think it is fair to say, Wes. But if we look in the pit lane, I can see cars making their way out onto the circuit. Well, this is going to be fun. Of course, the first time we're covering the GT this weekend as well. We haven't, of course, covered the qualifying. We'll be doing the regional coming up as well at the end of the day, and that will bring our contest to a close. 12 laps coming up for this race, Wes. So plenty of time for these drivers to give it their all. There'll be 16 tomorrow for the main race.
Yeah, so the most amount of laps of any racing series today, and that will be 16 laps, as you said, for tomorrow's race. And And it really goes to show just how quick these GT3 cars are. We're expecting the race to take place somewhere over the course of an hour, just a little bit less. And yeah, it's going to be a good race. Thoroughly looking forward to it. And as we mentioned, the Ferrari's leading from the front, but the Porsche of Alessio Piccarello is going to be looking for a way past, as is newly signed Formula E driver Joel Eriksson in the Audi.
So many different talents line this circuit as they prepare to get going for the Macau Grand Prix. The 72nd running of the event, of course. And it is our Saturday watch along here on JB Motorsports. By the way, we'll have MotoGP coverage coming up across the day. They have their final round of the season, so make sure you tune in to that. That's all we've got this weekend for JB Motorsports in terms of, we've got Macau and we've got MotoGP, so plenty for you to enjoy. And I think quite a wide range as well, I think it is fair to say, with GT, with bikes, with single-seaters. You have absolutely everything that you could possibly want this weekend as well. Next weekend, it's going to be, well, only single-seaters, and that'll be on the F1 side. F1 and, of course, F1 Academy hold its championship finale. Dorian Pan versus Meyer Berg still on in the title race there. So that's going to be an exciting round as F1 Academy. An F4 Spec Series visits Las Vegas. Week after that, we will have Formula 2 joining Formula 1 at the Qatar Grand Prix. And then Abu Dhabi will have F1, will have F2, the title finales for those. And also the ABB FIA Formula E World Championship will kick off as well as a part of the 25 and 2026 season as well. Season 12 will get underway. So we're looking forward to that. Quickly, Wes, though, looking ahead to next week, as I mentioned, the F1 Academy title, it's all to play for, and it's a great title fight for the first time in championship history. Looks like it could go down to the final race.
Yeah, it certainly does look that way. Pan has got a small gap over Verg, but it's definitely not the sort of thing you can just rest up and allow the championship to come to you. If she wants it, she's going to have to go out and take it.
Okay, it is myself, Omi, up here in the commentary box alongside Wes. Meanwhile, we have Alan Hyde and David Addison in the commentary box. Let's head down to them now as they give us all of the insight before we get going to race in about over 10 minutes time.
Picariello and Joel Eriksson on the second row of the grid. We can see the cars down on the grid. Let's hear from the drivers down there on the grid. David Addison.
Welcome to the grid, everybody. Welcome to the qualifying race for the FIA GT Cup. It is a quality entry. One thing that we don't have this year are the Mercedes AMGs, but we have a very strong Ferrari presence that locks out the front row of the grid. We also have a very strong Porsche presence on the grid, and one of those fancied Porsches, Laurens Vanthoor's car, had a big accident in free practice on Thursday. That was FP1. He was quickest at the time of the crash. Missed FP2. They virtually had to rebuild the car, put a new engine in it, and that's rather put Laurens Vanthoor on the back foot. So he's got work to do in this race. Now, let's go for a quick walk and see who we can find, because one of the drivers that was a real star last year, and we'll go this way, was Antonio Fuoco. He managed to battle his way into the lead of the race, and at the moment I think it's all eyes forward for Antonio. It doesn't look as though, sadly, we're going to get much of an opportunity to dive into the pole-sitting Ferrari. Yeifei, Le Mans winner, is on his outside, but if I head down towards Porsche, let's go this way. Alessio Picariello is a champion already this year in GT World Challenge Europe Endurance, and just before you jump into the car, good qualifying yesterday, third. You can make progress from here, Alessio.
Yeah, I mean, car feels good. I did a small mistake in quali, so yeah, I think one position more would have been possible, but for sure the Ferrari are strong. I guess the guys just behind me are also very strong, but yeah, I'm confident in my package. I felt good since the beginning of the weekend, so yeah, let's see what we can do today.
Is this a race about keeping out of trouble, or is this a race that you want to win to be on the front row tomorrow, or a bit of both?
It really depends on the start. If I have a good start, for sure I will go for it. Otherwise, I will try to keep my position and try again tomorrow. I will need to see the scenario, and then we will see. But for sure, if you finish in front, it's always helpful.
Fantastic. Good luck, Alessio. Lots of Porsche fans here at Macau. Right, let's keep walking, because all of these cars run to the regulation set of GT3, which was introduced by the Stefan Rattel Motorsports Group many years ago. And Stefan is on the grid. And once I can interrupt him. Yeah. Stefan, here we are again, Macau, a fabulous circuit, a brilliant grid, and a big smile on your face. You can't wait for this race.
Oh, I love it here. You know, I will never miss Macau. It's, you know, it's uncompromising. It's the best drivers. It's just fabulous. And yeah, we can see it was very, very close. Congratulations, by the way, to the FIA technical department for a very close VOP, and that's going to provide fantastic racing.
It's almost, though, the antithesis, the opposite of what we normally have in GT racing. It's one driver and it's a sprint.
Yes, I mean, it also exists, you know, in the DTM in Germany, but in the SRO world, it's the unique one, and it makes it very special for us.
Stefan, well done. Let's go and enjoy the race. Let's go back this way, because one of the real surprises has been how well Audi have gone this weekend. Joel Eriksson, who's raced here in single-seaters, he's raced here in GT cars. Joel, can I just very quickly interrupt you? Brilliant job yesterday. How did it go, and were you a bit disappointed with Q2?
Yeah, I mean, it was way over expectation, what we expected, so yeah, pretty happy with the P4 start here today. Obviously, Q1 was a little bit stronger for us. The Super Pole doesn't really fit the Audi car, because we are struggling a bit to get the fronts in, so didn't have the grip at the front axle as I wanted on my lap, so yeah, lost a bit in the beginning of the lap, and then yeah, felt good on the end of the lap, obviously, but yeah, put us on P4, so yeah, it's a good spot for the race.
Good luck for today. Joel Eriksson, one of our two Phantom Global Racing Audi drivers. Right, let's see who else we might be able to find. Anjan Guven's Porsche. He's not opening his door, he's a bit locked in. What about, lost my cameraman now, Raffaele Marciello. Got a bit quick there. If I thread my way round this way, Raffaele Marciello is another driver who's got a great pedigree at Macau. Lello, all eyes forward. What are the chances of getting ahead of those Ferraris now?
Not easy. They were very, very quick, but yeah, let's see if I can jump one row today, and yeah, I need to jump another row tomorrow, and then first, yeah, let's see. It will not be easy, but I will try something. Let's see.
BMW always looks good around here in that first sector, all the way down to Lisboa. That's where many places can be gained, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, it's not only straight the track. There are also many corners in the mountain, and we are not very strong there. But yeah, luckily before the start is a long straight, so yeah, let's see what I can do.
Raffaele, good luck. The BMW then, run out of the Rover Racing stable, will be a force to be reckoned with. Right, let's see where else we might be able to go. Eduardo Mortara, who should have been second on the grid, is a little bit further back on the grid, but we'll see if we can go that far, because it would be nice to try and get one or two other manufacturers. If I can't get to Edo Mortara, I might be able to get Luca Engschler. Now, Luca last year, you might remember, had a monster accident, and when he joined us on the grid, it wasn't as a driver, it was on crutches, and it took him a month or two to recover out of that. Stuart Murray from the FIA talking to the Engschler family. Do I go dad or lad? Let's start with Luca. Last time we spoke on this grid, you were all strapped up, hobbling. Now you are a 24-hour winner at Spa and looking forward to a good race after a great season.
I hope, no? I mean, yeah, it was obviously a good qualifying. Very happy to be here again after last year. Missed a bit of confidence in the beginning, but now, yeah, on pace and feeling good.
The Lamborghinis have had an up and down kind of weekend, struggled on Thursday, better yesterday.
Yeah, we started obviously, yeah, difficult, been 3 seconds off the pace, and now we are, let's say, constantly moving up, but still a lot of work to do for us as a group, but I think we're getting there.
Excellent. Good luck. Good to see you looking so fit and well as well, Luca. Well done on a great season. As I say, winner of the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa a few months back. Christopher Haas's Audi is next on the grid. Let's try Edo Mortara. He got his better lap time yesterday taken off him for the car overpowering. Let's see if we can grab a quick word. Edo, not where you wanted to be on the grid, but all your Macau knowledge comes into play right now, yeah?
Well, we got our lap taken away in quali in Super Bowl, so we were supposed to start third. Unfortunately, this didn't go well. But anyway, starting from 10, we will try to do our best. And firstly, it's a qualification race, so hopefully trying to finish this one will be already good.
Good luck. We'll see how you get on. Eduardo Mortara's Lamborghini then, as he says, having his better lap time taken off him. It was a 2-lap Super Pole. Let's go this way and see if we've got time for one more before we need to jump off the grid. And it's Christopher Hauser, the Audi driver, who we haven't seen very much of in GT World Challenge Europe. He's been off busy in International GT Open. Nice to see you again. It's been a season we haven't seen too much of you, but here you are in a good competitive car as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, I start from P9, so definitely a bit more difficult. But you know, in Macau, everything is possible.
Yeah.
And yeah, let's hope for a good race start, and maybe I have the chance to gain some position.
Have you done a count at any point of how many races you've now done for Audi, especially in an R8? It must be in the thousands, Christopher.
Well, absolutely, but I never counted. Maybe I should.
Well, have a good one in this race. Christopher Hauser then in the Audi. Right, the grid is about to be cleared, so enjoy this qualification race for the FIA GT Cup. It promises to be an absolute belter.
Super grid walk from David. Thank you very much indeed. Heard from many of the drivers down there in the thick of it with all of the personnel that are down there, not only the journalists, but also all the teams.
Okay, it is time to run you through the grid then for this race. Antonio Fuoco is next to Yiffy Yi, and then it is Alessio next to Joel Eriksson. They share row 2. Marciello is next to Guven, and then it's Heinrich and Engstler in the next position as well. That's 7th and 8th for those two drivers. Christopher Haas, you just heard from him a few moments ago. Same applies to Eduardo Mortara. He's in 10th. And then you have Lawrence Van Thor in 11th. Benjamin Goethe in 12th. Adeli Fong in 13th. Dorian Boccolacci 14th. And then we have Deng in 15th. And Sheldon Randelind finds themselves last on the grid in 16th position, Wes. And here we go. Some grid for some race. Let's see how this one's going to play out. But as you can already tell from the interviews, they are really much just wanting to finish this to give themselves a good shot tomorrow.
Yeah, they certainly are. And it's an absolutely tremendous livery on the Ferrari of Yiffy running up front. And I also like the livery of Antonio Fuoco as well. So it's going to be a very pretty front row of the grid. And it'll be very, very nice to see both of them thundering down towards turn 3, the right-hander of Lisboa. Both of them incredibly competitive drivers. Both of them winners of Le Mans 24 Hours. This, of course, an invitational event, but the drivers taking it no less seriously, and they all want to win it.
The driver in third is Alessio Picarillo. He's going to look to try and go on the attack as well. Can he try and get himself in between the Ferraris? Can he try and make his life easier for tomorrow? The start will be heavily dependent on that. You've got Joel Eriksson starting in 4th position. How is his race going to go? He's been racing in the GT World Challenge Asia this year, finishing 31st in the standings. But of course, he's a full-time driver in Formula E, the Swedish driver, age 27. That is what he has turned this year, as he looks to now try and continue to progress. We're taking a look at so many of the different contenders, including Guven, who is going to be with Schumacher CLRT for this contest. And Guven is the champion of the German touring cars from this year as well. As we take a look at Marciello, and he'll go from P5. Looking forward to seeing what he can do. I think he could definitely be one to possibly keep an eye on in terms of a attack moving further up the field?
Yeah, Raffaele Marciello really flying the flag for BMW in this race, thanks to the demise in qualifying of Sheldon van der Linde, who ended up in the barriers. And yeah, as you were saying, Hanshan Guven in the champion of DTM of 2025 with an unbelievable battle on the last lap at Hockenheim with BMW driver Marco Wittmann, and it was absolutely box office stuff with Guven emerging victorious, as I said, with a last lap maneuver at the stadium section at Hockenheim. And I urge you all to go and try and have a look at footage of that race if you can, because it's you really won't regret it. As we get ready to take part or to watch the formation lap, a reminder to everybody: this is going to be a rolling start, unlike the other races so far this weekend. And yeah, but it's still an all Ferrari front row.
Yeah, rolling start, but with a 2x2 nature type thing, they all are already spread out. So by the time you get to Lisboa, do not worry one bit. It will absolutely feel like that it has been a standing start, because there will all be so much condensed together. But the formation lap is underway then for the GT World Cup. The qualification race is going to get underway in just over a lap's time. But Antonio Ferrucco on pole position, and in behind is going to be Yiffy Yi. Can we see any outside contenders, including Alessio or Joel, try to do something? That'll be the interesting question. But yes, we are underway. The drivers have set off for their formation lap. They'll be generating the heat into their tyres, because you don't want to head into racing conditions with cold tyres, because it can lead to many issues, which lots have found out across various series across today so far.
Yeah, they certainly have, and yeah, the barriers down at Lisboa bite, as do all the barriers really. It's very much like the Monaco Grand Prix in a way. If you're not brushing the barriers at least a little bit, then you're not trying hard enough. But there are a huge list of top-rated drivers from across endurance racing, and we're about to see them all descend on the Macau Grand Prix circuit, with the Ferraris leading the way. The Porsche, the number 911 Porsche of Alessio Picariello leading that charge, and Joel Eriksson fourth. Keep an eye out from them, because the toe is very, very powerful here down that back straight towards Lisboa.
It really is. So keep an eye on everyone condensing up. Eduardo Mortara, we're riding on board with so many of the different drivers. We're getting to see in the cockpit, and the more they make their way towards the end of the lap, the nerves are starting to rise, and it is all just starting to feel that much more real that, yes, you are about to go racing at what a lot of these drivers say, Wes, is one of the best circuits, for a lot of them, their favourite circuit.
It's very much a driver's circuit here at Macau. It's one of those ones that first designed back in the mid-1950s, and it has barely changed since then. And you can really feel that when going around it. It's not sanitized in any way. It really wasn't designed with safety in mind, and the drivers just absolutely relishing that challenge.
They really are indeed. Remember, with it being a rolling start, they will get into 2x2 formation, and we will get ready to get going. So they're making their way towards the end of the lap, but it all happens just that much more quicker. So while we are making our way through the final few corners, it is a rolling start reminder, so it all just happens a lot more quicker. So the start is seconds away when they all start getting themselves into formation. Now, how is this one going to play out? You've got an all Ferrari front row, as we've mentioned. Furuko is ahead of his teammate Yiffy Yi. And they've got outside contenders in behind who are absolutely going to want the chance, as we're going to have the safety car that will go straight on into the pit lane. Well, we've had our qualifying, we've had the Super Pole, and now it is time for the qualification race. An all Ferrari front row. Round the final corner we go here at Macau as we put our foot down, and we will be going to the green flags here for the qualification race. And Antonio Furuko sprints away from the field with his teammate directly in behind. Yiffy Yi tucks in the wheel tracks in the slipstream. Alessio is doing the exact same, and now the field is ready to fan out around this venue to see who can try and make some overtakes down towards Lisboa. And immediately Yi coming under major threat, major pressure at the moment. Ericsson's trying to get involved as well, looking to try and draw alongside in towards the braking zone, and Marciello's moving through as well, up to second place. What a start it has been from him. Do they get through Lisboa? We've had a few cars go off. Oh no, big crash in the background. Plenty of cars go through the runoff area, and we've had a few that have gone into the escape road as well. Off the road, Christopher Haas is one of the cars in the wall.
Yeah, Christopher Haas going into the barriers, but he's managing to reverse out. Hopefully he can get going again and there isn't too much damage to the front of that Audi. But yeah, massive chaos at Lisboa. What a brilliant start, though, from Marciello's BMW. He very nearly had the Ferrari of Yiffy around the outside into Lisboa, having to yield in the end. But here's a replay. Look at this. Marciello absolutely side by side with Yi, who very calmly defended, and Picariello as well in the Porsche was able to retake his third position. But yeah, cars absolutely everywhere at Lisboa. And that the purple car there, the BMW of Sheldon van der Linde, still recovering after a compromised qualifying position. And yeah, spinning at Lisboa is going to do him no favours whatsoever.
So Mortara was off. We had Haas, as we mentioned, off. Benjamin Goethe was off as well. We now head down to the Melco hairpin. No overtaking, of course, at that part of the circuit. Well, realistically, you can't even overtake, but just to ensure no one attempts something like it, you're not able to pull alongside and go for any forms of overtakes. Okay, well, the front few got away with it, Wes, but the chaos was further back, and this is one of the angles as we made our way down towards Lisboa.
Yeah, we're on board with Eduardo Mortara in the Lamborghini there. That is, I believe, Lawrence Vantor just in front of us in the gold-plated Porsche. And we just cut away from the replay just before it got interesting there. But amazing stuff. I'm surprised that he was able to slow down in time. But yes, indeed, and Mortara, actually, Mortara, I don't think did make it through in time because he's now fallen to the back.
Absolutely, this is getting close into Lisboa as on the attack we go with Marciello, and he was absolutely pushing Alessio through this part of the circuit. It was getting to contact territory very nearly. This battle going on for third position at this moment in time. So Marciello will try and go on the attack. But as you mentioned, Wes, it was such a great and mega start to the contest for Marciello, where he kind of came out of nowhere. And by the time we got down to Lisboa, he was in second momentarily, lost of course those positions again, and then we had to focus on all of the chaos that was taking place in behind. But yes, it was quite dramatic, and he definitely made quite big use of the race start. Let's go back to said start.
Yeah, this is going back to Mortara, and yeah, just getting it all completely wrong, and he just, unlike in single-seaters, you can't just spin the car around when you want to. It's the car's far too heavy for that. So, and that's why Mortara has now fallen down to the back behind. But he is in a fairly close contact with the back of the pack. So hopefully he'll make his way back up the field.
That'll be the aim. That'll be the hope. We're currently taking a look back, if you are synced up with us, with Ye as he looks in behind. And Alessio tries to set up some form of an overtake as well. This battle is getting very, very close, and it could definitely see a position change incoming very, very shortly if these gaps do continue, because the slipstream is powerful. We know it is so powerful, and definitely there will be the chance for a change to come in, and Yi is going to have to go majorly on the defensive if it continues like this. The exit out of Mandarin Bend so important. Meanwhile, Antonio Furuko is checking out, and it actually looks like Alessio is having to defend furiously right now for Marciello, who's been able to get the better exit, who's been able to close and tuck directly in, and it's given a bit of breathing room, bit of breathing space into Lisboa at that precise moment for Ye.
Yeah, Picariello under massive pressure there, and just behind is the Porsche of Lauren Heinrich, trying to get past Luca Engler in the Lamborghini there, not quite able to make it happen. And just behind them actually is the silver-rated driver of Deng Yi, also in the Ferrari, and he managed to avoid all that chaos on the opening lap and is now up into 9th place despite starting near the back. So yeah, great stuff from him, and he's up with the leading pack.
He really, really is. Fantastic stuff there. We now navigate our way through this twisty and tight part of the circuit where you need to be on full focus. Any form of misjudgment, any form of pushing a little bit too hard to get some good exits to overtake your rival can cost you dramatically and in a big way. So it is Furuko, 4 seconds. That is his advantage right now as he looks to confirm himself as the pole sitter for tomorrow's race. But it's all about this battle for second place. If we are going to see Alessio take a few risks, try and do something to make an overtake out there on the circuit. The most laps we are seeing any series run across today's event. As we mentioned, there will be 16 in total for the main race tomorrow. There will be 15 for the Formula Regional Championship, the World Cup, that will be taking place as well. We've still got that to come. That'll be the final on-track action of the day as well, coming up next here at Macau. Before we round out Saturday's action, I have to say Marciello was so close to the wall, making his way round the final corner. We've already seen a few drivers in the Road Sport Challenge get caught out by that, so you don't want to be running in too deep round the final corner, or it will send you right into the barrier. Now, can Marciello go for anything? These three running so closely, second down to 4th.
Yeah, it certainly is, and that BMW is so quick down the back straight there, pulling up behind the Porsche of Picariello, and Antonio Fuoco is absolutely checked out at the front. The gap now up to 4 seconds nearly between the two Ferraris, and there's a bit of a train starting to form behind Yifei currently in second place, with Picariello 3rd, Marciello 4th, Joel Eriksson 5th, and Hanchang Guven in 6th place.
Yeah, I wonder whether Fukuo's possibly made a little bit of an error on this lap, actually, because it was 4 seconds. It's dropped down to 3.3. Maybe not the most experted corners he's done around this circuit. Of course, he's still got so much breathing room, but yes, that's just possibly something that's happened. Getting maybe a little bit too relaxed at the front of the field there for Antonio Furuko, but if he can just put in a good consistent drive, that should get him to the flag without any issues. But yes, he is really dominating, and he is really trying to pull away onboards around Macau circuit. Always feel absolutely ludicrous with the way the drivers rotate and make their way by on this circuit. It is so tight, it is so twisty, it's sometimes just so hard to believe that we're actually here and we're actually doing this at this precise moment.
Yeah, it certainly is, but these are highly experienced drivers running in this race. They come here every year, they race in so many different series throughout the year, and you can really tell there's not been a hint of a yellow flag so far in this race. I'm about to put a commentator's curse on the race, but yeah. And do you know, I think you're right. It might be something a bit more than a mistake, because the gap is ever decreasing now, and Fuoco, seemingly from dominating this race before, is now seems to be falling back towards the chasing pack.
He really is. So we'll keep an eye on that, whether it's anything worse, whether it's a possible issue. But yes, for now it's fine. We'll just keep an eye and assess things. As long as he's able to defend even on the circuit, I guess that's the most important thing. If he can keep this car running and get himself to the flag first, then that's all he needs. But yes, possibly getting a bit too comfortable, maybe, if it isn't an issue. But yes, he's been losing time on time on time over the last few laps. So we'll keep an eye on the gap. We'll keep an eye on the gap. Nothing as major or of importance. We're still focusing on this battle that rages on for P2 at the moment. Remember, this is going to be setting the grid for the 72nd running of the Macau Grand Prix, the GT Cup that will take place tomorrow. This is the qualifications race, and it will set the grid for it, meaning that the drivers, well, need to strategically think about the way they go about this. You sometimes may have to just be a bit more cautious in today's specific race, and then tomorrow you can go for a few more risks. You can go for a little bit more of daring attempts, just because you know it's your final opportunity, but you don't want to completely ruin your chance here today and mean that you have to start at the back for tomorrow. So that's the way that will be going as we make our way round the final few corners on the circuit. Well, yeah, he can definitely see his teammate, that's for sure, Wes.
Yeah, that gap is starting to visually shrink now, so if it's not some kind of an issue with Antonio Fuoco's Ferrari, then he's got a very an interesting idea of controlling the race. But yeah, the gap ever shrinking, and that and Yifei is starting to gap a little bit now. The Porsche of Alessio Picariello, who and remember the BMW behind him is very, very quick. Not quite in the slipstream too much at the moment, but yeah, Marcello not leaving the backside of that Porsche.
Really isn't. He's currently glued to the back. Marcello wants that third position. I guess third offers you plenty of chances. I know you can come from fourth, you can come from fifth, but I think to have a realistic shot of definitely going for the lead, sometimes third can be a good position. Of course, it will be a rolling start, as we already mentioned, so it is always very important to get a good reaction when the race does begin, because realistically it is so tough, it is so challenging to make an overtake around this venue. So it really depends on your race start, and then there's always safety car chances, but realistically these drivers are professionals. They're so good, they're so talented, and they're much more of the finished article compared to some of the other series that are racing across this event. So the chance of a safety car, the likelihood of a safety car, especially once you've navigated the big hurdle of lap 1, is much more less.
Yeah, much less, and we're seeing that now with Fuoco has managed to stabilize the gap at about 2.5 seconds now. So Yifei, who we're on board with at the moment, so far unable to chase down his fellow Ferrari compatriot. Just 7 laps to go, or 6 laps to go now in this race as they come across the line to start the new lap, and that means we've just reached half distance in this race.
The race absolutely flying by at the moment, and yeah, he's definitely getting on with it. He is really trying to break clear and get his advantage, while Marcello looks to try and still claim that third position, or at least is hoping to try and force an error. Looking further back, though, I think that's where we possibly could see some of the switches coming into play as well. Heinrich looking to go around the outside, and he can't get there at the moment. But Engstler is really having to go super on the defensive. It would have been very close as they made their way up the hill. So the battle will still be very close together. I want to see whether Heinrich can fight his way by. But looks like they're just maintaining order at the moment. But that was one of the best sniffs. He couldn't get by. It's back down to 5/10. But that's a good sniff that he had to try and take 7th place.
Yeah, here they come now, the Lamborghini, not quite as quick as that gold Porsche at the moment in this race. And keep an eye out on Dorian Boccolacci as well, who has dispensed of the 2 silver-rated drivers, Adley Fong and Deng Yi, so far already in this race, and has now cruised up to the back of Lauren Heinrich, and he is going to be looking for a way past as well. We could very well see 3 wide down the back straight.
Who knows? Who knows? Could we get to 3 wide territory here on the streets of Macau? Definitely possible, but is it advisable? That is up for the drivers to debate. And at the moment, Heinrich absolutely pushing his rival through the Melco hairpin. Only 7 meters that part of the circuit. It is quite crazy. There is a reason why we need to have yellow flags active at all moments, so the drivers don't try and make an overtake. And I think that was slightly wide as well for Engstler, making his way through Fisherman's Bend, and it's going to give the opportunity. A dive bomb into the final corner is risky. It was an attempted dive bomb, and there was a reason why he didn't go for it, but he was looming large in the mirrors, and now he's got an attacking chance. You make your way through turn number 1, about to make your way down the back straight. You're gaining the slipstream all the time. Can he try and fight his way up to 7th position? Mandarin Bend so important in terms of the momentum. Has he got it this time by? It looks like once again he is definitely tucked in. Can he try and force a mistake out of his rival? He'll look on the brakes to the outside line, and if Engstler can make the corner, which he has done, so they were close to the wall, they have made their way through. Great battling between the pair, and as you mentioned, Dorian Boccolacci is rubbing his hands, hoping to gain 2 free positions here.
That was extraordinary. It looked like Heinrich was basically rubbing the rear bumper almost of the Lamborghini as they came across the line, and then as they start heading down towards Mandarin Bend, the Lamborghini of Engstler started pulling ahead. So yeah, even a draft, or a tow rather, was just not enough for the Porsche to get alongside. So yeah, definitely compromised in terms of straight line speed is Heinrich's Porsche, running in 8th position at the moment. He can get incredibly close during the tight the tight and twisty section, which they're in now. But once they get onto the back straight, the Porsche just seemingly has no answer.
Yeah, that's exactly the way things look. Absolute no answer to try and make the overtake, as the field currently make their way through, not pushing him as much through Melco hairpin this time by. By the way, if you are wondering in terms of what's been happening elsewhere in the field, we've got a battle for 2nd place that is going on. 2nd and 3rd, Marciello is no longer a part of it, and Ericsson is the driver in behind. Furuko is leading the way by 2.5 seconds as he comes over the line and takes us to 4 laps to go here in the qualification race. Furuko on his way to securing pole position then. And what a brilliant pole position this would be for the driver who finished 9th last time out here on the streets of Macau. And if he can just control this, he is putting himself in brilliant position as the rest of them all just look to see and, well, settle and consolidate their positions. That isn't the case, though, further back. If your name is Heinrich, who is desperate, who wants this position, he pulls out to the outside line. This time, is he going to be able to get by? On the brakes, we will go into Lisboa. Lisboa still can't find a way by. The inside line won't work. The outside line won't work either. And, well, this Macau circuit is really getting them close together. And Boccolacci now is there and is like, yep, guys, if you can just continue this fighting, move yourself off the racing line, and I'll easily get myself to 2 further places.
Yeah, certainly. Boccolacci really trying to take advantage of the compromised speed of Lauren Heinrich. Unseen by us, I think there must have been some kind of a mistake by Raffaele Marciello's BMW, because he's fallen away markedly from the back of Alessio Piccarello's 911 Porsche up front. It's 2 seconds the gap. If anything, he's now falling into the clutches of Joel Eriksson in the red and black Audi. So, yeah, something's happened to Marciello.
Something definitely has happened indeed. So we continue following this battle. It's the closest one. It's the best one that we've had in this race. The way Heinrich is just able to follow so closely is just absolutely remarkable. And I can definitely tell you he's barging, he's pushing him through Melker Hairpin this time by. Took the slightly calmer approach, but at some point he's going to be getting fed up of seeing Engstler directly in front of him. Now, through the final few corners, how close can he get this time by? It's so important. Can he outdrag him? Can he get really close and try and outdrag him? But I guess that's difficult to do because, of course, if you're too far back, then you'll really only be able to get alongside. And if you're too close, you aren't going to get enough of the you're not going to be able to get the overspeed anyway. So it's kind of a bit of a hard position if you are to try and make the overtake. But this time by, he's definitely still in the slipstream, trying to see whether he can at least force a mistake. I think that's what he'll need to try, because as it stands, Engstler is not budging. He's not giving any opportunity as well. This is some great, proper street fighting going on, where it is all coming down to this. And Heinrich just looming large in the mirrors, placed the car on the inside, was never going to commit though to that move. It is the qualification race, no point going for any form of risks like that.
Yeah, and I think if he stays behind much longer, Lauren Heinrich might be doing something desperate, because he has been staring at the back of that Lamborghini now for the entire race at this point, and he's looking this way, that way, every which way but over, and the Lamborghini remains large in front of him. It must be very easy to spot from his mirrors, because it's, of course, bright gold is Lauren Heinrich. But yeah, Luca Engstler maintaining at the moment 7th position.
It's probably a big distraction. I have to assume, seeing gold every single corner you turn of this Macau circuit, every straight you navigate your way through, gold, all looming over the back of you. It's definitely not something you want on a circuit like this. Wonder how much of a distraction that probably is. Seeing that specific car color, and, well, seeing a whole train develop in behind of him as well. I do have to say, while this battle is close, there is some other ones that are getting really close, including Marciello. I think he's just running out of pace. I think possibly it could have been a mistake earlier, but now he's just running out of pace and trying his best to hang on to that 4th position. Furuko over the line, that is fine, but further back, can Marciello defend from Joel Eriksson, and can Engstler defend from Heinrich still?
Yeah, that's what we're going to have to see. And coming through Donna Maria earlier, Luca Engstler got a bit sideways coming out of there, but yeah, Heinrich just not in a position to do anything about it. There's only really one line through that sequence of corners, so yeah, no hope for Heinrich at this point as they come onto the back straight once again. And Heinrich's getting a little close to the back of the Lamborghini, but Engstler goes defensive, holds his line now. He's getting a little squirrely under braking, but once again manages to maintain the position.
nothing doing there. It's kind of a script that keeps repeating itself every few laps, where he just gets himself so close, and just still that little bit too far every single time. He's got a good advantage by the standards of this race between second and fourth, so 1.1 seconds will absolutely do for him as they make their way through. We've got the regional, by the way, that is still yet to come. That one definitely should have quite a lot of chaos and carnage, I can already guarantee you, especially the opening lap. And, well, the slipstream that you get in that is definitely quite powerful. So, looking forward to the regional. That will be taking place soon out there on the circuit. But yes, we are navigating our way into the final stages of this race, and then we still have like over an hour to go until the regional. So a bit of waiting to do, Wes, as well, to try and keep ourselves awake for the final race, the final action of the day as well.
Yeah, it is, but it's going to be well worth the wait. A lot more cars taking part in that than here. And a lot less experienced as well, it has to be said.
Yeah.
We should be seeing some mistakes right now. We're seeing some incredibly sensible driving from all involved as we go on to the final lap.
Yeah, if it wasn't for the start, that's probably one of the best car races at Macau ever in terms of calmness.
All very well behaved. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. They just caused a lot of carnage at the start, but other than that, it was all nicely done from the field. Right, Heinrich, what do you have for us? He's definitely in the wheel tracks, in the slipstream. We're on the final lap of the race. If he wants to get by, he needs to do it at this moment in time, and he can't quite do it. Further back, it is also getting very, very close. Van Thor is trying to give himself the opportunity to get past Deng Yi as well. So it is quite a few battles that have closed up near the end, but still ones that look to be settled away now until the checkered flag.
Yeah, Lawrence Van Toor, one of the drivers compromised on that first lap. He's been slowly trying to make his way up. He's got past the other silver-rated driver of Adderley Fong in the Audi R8. Will he be able to make his way past the Ferrari of Deng Yi, though, before the end of this race? We'll have to wait and see as they come across the line. But we're going to be focusing up at the front. Antonio Fuoco has utterly controlled this race from start to finish. He had a huge lead up at the front, and then I suppose decided he didn't need quite such a big gap. But he's maintained it at roughly 2.5 seconds for the vast majority of this race, with Yefei also maintaining, albeit a smaller advantage over the front of Alessio Picariello.
Into the final corner for Antonio Fuoco. He's led off pole position. He's going to come across the line to win the qualification race and secure himself pole position for the 72nd running of the Macau Grand Prix for the GT Cup tomorrow. It is Ye in second place, and then we find ourselves with Alessio in third, and then this battle over the line, which has been so close for so long, but Engstler is going to hold on to seventh. And then it's Heinrich in 8th and Boccalacci in 9th. The drivers to finish ahead of that were Marciello, Joel Eriksson and Guven. They were 4th, 5th and 6th. And the final driver in the top 10 was Deng Yi. Well, it was a bit more of the calmer racing of Macau. It was quite a crazy start, but other than that, it was well controlled from the field, and it was brilliance from Ferrari, who convert their 1-2 on the grid to 1-2 in the race result.
Yeah, despite how Lisboa lap 1 might have looked to us, it didn't actually result in any retirements. All 16 cars that started this race have finished it.
Yep, well done. well done, and it's great that none of the teams or anyone involved will have to do any work overnight, and they can just enjoy the night before a busy day tomorrow, and the important day tomorrow, where it is all on the line, where it all comes down to what is going to take place. Of course, the whole event, while you have the qualifyings, it's always nice to take pole, it's always nice to win the qualification races. The one that means the most, the one that everyone will talk about, is the main race. So Antonio Fuoco knows that, well, that's about 10% of the job done. 90% still yet to go from this weekend as well. But what a great performance from him, putting Ferrari on top here at Macau. It was the first time Ferrari have taken a pole as well around this venue. A 1-2 to go with it. So that was great to see yesterday. But now the field will be making their way in towards Parc Ferme, and will attend all the media duties and get done with Saturday. A successful day for some, and a lot of work to do for others.
Yeah, certainly is, and a very well-deserved win from Antonio Fuoco. Of course, coming off the back of that Formula One free practice one run in the Ferrari, taking over from Lewis Hamilton for that one session, and he absolutely delivered there, and he's delivered here as well, and put himself in the best spot possible to lead a Ferrari victory, possibly in tomorrow's race, to mirror what he did today, leading home teammate Yifei, as well as Alessio Picariello, who completed the podium in 3rd place.
Did indeed. And yes, Fuoco, well, what a career. What a career. He's won the 24 Hours of Le Mans. That was last year. And you could tell the emotion on the last lap as well, when the cameras cut to him in the garage. Meant so much. But yes, a winner of Le Mans, and looking to try and complete a great weekend from the Macau Grand Prix, the 72nd running of the event, as I've mentioned, as the cars get brought into the paddocks. Of course, an expanded paddock this year, Wes. A lot more different spacing needed because of the F4 Cup, also the F4 World Cup also taking place this year, meaning they've had to relocate stuff, and luckily everything's all managed to get there and fit though.
Yep. If there's one thing the organisers of this event here in Macau can do, it's find space from somewhere, and they have absolutely delivered today. I understand a large amount of the cars are being kept in an underground car park overnight, which they go from, and we're about to hear now from Antonio Fuoco.
Antonio Fuoco, what a place to do it. Feels like redemption after that near victory last year. A brilliant drive from start to finish.
Yeah, I mean, I think we had really good start, and then I tried to do my best. The people behind, they were quite fast, so I think we did a really good job today, and now we need to think about tomorrow.
It must put you in good stead. You must feel confident ahead of tomorrow's main race.
Yeah, I mean, I felt okay, but I think today we had new tires while the other start with the old tires. So here in Macau, you never know. For sure, we start on really good place, so we just need to do our best.
Well done. Great job, Antonio.
It was a great job done by Antonio Fuoco, and it'll be fascinating to see what pans out tomorrow. Yifei there goes to congratulate his stablemate in the Ferrari's the car of Antonio Fuoco out of the AF Corsa stable, which is as close to a factory car as you're going to get. Yifei badged for Harmony Racing, one of the local teams. Now the drivers need to go to the podium. We'll be able to hear from them in due course. Away there from the FIA's technical offices, technical area. So helmet, hands device handed to the team. And Antonio Fuoco makes his way now up to the podium. Now, what about Yefei? Second place. Let's get back down to Alex and hear from him.
Yefei, close but no cigar, but certainly still gives you confidence ahead of tomorrow's race.
Yeah, knowing that starting on old tires will be difficult compared to Antonio on new tires, maybe some others. So we knew that we just have to try to, get out of T1 in a good position, avoid fighting between us. And actually, Marcello was coming very close into Lisboa on the outside, but luckily I was just able to outbrake him and keep the place. Yeah, all to play for tomorrow. Great job to the team, to Ferrari, and let's see tomorrow how we do.
To play for indeed. Well done.
So good job done by Yefei. Alessio Picariello, the third placed driver in Porsche, will be making his way to the podium as well. Trying to get from one side of the paddock to the other.
Easy.
It's absolutely not the work at the moment. Everybody wants a word, everybody wants a photograph. There's Antonio Fuoco celebrating with the AF Corsa team. The Macau Grand Prix officials trying to shepherd the drivers through all the cameras, all the crew, and all the photographers. AF Corsa, Amato Ferrari's team, is very much the go-to Ferrari squad and has had massive success over the last decade or so. Amato, no mean driver himself, a good 4 decades ago. To the podium goes Antonio Fuoco, Yefei and Alessio Picariello. Ferrari, Porsche, BMW, Audi, Porsche, the order. Yefei's arrival at the podium is delayed because the Harmony Racing team want up-team photographs.
So often the way here at Macau, you've got to go from one side of the paddock to the other, and although that picture that we see there, it isn't the best of ways of showing just how busy that paddock is. It's absolutely rammed all day long, and it is the hustle and bustle of the paddock and the marshals with their whistles getting you out of the way for when the cars need to be threading their way through. But this is not an easy ride from one side of the paddock to the other. I think they're doing a pretty good job.
We'll go along with that. And Yefei, who's not really been a Macau driver before, he's not been exposed to the Macau way of doing things, goes from one side of the paddock to the other, ready for the podium, which will be the other side of that big permanent building you see on the left on the pit straight, which of course is public roads. Let's have another look at the start of the race. On board here at the back with Eduardo Mortara. So coming down towards our bend, the other side of which on the left is the everyday traffic. Now the pin is pulled, the cars accelerate up towards the line. You can see on the gantry the lights change. We're in business then. They accelerate down towards Reservoir and 3 wide. Which way do you go if you're Eduardo Mortara? Well, he tried the inside, and look at that. Larry Heinrich fired it up the inside, danced off the side of the car ahead. They got away with that. We didn't see that from the outside.
Hadn't seen that before.
That was very close indeed. Larry Heinrich on a mission. Out of Mandarin. Heinrich ahead. Absolutely flat to the boards. They're down through the gears, third gear, second gear, but he couldn't get the car slowed down, and Mortara has to go up the escape road. And look, in the mirror, you see the spinning McLaren of Benji Goethe arrive on the scene that thankfully didn't collect him, but it was close. Antonio Fuoco wins the qualification race for the FIA GT World Cup from Yefei and Alessio Picariello. He rounds out the podium. BMW taking fourth, courtesy of Raffaele Marciello, and Audi fifth, Joel Eriksson, with Ian Schenguven ahead of Luca Engschler, who fended off Larry Heinrich, Dorian Boccolacci, and Andy Deng round out the top 10. 11th going to Laurence Fantor from Adderley Fong, and then Sheldon van der Linde, Benji Goethe after a lap 1 spin. 14th, Christopher Hasse having headbutted the tyres at Lisboa on lap 1. 15th, and Eduardo Mortara also having gone up the escape road down in 16th place. That is about the calmest the pit straight has been now for the last hour or so.
Yes, you're right. What a thrill that was. Absolutely superb. podium coming up, and the fact that the door is open at the side of the podium, I think it means the podium presenter is preparing and soon will be on their way, as indeed are the trophy queens.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Now it's time for the prize presentation at the podium for the Macau GT Cup FIA GT World Cup qualification race. First of all, let's welcome our winning drivers. Second runner-up, number 911, Alessio Picariello from Belgium. And the first runner-up, number 83, Ye Yifei from China. And the winner, number 50, Antonio Fuoco from Italy. Congratulations. And now, please welcome Mr. Dave Sun, Executive Vice President and Chief Financial Officer of Sense China Limited, Managing Director of Venetian Macau Limited, to present the laurels and trophies. First to our second runner-up, number 911, Alessio Picariello. And now to our first runner-up, number 83, Ye Yifei from China. And to our winner, number 50, Antonio Fuoco. Congratulations. And let's gather at the center and look to the front to take a good photo, capturing this glorious moment of our winning drivers. All right, wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Sun. And now I would like to invite all of our drivers to move to the top of the podium to take one more good photo, please. All right, again, look to the front, enjoying your glorious moment. Wonderful, thank you. Please remain, and now I'll pass the mic to Chris. We're gonna have an interview section with our winning drivers, please.
Thank you very much. Right, let's start with Alessio. Alessio, well done, great results. You get better and better every time you come to Macau. Does it help, that experience, to have the confidence to drive here?
Yeah, I think it really helps to come every year. Luckily, I have the trust from Porsche and Absolute Racing, and this year Tempo to put me in their car. And it's always a pleasure to come back every year. And like you said, I improve, and now I'm getting closer and closer. So yeah, I'm just enjoying it.
You had to work hard in the first half of the race. You were trying to attack, but also defend from the BMW of Raffaele.
Yeah, I think I will do nightmare of this car. I mean, the gap was pretty big before last corner, and then he was attacking me already before Mandarin with these big yellow lights. So it was a bit scary, but yeah, I mean, we lack a bit of raceability, but the car is very good in the mountain. I think in free air, I could have gone with Antonio, but yeah, I mean, that's racing. We will try to improve this for tomorrow. For sure, the key will be to have a good start, and then we will see.
Great job so far. Well done. And Ife in second place. Ife, this is the second famous podium you've been on this year. You're having a great 2025.
Yeah, living the dream.
How was the race? Second time for you here at Macau. Did you learn a lot last year?
Yeah, last year on the grid, I didn't really know how to start the car because I haven't driven this car so much. But this year I've gathered some more experiences, and definitely it has helped a lot. And yeah, we have a great race today, and looking forward to tomorrow.
You kept your pace all the way through the race. Your lap times at the end were pretty much as quick as at the beginning of the race. That must give you some confidence for tomorrow.
I mean, knowing that we started on used tires compared to Antonio, who saved a set of tires in the free practice, for sure we knew that in the first few laps we would have a hard time. But yeah, just try to keep calm, try to keep it clean and consistent, because we know the race is tomorrow. So
yeah, well, you're in a great position. Well done. Second place on the front row tomorrow. Antonio, very well done. You got the first Ferrari pole position yesterday in that Super Pole shootout, and you've turned it into a race win. But I guess it's only half the job for you. Tomorrow is what it's all about.
Yeah, I mean, the main race is tomorrow, but for sure we start on a good position. We also saw that the competitors are really strong, so we will try to do our best. We enjoy today, so I hope we can have also a good race tomorrow.
I guess it's quite hard being at the front all the time on your own, because any slight lapse in concentration and you get punished here at Macau, so you have to remain 100% focused.
Yeah, I mean, you need to stay focused also, because during the race, Ife and the people behind, they were coming close, so I try to be 100% focused on the race, try to manage a bit with the wall and everything, and I think everything went well today.
You very much did. Good luck for tomorrow, all three of you. Well done to our top three in the GT Cup race.
Thank you, and congratulations again to all our winning drivers and the races tomorrow. So looking forward, and the best wishes to you for tomorrow. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna keep enjoying the 72nd Macau.
Okay, well, what a GT weekend it has been so far. The main race definitely has plenty to offer and plenty to give, and I guess that will give us the bigger picture in terms of who is going to come out on top. But yes, Wes, I mean, everything really happened at the race start.
It really did, yeah. You can tell these are endurance drivers by trade, because once all the chaos from lap 1 had worked itself out, they all really just settled down into the long haul and kind of took this race in their stride, if you like, with gaps being maintained, and yeah, just very good defending, as you would expect from drivers of this experience level. And yeah, it was pretty simple running for Antonio Fuoco up at the front, and he richly deserves this race win.
Really, really does as well. Great performance from them as we now get ready.
$16 laps around the Macau gear circuit here, and 12:35 local time is when we get the race underway tomorrow.
Well, thank you very much there to Alan Hyde. So Alan Hyde giving us his quick thoughts on that. Well, we've got the regional championship that is about to get going as we get ready to end the day. So I think it is quite perfect if we first of all bring you the press conference as the top three are arriving to it now.
Okay, welcome to the race winners press conference, the qualification race for the Macau GT Cup, FIA GT World Cup. We have our race winner, Antonio Fuoco, second, Ye Fei, and third, Alessio Picariello. Congratulations to all three of you.
大家好，歡迎大家嚟到第72屆澳門格蘭披治大賽車澳門 GT 杯國際汽聯 GT 世界盃選拔賽嘅賽後記者會。首先，我哋恭喜台上面嘅3位車手，佢哋分別係第一位嘅富奧、第二位葉一飛同埋第3位嘅皮卡利耶魯。Before everything, Furo, can you please put your trophy a bit back to you so that you... Okay.
Antonio, congratulations, a great start, sensational first few laps. You're 4 seconds ahead, I think, after 2 laps, and then the gap stabilised and came down. How are things playing out? Why did that gap fluctuate a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, I think I had a really good start, and then I think compared to the others, I had new tires, so I was able to push a bit more and being able to open a bit the gap. And then, I mean, the guys were coming back, but at the end I was able to keep the 2 seconds at the end of the race. The car felt really good today, so as I said, I think we had a really good start, then we managed a bit, and now we need to focus about tomorrow.
剛才排第一嘅富表示咧，佢喺選拔賽嘅起步做得非常之好啦，咁可以用新嘅輪胎，其實比賽開始嘅時候咧已經擦出一個比較好嘅速度㗎啦。咁當然對手喺比賽嘅過程當中都不停向佢施壓啦，但佢開心自己可以抵受到對方嘅壓力，咁好期待聽日嘅賽事。
You've been very confident in the car throughout this weekend. You look very comfortable out in front today, but do you think tomorrow's race will be a different matter, especially with kind of more tyre equalization?
Yeah, for sure tomorrow will be a bit different, especially when you have some car behind that are 10k faster on the straight. It will be not easy to stay in the front until Lisboa, so we will try to do our best and then we see.
佢都補充到咧，佢相信聽日咧將會係一場硬戰啦，因為對手其實都非常之強勁啦，所以佢聽日咧會全力以赴。
Yeah, congratulations on second place. If we can talk about the start of the race, obviously Antonio had got clear, but you faced some big pressure from behind, and Raffaele came very close to getting around the outside. How did that play out?
Yeah, we managed a very good start with Antonio to not lose time and actually to get out of turn one with a good position. And then, yeah, as Antonio said, with the car actually was more than like 15 kph faster than us. It was difficult. Actually, I was briefly behind him going through Lisboa, behind Raffaele, but I just managed to brake very, very late and get the place back. From there onwards, obviously having old tires was more difficult in the first few laps, but I knew that important is just to finish the race in a good position and to be able to fight for tomorrow. And thanks to the team, to everyone who provided a perfect car today.
可不可以请你与中文的听众和观众分享一下？
OK， 好，今天我和我的队友Foco 有一个很好的配合在起步，我们在1号弯的时候顺利保持了位置，然后但之后就像他刚才说的，我们在直道上要比他们可能慢15公里，所以在3号弯之前，我其实短暂的被那个Raffaele Marcello 超过了，但是我通过我很晚的刹车，然后把这个位置夺了回来。之后因为我知道我用的是旧胎，所以说可能在前几圈会比较挣扎，但是我知道明天正赛是在明天，所以说今天的任务是安全完赛，然后把赛车带到很好的位置，然后这样明天可以有个好的冲刺冠军的机会。
The gap to Antonio stabilised around 2.5 seconds after the first few laps, but you had big pressure from behind Alessio. That Porsche wasn't being dropped. How much pressure were you feeling? How comfortable were you with the kind of the pace you were doing at that point?
Honestly, in Macau, we are all professional drivers, and unless we make a mistake, which normally we don't, even if you're on the back of someone, there's not really a serious chance. Let's say with cars that are equal kind of top speed. So even if I push more to try to catch Antonio, would have made no sense. Also, vice versa, there was no point because I knew that if I just keep driving cleanly, normally I should be able to keep Alessio behind. So at the end, was just about to manage the race and to have the car good for tomorrow. Oh, again. What was the question? I know. 因为我知道在澳门的话，其实说实话非常难超车，尤其是我们都是职业的车手，所以呢，如果在前车不犯错的情况下，很难有超车的机会。我知道，即使我可能是冒更多险去追我队友，我Foco 的话，但其实也没有太大意义，因为。 其实我追上了更多的时间，但其实也很难超车。然后我也知道我后面的车手，如果我不犯错的话，我也能把它保持在后面。所以说我知道今天的目标是安全完赛，然后积累数据，然后为明天的正赛做最好的准备。
Alessio, congratulations on third place. I think your race was kind of had two halves. The first half, a lot of pressure from behind Raffaele. How was that playing out, and how difficult was that on the straights when that BMW was coming down quite fast?
Yeah, it was actually very difficult, and for me it was a little bit different than Yifei just explained, is that I was pretty quick at the beginning in the mountain, and that's where I could do the difference compared to the BMW. But I was a bit stuck behind the Ferrari in front, and therefore the BMW was not so close, but close enough to always try to attack me. I mean, that car is so quick in the straight, and therefore for us it's very difficult to, in the first few laps, especially if you have traffic in front. But then I saw he was struggling a bit with his tires, and I was feeling better and better. Also, Yifei was getting quicker, which helped me to pull the gap to the BMW before the last sector. So, yeah, a little bit frustrating because I feel like we had a lot of pace, but yeah, to overtake here in Macau is very difficult. But yeah, happy about the car. I think we have what it takes now. Let's see tomorrow at the start. For sure, it will be tough to keep Lello behind, but yeah, we will try our best.
剛才排第3嘅皮卡利耶路咧表示，其實自己咧喺山路嘅路段咧，其實速度都比較快啦。咁但係因為前車其實佢哋嗰個佢同前車嘅一開始嘅距離都比較近，咁同埋後面有馬些路嘅攻勢，所以其實咧佢可以發揮嘅嗰個空間咧並唔係好大嘅。不過去到隨住賽事嘅後面啦，佢同前車同埋後車咧開始拉開咗個距離之後咧，佢反而有多啲嘅空間可以俾佢即係保持佢嘅速度啦。咁雖然咧佢好想做到一個更加好嘅成績，但係因為剛才賽事其實個路況都好擠擁啦，佢都未能夠可以做到一個更加好嘅名次。咁但係佢覺得自己嘅賽車性能非常之好啦，所以好期待聽日嘅賽事可以做到更加好嘅成績。
Now you know the strengths of your car and how it compares to the Ferrari. How confident are you feeling about tomorrow, and do you think you need to get at least one place off the start if you can have a chance of going for the win?
Yes, I mean, for sure it always helps, but I mean, compared to the Ferrari, I think we are quite close. I think we are maybe a little bit quicker in some places in the mountain. They are a little bit quicker in out of the last corner, which helped them also for reversibility, but we are pretty close. So with the Ferrari, let's say it's going to be tight, it's going to be hard, but it can be fair. With the BMW, it's very tough, but they also struggle a lot in the mountain, and the race tomorrow is longer, so they will struggle even more, I guess. So yeah, let's see. I think there will be a lot of drama at the start because for sure a lot will try. Do I have to take risk or not? I will see after the lights.
而佢亦都補充到咧，其實佢覺得自己嘅賽車啦，同埋對手嘅賽車咧，喺各路段唔同嘅路段咧，都有各自嘅優勢同埋劣勢嘅。譬如佢自己嘅賽車咧，其實佢覺得喺山路嘅表現比較好啦。咁但係法拉利嘅賽車咧，可能喺最後一彎嘅速度咧就會比較快嘅。咁佢相信咧，聽日嘅比賽中會非常之刺激啦。而佢本人咧，亦都會思考下聽日應該點樣以一個點樣嘅策略去到攞到更加好嘅名次。
Okay, any questions for our top three?
開放現場提問。
No, we're all good. Congratulations. If you can come together a photograph, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
Okay, well, that was a bit of an interesting press conference. Great to hear from everyone in terms of, well, the top three, in terms of their opinions and thoughts when it comes to things. Now we will be preparing for the Macau Grand Prix qualification race for the Formula Regional. That should hopefully be quite exciting. It's going to be great to see how it is going to play out. Talking about things playing out, we are going to now play to you the final 11 minutes of qualifying that we had for the Formula Regional Championship as well, to show you laps of the limit and to show you how it all played out across the Macau circuit as the drivers battle for pole position, and how we've got the current grid that you can see on screen.
here we go. 11 minutes and 20 seconds of this session remains. And GT3 qualifying is coming up over 2 sections of qualifying, and historically, you know, we haven't had many interruptions from the GT3 cars last year and this year so far. I think we're in to a thrilling finale for the day with the conclusion of this qualifying for the FIA FR World Cup and the FIA GT World Cup.
Drivers still, in a lot of cases, though, having to rely on their time from yesterday as the track is live once again. So the incident reports get longer and longer as the day goes on, but perhaps it's inevitable that we get these dramas because we're getting through free practice into qualifying where things become ever more important and the commitment level goes up too. Running in tandem, team to team, as they are released in garage order. Matthew Colnaghi in the background. So Enzo Dellini put himself up to the top of the times just before that most recent red flag. And there's now 10 minutes on the clock. This outlap, you'll see the car still, when they get onto the faster waterside part of the circuit, weaving around to generate the warmth and the pressures in the tyres once again and think about pushing on that subsequent lap.
So far we've seen them take 2 laps to push for a push lap. Let's see, with only 10 minutes left of this session, if they push a little bit quicker on the second lap out. Hopefully they won't. I think they're going to keep to the plan, if you like. It's not plan A, it's not plan B, it's not plan C, but it's somewhere down the order of getting things absolutely up to temperature to try and push on to get close to yesterday's time, which was into the 2:15s. Today we've tickled the mid-2:16s. 2:16.611 is the quickest time so far today for Enzo Dellini. They go on to the first of their flying laps now and see what will emerge over the next 9 minutes of the session. Local time just coming to 10 minutes to 4 in the afternoon, and they're still warming things up, aren't they? Yeah, so not pushing on lap number 2 on track.
Just starting to think as well, as we get closer to 4 o'clock, whether we might have peaked with the temperatures, and they might be just starting to drop a little bit now, which in turn might help that time once we're in a position to think about it.
So we're still just currently pushing on and awaiting for the session to get underway for the racing, but we'll take you straight back to qualifying and what happened earlier on.
More powerful than the Euro Cup 3 that he's been racing this year, so he's on his way down to Lisboa now.
And just to make the point, Freddie Slater has gone personal best in sector 1 on this second lap out from pit lane, so that's worth pointing out. And Matteo De Paolo gone.
That was Colnaghi having a big slide under braking, but he saved that really well. Sorry.
And Mary Boyer, absolutely, you don't have to apologise. Big action happening. You're looking at the pictures. I'm looking at the timing screen. Mary Boyer has gone overall best in sector 2 as well.
Right, okay. Well, Colnaghi has got this thing by the scruff of the neck, and you can almost hear the Carl Windprig, such as the abuse that's being given right now. Matteo Colnaghi does a personal best in sector 2, drops down the hill then now towards Faraway Hill, and Colnaghi towards the end of sector 3 shortly. So yeah, Boyer with an absolute best in sector 2 and down in sectors 1 and 3, the other side of it. Right, almost to police is Colnaghi. Flicks left, flicks right, left again, back into view. And an absolute best in sector 3. So Matteo Colnaghi, who was only 0.172 of a second anyway behind Enzo Dellini, is trying to combat that. Now, the time that he lost in the first sector was about 6/10, so he's got quite a lot to try to rebuild as Mary Boyer is coming now down towards Fisherman's. He's got Teo Nile behind him, so these are the two teammates from the Pinnacle Motorsports stable. And up towards the timing line they will come. So what are we looking at now? Something in the low 2:16s is where they need to be aiming. Yesterday a 2:15.7 was the best, but right now a good low 16 would be good. And Niall does a 15.9, so 2:15.9. We're almost on yesterday's pace. This is Slater. coming over the line. His lap was looking good, and he's up now over the line, but doesn't improve the time. 7 others, in fact, put him back. Kolnagi was the one that went through to go 4th. Rashid Al-Bahari, another of the Prema drivers, 3rd quickest, getting ahead of Slater. So in this session, Freddie now is only 7th, but he's still quicker than anybody from yesterday.
Just about everybody improving on each of the sectors now, and I think you're right. I think it has cooled a little bit, and the sunshine getting lower in the sky. Stromstead ended up putting an overall best as well in Sector 3. That moved him up the order. The net result, 2 personal best sectors, 1 overall best sector, up to 9th for Noah Stromstead. Murray Boyer goes overall best in Sector 2.
Yeah, Stromstead looking good, up to 9th in this session. Slater's down to 8th, isn't he now, because you've got Taito Kato, who has got himself up into 2nd, and that's another driver, Kato, into the 16s. But Teo Nile, a 2:15.977, does now suggest that people are being able to get towards the pace of yesterday. And a big, big moment for Murray Boyer there, approaching the police. Had to really fight the car, but he's got away with that. Boyer, with a lot of experience of this circuit, ever so close to the edge here. Touch of understeer going up through Moorish. To Donna Maria they come. Powers out the other side. So this is the car in the session that's only 7th, despite the fact Boyer has looked quick all the way through.
Look at Delaney, he's gone overall best in Sector 3, overall best in Sector 4, coming up towards the conclusion of the lap. And this is going to be a good lap. He's currently down there in 3rd place in car number 5. Delaney not without problems today, but Freddie Slater has now eclipsed him in the 4th sector and has gone overall best. But Delaney is going to improve and goes top, 2:15.959. 2:15.959 for car number 5, Enzo Delaney. And we're going to keep an eye on Freddie Slater as well. He's down there now in 9th place, has gone overall best in Sector 4. Teo Nile goes top, 2:15.609. Delaney in 2nd, Murray Boyer in 3rd, and Freddie Slater goes 2nd.
And the margin is just 0.2 of a second then between Nile and Slater. Freddie doing a 2:15 as this is Matthew Kolnagi, who has been elbowed back down to 8th in the times as he comes up towards the timing line now. Kolnagi good in the sectors and breaks the beam to go back up to 4th on a 2:16.036.
Overall best in the final sector for Kolnagi on that lap. So the order, you can be forgiven for not knowing that Teo Nile is back at the top of the times. Freddie Slater is in 2nd place. Delaney is in 3rd place. Kolnagi 4th, and Boyer in 5th. Evan Jolter rounds out the top 6, and overall best for Murray Boyer on this lap. Please can we keep going all the way to the checkered flag, because this is really exciting.
And we're getting closer all the time, aren't we, to proper times to rival what we had yesterday. 2:15.708. We're now quicker than that. So Teo Nile is going to be on provisional pole position. Freddie Slater yesterday did a 2:15.708, a 2:15.8 today. So Nile's time in this better than Slater did yesterday. So Nile is now on overall pole position, barring anything else that happens before the very end.
2:15.6 for Teo Nile, and we have under 3 minutes of this session remaining. Kolnagi has gone overall best in Sector 2 now, personal best in Sector 1, overall best in Sector 2. Kolnagi, car number 19, coming in 4th place.
Just thinking for a moment then, the Pinnacle cars had backed out completely coming down towards the Melco hairpin.
I really wanted to see you, and I feel really...
There's a lot of traffic in which sits, I think, possibly Freddie Slater. The clock has 2.5 minutes still to run. Mattia Kolnagi, as you say, is still the one pushing. Interestingly, there aren't quite so many sector improvements as there were. So does that mean that the tyre is now just starting to go past its peak? So it is Nile in this session alone, Nile, Slater, Delaney. But in the overall classification, it is Nile from Slater. Teo quickest today, Slater quickest yesterday. So Teo Nile goes through. That lap was a slow one, a 2:23, maybe just to give the tyres a bit of a breather, and then he can push again. stay out there, just in case you need to respond. Up towards the line here comes the Evans GP entry of the Japanese driver Hiro Yamakoshi, who was in the wall somewhat yesterday, but Yamakoshi now 14th. Enzo Ye has just improved to go 12th. James Igotzi 11th. Evan Giltag goes back up to 3rd. And Taito Kato to 4th. This is Mari Boyer, who is 7th for all of the energy that he's put in. He's only 7th in this session.
But it's not finished yet. We've got 1 minute and 20 seconds of this session remaining, and running on board with Mari Boyer, who has been very quick over the course of yesterday, today, and continues that trend. Goes overall best in Sector 2. Good one to be riding on board with, because he has just put in the overall best in that second sector. Personal best coming in right the way down the order. Matteo Paolo, who we've run a few laps with over the course of the last 2 days, is only down there in 9th place. And that may be quite surprising. This is a class field, isn't it? There are so many that are incredibly impressive, and a moment there for Mari Boyer.
Yeah, I thought he was going to understeer off. It just looked as though he braked ever so slightly too late, but Mari Boyer does survive that and has still on this lap been able to do an absolute and a personal best. Checkered flag is imminent because we're about half a minute away from it, as Mari Boyer now accelerates on towards the Melco hairpin. Goes down, 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 down through the gears to 1st. Gives it as much lot as he can muster. Comes out of the corner, and then the speed builds the other side. He's going to take the flag, because that is ready to be waved on the start line.
Sector 4, not a personal best for Mari Boyer. Let's see what's going to be the final sector, because don't forget, he went overall best. Checkered flag is out. He went overall best in Sector 2, personal best in Sector 3. About to complete this lap, the final lap of qualifying for the FIA FR World Cup and the Macau Grand Prix here in 2025 for the 72nd Macau Grand Prix. He's about to come up to conclude the lap and finish qualifying, heading into the qualification race tomorrow here at Macau. I'm not sure the places are going to alter now. The checkered flag has come out. Teo Nile is top of the tree.
If the teams are savvy, they'll be telling the drivers that they're not going to improve, and therefore that they need to just perhaps look after a little bit of life in the tyre. So coming into the pit lane, there'll be some of the cars required for scrutineering. That is then Mari Boyer, who makes his way down the pit road, and teammate Teo Nile then the fastest, and a really good job. Mari Boyer will be a bit frustrated by perhaps the gap between him and his teammate, but you certainly can't fault him for the energy put in there. So Mari Boyer drives down the pit road. Teo Nile then the fastest, the driver who was 8th in FIA Formula 3 this year. Mari Boyer, yeah, disappointed. Didn't quite hook up, did it? Some sectors good, but not full laps weren't.
Right, surprising, isn't it? Because he has shown such good pace, but this is a class field this year. This entry for the Macau Grand Prix is superb. It could have been one of a dozen drivers that ended up quickest after qualifying. Qualifying is one thing, racing is another, and we've got 2 races to look forward to around the gear circuit. But for now, make the most of the first triumph on the Macau Grand Prix weekend for the 72nd Macau Grand Prix. And Teo Nile, enjoy this moment with the team. Very much a team effort here. And huge congratulations.
Okay, well, that is it in terms of the Formula Regional qualifying. I was just going to quickly try get you your final results as well to be quickly read out. But it looks like the world feed went off during this qualifying stream before they could do so. Well, it is great to have your company. Good morning to everyone who is joining us. Well done for getting up. If you stayed up, then well done as well. Or if it suits your time zone, then hope you're enjoying finally something being suited to your time zone, because I know a lot of the people who are probably enjoying this right now don't usually have it good for the remainder or most of the season. It is myself, Omi, up here in the commentary box. Alongside me is Wes. And Wes, well, it is all boiled down to this, the final race of the day. It is the Formula Regional World Cup, and it is time to set the grid for the main race tomorrow.
Yeah, it certainly is. We had a bit of a surprise pole position after qualifying yesterday, that being of Théophile Nal, the French driver, ahead of everybody's seeming favourite for the weekend, Freddie Slater. And Théophile Nal joined up at the front of the grid by his fellow Frenchman, making it 4 Frenchmen in the top 5. The others being Evan Gilter, Tajo Kato, and Enzo Deligny.
Yep, lots of French drivers arriving to Macau, performing and producing all of the goods. So we are now waiting to see how this is going to play out. The 72nd running this is of the Macau Grand Prix. We've had chaos over the years. We've had plenty of carnage. But what will 2025 have in store? What will it provide to us, I wonder? That'll be an interesting question, I'm sure, that we'll be asking throughout. So the field currently are going to be getting themselves ready for the... they'll be getting themselves ready to head out onto the circuit, onto the grid, of course. And then we can get the party started in terms of this race. A race which I'm sure people would have learned from the F4 that you cannot afford to just throw away. You've got to be careful with the way that you approach things. The atmosphere is definitely kicking off down over at Macau. In terms of what's coming up tomorrow, we'll have the Greater Bay. We'll have the Greater Bay Area GT Cup, the GT4s. They'll be racing for 9 laps as well. That'll be at midnight UK time. And then September 16th, November, that'll be the F4 race. That'll be at 1:15. And then Sunday, we'll also see at 3 AM the TCR World Tour Race 2. They've already got their champion crown. That was earlier on today. And then 4:35, we will have the GT main race, 16 laps in total. And then we'll have the Formula Regional one, just like we are doing right now. We'll have that, the main race, 15 laps to end the day and to end the weekend of Macau racing. And Wes, who do we think then could possibly end the weekend of Macau racing on top? Niall with a great job in qualifying. In terms of racing though, are you still putting it advantage Slater?
It certainly could be Slater. I mean, one of his great strengths this year in regional has been his race starts. So definitely could see him getting a good start off the line and making it up in front of Niall. But of course, then you have the run down towards Lisboa, and that's going to advantage the cars behind. I could see somebody like Evan Gilter or Enzo Deligny just getting the slipstream and maybe going around the outside before getting to the braking zone of turn 3. So yeah, there's so many possibilities, and I'm looking forward to seeing which driver comes out in front.
The race down towards Lisboa is always very exciting and great to watch as well. Always just is the case, just the way things work. Always very much a feisty run towards the first corner, the braking zone. Of course, the first proper race, the first proper corner of the circuit in terms of where you're having to stand on the brakes as well. But yeah, you still have to do quite a bit of work to the opening, few sweeps. Lisboa, you head into gear 2. It's a gear 2 corner, is Lisboa. And then the Melco hairpin, the only part of the circuit where we dip down to gear 1. You have 7 meters of width between one Armco barrier to the other Armco barrier. It is so thin at that part of the circuit, and it means no drivers are allowed to make any overtakes there. And if they do, they can't because of the yellow flags. They've put that in place over recent times. This, of course, the Macau Grand Prix always takes place, of course, on the 3rd week of November. And we were giving you a bit of a story and history lesson at the start of the day yesterday, depending on where you're watching it. But while no specific circuit modifications have been made since 1957, other work has been done, including the gravel traps that were trialled as well. You've had the pit works. You've had so much go on, as Wes was telling you about earlier on in the broadcast. In terms of where the cars are, they're just making their way out towards the circuit now. We are only about 15 minutes away from getting the contest underway for the World Cup. For the qualification race, the drivers will have to assess what happened in F4 and, well, learn from that. Which, you know, Wes, you definitely have drivers with a bit more experience, but realistically, for the quick ones, just 1 year extra experience, because you go from F4 to regional, so still you're going to get quite a few rookie errors and quite a few mistakes in this. We've got such a different field. You've got a few drivers who have been an absolute expert of regional level and have dominated so much, and then you've got a few who've just done enough in terms of a few regional races to be able to qualify for this event. So quite a huge skill set difference across the different drivers that we have competing in this event.
Oh yeah, definitely. And as we saw from the GT race, even the most experienced of drivers can still get it all wrong at the trickier points of this race. So yeah, it's experience counts for a lot, but it doesn't count for everything, and you just have to make a judgment call at the time, and I guess just hope that your talent is enough to carry you through as we start to get ready for the beginning of the qualification race.
Let's head down to the world feed.
24 degrees and the humidity is low for this area, 63% humidity, track temperature 37 degrees. It's been a hot day, and here at the end of the afternoon, the final on-track action. The circuit will become the streets of Macau again at 6 o'clock local time. It's 4 o'clock local time. That gives us plenty of time to enjoy a 10-lap race around the streets of Macau. For the single-seaters, these are stars of the future, and make no mistake, every single one of them wants to experience a victory here at Macau. So many races have become so memorable here at Macau for the Macau Grand Prix, and the Grand Prix is tomorrow at 3:30 in the afternoon. For now, we're about to find out how the grid is going to line up for that Grand Prix tomorrow. And David, we have an incredible entry of talent this year.
Plenty of champions from across the regions where Formula Regional operates, plus a Euro Cup 3 champion. People from Formula 3, 1 or 2 therefore stepping across to Formula Regional cars, FR cars, others stepping up to them. And they are all in the same base car. They're all in a Tatius T318 with an Auto Technica Alfa Romeo 1800 turbo engine. One driver, Matteo De Paolo, who's recently been signed for the McLaren driver development program, given a 3-place grid drop for impeding another car yesterday. His argument was he'd hit the wall, the car was slow, but if he parked it, he knew that he would therefore bring out a red flag and cause people after the session was stopped, not to get their final push lap in, so he thought it was probably safer to limp back to the pit lane. And the steward said, yeah, but there were opportunities to go up an escape road and park it, so nice idea, but he got a 3-place grid drop. Lots of people have been in the wall this weekend. The likes of Jose Garfias, Charlie Wirtz, Oscar Wirtz, Reza Seaworthen, Zenroy Chi, Kanato Lee, Timek Kwarchuk, Hiro Yamakoshi. They've all had incidents. This is Matteo De Paolo from yesterday. Let's see whether this is the lap on which he whacked the wall and whether or not it's sorry, this is now coming to the grid. Forgive me, this is the driver I was talking about with the grid drop. But Matteo De Paolo making his way down towards Lisboa. And this is the driver who gets the grid drop for today. This is the run from Lisboa up through San Francisco. You climb San Francisco Hill, and at this point, going on to the mountain section, if you like, it gets narrower, it gets twistier, and after the sharp right of maternity, it is really hard to almost remember where you are, because one left blends into another. From here on in, all the way down to the sharp right of police, you kind of lose your bearings.
It all gets a little bit vague, doesn't it? You have to be inch perfect in any kind of car that you drive around the gear circuit here at Macau. And when you're on board in a single-seater, you become very, very aware of just how inch perfect you have to be with the barriers, those iconic yellow and black barriers. You know, any time that you see a motorsport photograph and you see a yellow and black barrier in the background, you know exactly where in the world it is. It is a unique circuit. This is the right that you spoke of at Police. Very short burst up towards the right at Moorish, and then onto the left-hander here at Donna Maria. It goes on and on and on, and finally it's the blast down the hill towards the Melco hairpin. No overtaking here. A permanent yellow flag over the course of the weekend. You couldn't fit 2 cars in, even if you tried. And then you get a flashing green light on the right-hand side, which means the circuit now opens up. It's a high-speed blast down through Black Sands, down towards Fisherman's. That's the right-hander here. Things can go wrong here at Fisherman's because the speed is climbing, ever climbing, weaving the car from side to side to try and get a bit of heat into the tyres before the final turn, our bend, and the completion of a lap of the 6-kilometre gear circuit here at Macau.
135 kilometres an hour, our bend, under race conditions, but when you're coming to the grid, you back it right off. And in the case now of Matteo De Paolo, he will work his way to 12th on the grid. He drives for the R-Ace GP team along with Enzo Deliani and Jin Nakamura. Enzo Deliani starts 5th, and Jin Nakamura a little bit further back on the grid. In fact, 14th, so the car directly behind this man, Matteo De Paolo. You see the McLaren stickers on the crash helmets and the way that they're going in Formula 1 this year. Not a bad Formula 1 team to be affiliated with. You've got Mattia Conlaghi on the grid. You'll see his car that starts 7th in the Red Bull colours. He's part of that junior programme as well. So we have...
Barry Boyer as well has recently been announced as Aston Martin young development driver as well.
Correct.
Very proudly walking around in that significant green top. Very proud he was.
And the Formula 1 team's keeping an eye on the talent, and they will continue to do so, no doubt, after this weekend, as more reputations are enhanced, because if you can master Macau, it does your career prospects no harm at all.
So this is a dress rehearsal for everybody, what to expect down on the grid. And down on the grid, very pleased to say, is Alexander Legris.
Theo has done the first part of the hard work to get into this position, but how tricky is it going to be to convert this to a win?
Well, for sure it's gonna be really tricky into T3. Try to stay on the line, try to have a really good start, really good jump, and then let's see. The race is a race, so let's see how it goes. Most important race is tomorrow, so yeah, let's take this race for a learning.
Great. Bon chance, Theo.
So Theo Nile, the driver on pole position in the KCMG Enya Pinnacle Motorsports car. And Alex will stride further down the grid, see who else you might be able to find. Number 6 is the pole position car, Theo Nile. Looking a little bit further along the front of the grid. Freddie Slater, the British driver there in the familiar Prema Racing colours. which also carries the Theodore Racing tag. And Freddie Slater, the champion out of so-called FRECA, Formula Regional European Championship by Alpine. And the British driver was here last year in Regional, 2 years ago in F4, and he starts as one of the favourites. Let's hear from Freddie with Alex.
Right, Freddie, you've now got an idea of the pace of Theo. I feel like what comes down to is who's got the biggest kahunas into this first corner. Is that you?
Well, I'd like to hope so. Definitely going to be getting stuck in, but obviously tomorrow's the more important race. So try and get a good start and then see how the race goes from there.
Thank you.
Freddie Slater starting on the outside of the front row of the grid. The British driver, his father, a very handy racer going back quite a few years now in Porsches, Adrian Slater. And there you can see third on the grid, the black car of Evan Gilter. That's the driver who won the Middle East Championship in the winter months. Fourth on the grid, looking down to Taito Kato, number 23. Fourth there, you can see his race number just being held on the grid board. And Kato, last year's French F4 champion. He's been one of the surprises of the weekend because he's consistently been up in the mix. Maybe never the ultimate fastest, but always, to use that phrase, there or thereabouts.
These young drivers might think that this is the hustle and bustle of a grid that they'll experience tomorrow in the build-up to the Macau Grand Prix. It's going to be this and then some tomorrow. They will never have experienced a build-up to a race anywhere near the celebration that we have ahead of the Macau Grand Prix. This a dress rehearsal for tomorrow in more ways than one.
It is indeed. Freddie Slater and Enzo Deligny have been noted for speeding in the pit lane. Let's have a quick look at the grid. Theo Niles starts on pole position from...
Okay, let's run you through the grid then for this race. It is Teofil Nall next to Freddie Slater. They are 1 and 2 in position. Evan Gilter is next to Taito Kato. Then it is Enzo Deligny and Mari Boyer. They are 5th and 6th. Matteo Colnaghi, Red Bull Junior, will go from 7th. Next to Mercedes Junior, Rashid Al-Taheri. Noah Stromstad is in 9th. And James Agozi is in 10th. And it is Tassana Polenta Pruvzak who is in 11th. And newly signed McLaren Junior, Matteo Di Paolo, hit with a grid penalty in P12. Enzo Ye in 13th, and then Jin Nakamura is in P14. Jose Garfias, who's had a few rounds of Formula 3 this year, he's in 15th. And then it is Yamakoshi in 16th. He's found the wall 2 times across this weekend so far. Charlie Wirtz is the lead lead of the Wirtz brothers. And then it is Timmy Koharczyk, who is in 18th position. Yuki Sano is in 19th. And then Umagaki is in 20th position. Owen Tangavelu in his penultimate ever race in motorsport will go from 21st. His final one will be tomorrow. Kanato Lee finds themselves in 22nd. And then we find ourselves next up on the grid with Charles Leong. And then it is going to be Tokyo Suzuki. Reza Siburutan is 25th. Newman Sheen 26th. And Oscar Wirtz will start from the back of the grid. Bit of news quickly coming our way, so I can tell you that Freddie Slater is under investigation, and so is Enzo Deligny. That is for speeding in the pit lane. So the drama has already kick-started before we have even begun. There's already some investigations coming into play.
Yes, and usually those are pretty open and shut cases as well. There's not a whole lot to investigate in those cases, and if that is the case, then it's quite the schoolboy error, if you like. They really need to take better care not to do things like that, because it's a very silly penalty to get. Not the sort of thing that drivers who want to be winners at this event need.
Yeah, absolutely. Do agree with that. So here we go then. The build up to the Macau Grand Prix is right now. We're about 4 minutes away from getting the formation lap underway. So many different talents are all set and ready to deliver their all. Rashid Al-Daheri looking to try and improve. He'll go from 8th position in this race. What can the Prema man do? Rashid Al-Daheri, who was disqualified here last year, and this is his third year with Prema for this prestigious event. And then we find ourselves with Noah Stromstead, who is making his Macau debut. How is that one going to go? We've got James Egozi in position as well. He's missing the Euro Cup finale to race with us right now in this as well. Tisana Poland to prove a good campaign, one that helped Campos, his team in Formula 3 this year, get to the team's championship. So it has been a great job by him. Matteo Di Paolo, we mentioned he's a recently signed McLaren Academy driver. Wes, a great signing, and it is great to see that he has been picked up because he put together a very good campaign this year in Freca.
Yeah, Di Paolo was always very fast and consistent when he was in F4, and he really did carry that over to Formula Regional. With he spent it with the Trident team, and in a series they hadn't traditionally done very well in. He got them up to the front and won some races, and they finished very, very well indeed. So yeah, Di Paolo thoroughly deserving of all the credit he's been receiving.
Yep, took Trident to their first ever win in the Formula Regional European Championship by Alpine. What can Yamakoshi do? He is all eyes forward, all eyes on the attack. Great to see that he is still keeping his momentum high, still keeping his momentum up after, because crashes, not once, but twice can set a driver back in such a dramatic way. To update you in terms of drivers who have had crashes across the weekend so far, Yamakoshi twice in FP1 and qualifying one. Siwurtan and Umagaki would also crash in that first qualifying. Lee, Oscarwitz and Shi would then go on to crash yesterday in FP2, and they would be joined by Garfias, Gohajic and Charlie Wirtz, who would crash in qualifying too. That's to bring you up to date in terms of drivers who have found their way to the barriers. It's not something that they want mentioned, but it's just to give a little bit of an idea, a bit of context in regards to which drivers could definitely have something to fight with today, to fight back, and we'll keep an eye on how they do so. So with everyone lined up in position, we're about to set off for the formation lap then, Wes, and this qualification race is about to get underway with Teofil Nile next to Freddie Slater. The drivers have already realised in their pre-race interviews and mentioned how this is a race which sets the grid for tomorrow. Tomorrow is the more important race, so they do have to think about the bigger picture. You're on mute, Vez.
Beg your pardon. Yeah, so just saying this is not the race that will be remembered, that will go down in the history books. That's the one tomorrow. So yeah, as you said, it's really just about getting through this one. Try and set up as best you can the race for tomorrow, and yeah, just try and stay out of trouble.
That will be exactly the aim for the drivers as they set off for the formation lap. A reminder to you that we've got quite a lot of French drivers at the front, so you've got plenty to support. You've got Niall, you've got Gilter, you've got Tara Takata, you've got Enzo Dellini, who are all up there. You've got Britain's Freddie Slater. He will be chasing redemption. He'll be chasing redemption, of course, after finding the wall here in last year's event, going for a podium spot. This year his goals are definitely much more. His ambitions are to go on and fight for race victory, and that exactly should be the case for the driver who has won the Freca title and has also taken victories in the GB3 Championship, which he participated in, and has also fought for Formula 3 wins this year in his few appearances that he has had in reverse grid races. He's on his way to Formula 3 next year with Trident, as is the man we are currently taking a look at. If you are synced up with us, Matteo Di Paolo is also going to progress up to the Trident squad. He's going to stay with the Trident squad and move up in his motor racing career. So many drivers confirmed for Formula 3, Wes, and I'm looking forward to seeing how they're all going to get on.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it's going to be a fabulous year in F3 next year. But even before that, we've got a number of Formula Regional Winter Series as well as F4 Series that we need to enjoy. Few drivers are just getting started in announcing publicly who they've signed up for and which series.
So we make our way then round the final few corners on this circuit. Let's see how this is going to all play out as we get ready for what should be a very, very exciting race. This is the qualification race. As we mentioned, the cars will get themselves into position. What are the nerves? What are the drivers feeling, Wes, as they line up in these final moments on the grid?
What they'll be feeling is kind of a mixture of nerves and focus, trying to maintain that fine balance. Some amount of nerves are a good thing, but of course you do need to maintain focus and just try and block out the unnecessary distractions around you. As Freddie Slater, you can see, if you're watching the live feed, you can see on the right-hand side of the screen is just pointing straight forward. He's not pointing toward Tearfield Null whatsoever. He's expecting to go straight ahead at the beginning of this race, so his focus is very much in front of him.
Here we go. It all comes down to this then. In terms of Saturday racing, we're down to the final event. This will set the grid for the World Cup that will take place tomorrow for the 72nd running of the Macau Grand Prix. Green flag at the back. 3, 4, 5 red lights. Lights out! The Formula Regional World Cup is underway for the qualification race, and Freddie Slater is already on the charge. He's running wheel to wheel with Tearfield Null. They nearly make contact as Tearfield Null gets shown the barrier as he now is losing some positions, and moving up is going to be Evan Gilter. But now Null is trying to fight back. It's millimeters to contact there as they make their way towards the Lisboa complex. Who is going to have the lead? It will still be Freddie Slater, who is going to maintain the advantage, but can he do so in towards the braking zone? Will they get through? Lisboa cleanly this time by, as it's side by side. Niall trying to hang on. Do they all get through? Lisboa, it looks like they have done so. Well done to the entire field. They have navigated their way through, and it's Freddie Slater sprinting clear at the front of the field. He's got the lead as Gilter climbs to second place.
Wow, what a turn up for the books that was. Everyone making it through Lisboa safely. It was a brilliant start from Evan Gilter. I had a sneaky suspicion he would be able to maintain his place up at the front, and is now up into second place. Mari Boyer as well, doing very, very well up in third. But yeah, such a shame that Tearfield now could not convert that pole position into the race lead. He's fallen all the way down into fourth.
What a brilliant start to the race that was then, as they now make their way through. Let's ride on board, jump on board with Freddie Slater, and he absolutely flied off the line. As you mentioned, Wes, he positioned his car straight. It wasn't towards Boyer, it wasn't towards anything. He just positioned his car straight and got straight through. But there was, I'd say, 2 moments on this opening lap where it was so close to contact. First of all, Niall nearly makes contact with Slater, then Boyer nearly makes contact as well with Slater. So everyone's lucky to have front wings and rear tyres.
Yeah, and Mari Boyer there, you just saw in the rear-facing camera of Freddie Slater, very nearly was able to take the lead up at the front. He just got balked by just going in, trying to go in between Slater and Gilter. There just wasn't room to do that. But yeah, Mari Boyer from a brilliant, from a 6th place, just had a brilliant start. And yeah, unlucky not to be able to convert it into something better.
Yep. Unlucky indeed. Okay, Mari Boyer is tucked in the slipstream of Evan Gilter. It is Freddie Slater who leads the contest then. Down towards Lisboa, 1 lap is complete, but all eyes will be on Mari Boyer, a driver who on his debut in Formula 3 2023 around this circuit was able to get 4th. What can he do this year in 2025? He's trying to go around the outside. That'll be late on the brakes for Gilter. Gilter will make the corner. Gilter will be ahead, but Mari Boyer is looking to try and get through, and he'll be looking absolutely in every single direction to try and fight away by, but he'll know that he can't afford to take any extraordinary risks. So it'll have to be calculated, it'll have to be collected for Mari Boyer, who has experience of 3 seasons in the FIA Formula 3 Championship, so he knows what he's doing. He has been in positions like this in the past in races. As I mentioned, he's competed in Macau in 2023 and 2024, and let's take a look at a replay. Now, they're not meant to be making any overtakes, but we had contact down into the Macau hairpin.
Yeah, we certainly did. And who is that? Is that Oscar Wurz, I believe, who then does the sensible thing and goes straight on at Melco. So it shouldn't be too much of an issue for the marshals to clear up. And in fact, there's not even a yellow flag anymore. So great stuff from Oscar Wurz, but it's a shame he's not able to complete this race.
Yep, he'll start at the back then for tomorrow's 72nd running of the Macau Grand Prix. The field now plunged down into the Melco hairpin. So what happened there was, for anyone who may not be watching the pictures, you can't, of course, overtake. You can't dart out, so everyone just got on the brakes. And it slowed down in such a dramatic way that a few cars ended up pulling alongside and making contact in a dramatic way. So, that is what took place there, but disappointment for the younger of the Wurz brothers. Oscar not able to take further part in this contest, and we'll hope that he can salvage something all the way from the back and end with some good overtakes as well. But Slater with a 2.5 second advantage. He is sprinting clear and doing so well. The battle for P3 is on between Mari Boyer and Teofil Nile. Of course, those two find themselves now very much glued together, but they're not the only ones. We're going to have to look further back because there's still so much more racing going on at this specific moment in time out there on the circuit. Delaney is going to have to look in his mirrors in a big way as we have Taito Carter looking to try and defend that position. So this is absolutely feisty stuff here at the start of this race.
Yeah, Delaney getting very aggressive on the back of Taito Kato, but Kato positioning his car in the middle of the track, and there's only one way you can get up alongside and pass into Lisboa there, and you need to be on the inside well before the braking zone, and it's very difficult to do that, as Delaney is no doubt now experiencing. But Taito Kato under all sorts of pressure at the moment from the Frenchman behind him, and let's see if he can sustain that pressure, as Delaney now coming under a bit of pressure from Kolnagi behind. So Delaney needs to keep an eye out on his mirrors as much as he does in front of him.
The champion of Euro Cup 3 is Mattia Kolnagi, the driver who crashed into the barrier in the final laps of the race 1 year ago. Looking to avoid that this year. Let's jump on board with Mari Boyer as he chases Evan Gilter. We make our way in towards the final few corners. It's all about, can you stay close? The dirty air, even at this level, even with these regional cars, will be having an effect. And it means that you need to be following closely, and you need to give yourself a good distance. So we're now on board. We can see he'll be gaining with the slipstream. How brave can you go? How committed can you go through turn number 2, Mandarin Bend. You're gaining all the way and you're getting yourself closer to a chance to attack for second place, and I think this time it could definitely be on for Mari Boyer because you're just gaining all the time. You're tucked in the slipstream. He keeps his foot flat to the floor and Gilter knows he's going to have to defend this. Mari Boyer will have to send it round the outside into Lisboa. Is he going to make the move? They're going to go side by side. Mari Boyer inches ahead momentarily, but Evan Gilter sorts out the braking zone and picks his braking point correctly and maintains second position.
Yeah, and unfortunately it is just all too easy, unfortunately, to defend that. The natural response is to do the up and under into turn 4, but there just isn't room. It gets so narrow between turns 3 and 4, and Mari Boyer once again is frustrated behind the back of that ART.
He is frustrated indeed. What is Freddie Slater cooking at the front of the field? 4 seconds very nearly. He was given he got the lead at the start and he's absolutely pulled away and taken it. Freddie Slater is on the attack and then some, and he is making a mark definitely as he looks to start the Grand Prix from pole position tomorrow. Remember, we're setting the grid for the 72nd running of the event, but the battling further back I think could definitely be a lot more interesting in terms of who will be the drivers to go on the attack and who will be the ones to line up directly behind him, and definitely giving him a bit of an attack when it comes to tomorrow's racing.
Yeah, it certainly is. And there's an incident noted between cars 9 and 31, which is Oscar Wirtz, who of course retired, and Charles Leong in the Prema. So they would have been the two that came together up at Melco. So we'll let you know if anything comes of that.
We will do so indeed. But for now, we're of course going to put centre focus on Gilter, on Boyer, on Teofil, Niall as well. They're all together in this train, and Boyer is tucked in the slipstream once again. Gilter breaking the slipstream left and right, and now he decides which way is he going to give the defensive shape. This time Mari Boyer looks like he is edging ahead, and he's got a full car length ahead. Mari Boyer clears Evan Gilter, and the overspeed this time was enough, meaning that he will go up San Francisco Hill in second place in the race. And now the next one to attack will be Niall as he tries to get onto the podium.
Yeah, that was never going to be one that Gilter was going to be able to defend. Boyer had so much more speed coming off the back of the exit of Mandarin Bend, and Mari Boyer, the Spaniard, now up into second place finally after what seemed like a lifetime of trying.
Yep, finally the move came, finally it got done. Absolutely brilliant, as meanwhile the racing continued further back, but now can Niall quickly make the overtake as well? It doesn't look like the ARTs, while they may have put together a good result when it comes to the qualifying session, it looks like their race pace is not as good, and it looks like their race pace is struggling at the moment in time. But this is, I guess, a bit of a test run for them, and they can try and work together as a team to figure out things ahead of the big event tomorrow. That's what this qualification race does also allow them to do. But I can imagine that Niall will want to fight his way straight back onto the podium spot. Remember, he's the driver who started this race on pole position. And both of the two drivers of Niall and Boyer are driving for Pinnacle Motorsport this weekend. And they will look to try and hopefully put together an absolutely brilliant result by the end of it. So, we have got Freddie Slater with a 5-second advantage now, 5.4 seconds. He is pulling away and away and away.
He certainly is, but he is going to be investigated after this race, as well as Enzo Deligny, as well as Charles Leong and Oscar Wirtz, as pulling out of the slipstream now. Teofil Nile on the outside of Evan Giltaire, going down into Lisboa now. It's going to be very, very tight, but Nile edges in front, and Giltaire now down into 4th position.
Yep, switching position comes in. Nice and simple, like you like it, is the way that Nile approaches that. Easy move. And yeah, ART's race pace is looking to struggle so much in race trim. It is not ideal to see for the team, but let's see whether they can come up with something tomorrow. But Teofil Nile moves through into 3rd position. Now, does he have an attack on his teammate is the question. Can he go on the charge to try and do something up against his teammate? It'll be interesting to see, but Teofil Nile has been able to fight away by. We're looking further back in the field as well, and we're looking at the Van Amersfoort 4 going straight on.
And yeah, didn't quite catch who that was in the Van Amersfoort. We'll get back to you when I find out who that was. Just looking now. No, it wasn't Imogaki. I'll let you know when I find out. But there was a slight correction down at race control. The incident between Charles Leong and Oscar Wirtz has been put down to a racing incident, so there'll be no further investigation there.
Yep. No further investigation. I mentioned would Nile close in on Boyer. It looks like he is getting the gap to inside 1 second as he looks to try and chase down his teammate. This is now just who wants to go and attack Freddie Slater in tomorrow's race. That is what this battle is going to be turning into. Who's going to be in prime position? Who's going to be alongside Freddie Slater to try and go on the attack? Freddie Slater has done, well, so many starts in the regional car this year. Has been a master of the starts, as Wes was mentioning to you as well. And the battling is absolutely going on between them. Looking further back for some more battling. Looks like we're still single file for most of the field. There's some close drivers, but no one able to shape or go for a move and pull out of the slipstream.
And it looks like it was Kaharczyk was the Van Amersfoort that went straight on at Lisboa, and he's unfortunately fallen down to the back of the field now.
Yep, that is the case as it stands. And now we are seeing, we look down in the Prima garage. You've got a Prima leading the way and doing an absolutely brilliant job at it. Freddie Slater doing Freddie Slater things at the front of the field. Fast Freddie is on the attack and on the charge, and he's looking to try and build the biggest advantage possible. We are keeping it clean out there on the circuit. We have not had any waved yellows in this race. We, of course, had quite a chaotic Formula 4 race. We had a bit of a crazy start to the GT. This has had quite a bit of action, but it has been brilliant driving from the field as well. They've been doing well across the board so far, and they're just making sure that they can put themselves in good position ahead of tomorrow's races. Tomorrow's races, of course, where they're all going to take those little bit more risks because it is all on the line, and they have to perform in those races tomorrow as well. It's going to be a win it or bin it type scenario for a lot of them.
Yeah, certainly will. And we'll expect to see a few of those moves tomorrow when it really is, more worth it. Car 30 has been given a 10-second stop-go penalty for starting procedure infringement. That is Newman Chi, who's currently running down in 24th at the moment, so that's not going to make too much difference to his race, but still a shame nonetheless for him.
Yep, drivers darting left and right, looking to see where can you make a move, but that is huge disappointment for Newman Chi, as we mentioned, Matteo Di Paolo is ahead of Tisanopol into Pruvazak. We look at some of the racing going on further back. Some close things out there on the circuit. So let's see how this one is going to end. A few more laps to go in this one then. Slater is leading, Boyer is second. Can Niall go on the attack and try take that second spot away? Does anyone else have anything else they can give? Or is this going to be the order that we find ourselves finishing in and heading into the main race tomorrow with? That is going to be the fascinating question. It looks like we are going to end up in this order. A few laps still to go though. Anything can happen, anything can change. But it looks like, especially at the front, all seeming settled for now. Niall versus Boyer will be on. I think Tata Carter, P5 downwards. There's a bit of a train developing there. There could be some... I think there could definitely be some switching in position if those battles close up just that little bit more. But other than that, Slater continuing on his Saturday drive.
Yeah, he certainly is. Just 3 laps to go, 2 laps to go actually, as Slater crosses the line now. So moving on to the penultimate lap of the race, 5.5 seconds nearly the gap to Murray Boyer, currently in second from Teofeld Niall. The 2 Pinnacles done very well in this race. Both of them getting ahead of the fast-starting Evan Gilter, who is currently in 4th. Taito Kato, well done to him for maintaining the 5th position he got. He's seen off the challenge of Enzo Delingi, who's still got the potential of a penalty hold it over him at the moment.
Aldahari trying to make a move, trying to clear Noah Stromstead in that battle. That is for 9th that they are dueling over. So that is going on at the same time. Freddie Slater navigates his way through on the penultimate tour of the race. We're about to make our way on to the final tour very soon. One final lap for Freddie Slater here at Macau as he slots himself into pole position for the Grand Prix tomorrow. And it looks like he'll be the one to lead us away for what should be hopefully a very exciting race. We head over through the Melco hairpin. But yes, I think tomorrow we will definitely see the risk take over a lot more of these drivers, knowing, especially the ones at the back, just trying to salvage something. And that could definitely have an effect if it does cause safety cars, if it does cause any of that drama. So we'll focus and we'll worry about that tomorrow though. But for today, we're about to head on to the final lap of the race.
Yep, we are indeed. As coming through our bend for the second to last time, Freddie Slater begins that final lap. He gets the last lap board as he goes across the line. He starts heading down now towards Mandarin for the final time today. And once again, still maintaining that 5.5 second gap back to the 2 Pinnacles behind him. And he really has not looked back for this entire race, has he? He's driven very smoothly. He's not put himself under any unnecessary pressure. And he is doing everything he needs to do to take a historic Macau Grand Prix win tomorrow. Long way still to go, of course, in that. That is not a done deal by any stretch of the imagination. But surely it's he would be the bookie's favourite to take it, as he starts to go through now the Solitude S's for the final time. And can anyone stop him, Omi?
That's the question. That is the question that we will come tomorrow to answer. But today, Freddie Slater has answered the questions out there on the circuit in terms of this qualification race. He mentioned that tomorrow was going to be the bigger race. He knew that, but he said he would put his head down and see what was going to happen. He got a great start off the line, and then he really said goodbye to everyone else. He pulled the advantage. He's done Freddie Slater things that we're used to seeing him do. We've seen it across the entirety of 2025, whether it be GB3, whether it be the Formula Regional European Championship by Alpine, and now Freddie Slater is going to get himself to the victory for the qualification race, and tomorrow he has the chance now to win the Macau Grand Prix, and what redemption that would be after finding the wall 1 year ago, chasing a podium, but it ended in the barriers on the last lap of the qualification race here in 2025. It'll be Freddie Slater making his way round the final corner, and Freddie Slater is going to put himself on pole position for the 72nd running of the Macau Grand Prix as he takes the checkered flag first. Boyer is in second, and he beats home his teammate Niall, and then it is Gilter and Taito Kato completing our top 5, and that was a race that had no yellow flags. Well done to the entire field as they come and make their way through. No yellow flags in that race, bit of contact but nothing to cause the yellows, and that is quite the achievement for a Macau race, Wes.
It certainly is, yeah, considering what happened in 2024, where there was nary a moment where there wasn't some sort of cautionary period in a very, very wet race. Yeah, it's been an incredible mature drive from all the drivers, largely, apart from a couple of incidents here and there. But yeah, very, very impressive stuff from all of our drivers.
Very impressive indeed. The qualifying race goes to Mr. Freddie Slater, P1 at the end of the contest. Okay, well, we will stay for the podium ceremonies, and then myself and Wes will say goodbye for the day. So, in the meantime, though, we're going to hand you over to the World Feed as they let you know some of their thoughts from the contest as well.
Impeccable race, a perfect performance today. That is 2/3 of the distance that we'll enjoy for tomorrow's Grand Prix here at Macau. And maybe we can reflect on what has been a super day here, because the amount of interruptions to the racing that we've had for touring cars, for single-seaters and for GT cars have been very, very few. If you think about the last couple of days of free practice and qualifying that have been challenging for the course workers, for the marshals. And that really is testimony to the fact that we have pro drivers at the top of their game competing on a very challenging circuit. It's been a great day of racing here at Macau.
2 years ago we had a British winner. That was Luke Browning in the last year of Formula 3 as the Macau Grand Prix category. Can Freddie Slater be this year's victor? The second time that we've had these Formula 3 style but Formula Regional titled cars. Well, it's going to be a good fight, certainly, between him and Murray Boyer and Teo Nail tomorrow. They're the top 3 provisionally on the grid. The cars making their way back round to the pit lane. The drivers will then go to the podium. The Grand Prix tomorrow, 3:30 local time, prior to which there is the line dance. And a day of racing kicked off with GT cars, GT4, then F4, then touring cars, then GT3 cars. And then after the special event and the line dance, we have the Formula Regional World Cup, the Macau Grand Prix at 3:30 local time.
Into pit lane comes our race winner for the FIFR World Cup, the Macau Grand Prix. And Freddie Slater makes his way slowly down into pit lane. Oh yeah, I'd forgotten about that. Slowly down into pit lane.
Well,
there's
yes.
still a question mark looming, isn't there?
Yeah,
I forgot that.
Speeding in the pit lane.
Yeah.
So
before the race.
Yeah, on pit exit. They were allowed to drive through the pits, remember, onto the grid. So at some stage, he has been down or been noted for speeding in the pit lane. So the car comes to a halt, and for now, Freddie Slater, on track at least, has done everything that's been asked of him.
And at some stage, I guess he'll be told about that, but not at the moment, because for now, he's going to get out of the car and no doubt sample Oh, hang on. Calm, he says. Calm. It's the qualification race. Stands on the front of the car and just encourages everybody just to take a step back and be a little bit thoughtful about this. So, congratulations, Cub. And so, too, they will for Murray Boyer and Teo Nile as well down in Park Fairmate. Murray Boyer just talking about the exploits of 10 laps around the circuit. I can see Alex down there in the background, and she is lurking with a microphone, so we can be hopeful maybe that we might hear after the drivers have been weighed. Might be able to hear from Freddie, maybe Teo and Murray as well. That was a cracking fastest lap of the race, wasn't it, on the final lap for Teo Nile.
Which sort of illustrates more the fact that had he not made that not great start, it could have been a different race. Well, there is Freddie Slater, somewhat dominant victor. Let's hear from the British driver. Alex Legui is down there to talk to our winner.
Freddie, 2024 wasn't your year, but 2025 certainly looks like it might be after what was a stunning qualification race.
Yeah, that was good fun. Obviously, I got a good start, and I said on the grid that was the key factor at that point. And then, yeah, managed to lead going into T3, and then just try and get a read on balance for tomorrow. So we've got an extra 5 laps tomorrow, so we need to know what we need to do overnight to make it even better. But yeah, no, a strong race, and we look forward to tomorrow.
Car obviously feels like it has pace. It certainly looks like it.
Yeah, it's had pace all weekend, and you know the track's getting faster and faster now. The times are coming down with the race runs, and yeah, the track's getting grippy, so it's good fun out there.
Good job, well done. Thank you very much. Let's try and get Murray. We can go with Theo. Murray, let's grab. Yeah. Well done. Good race. P6 to P2. Congratulations.
Yeah, really happy. I knew we had a really good pace from tomorrow. It was a shame because I make a big mistake on my last lap. We were coming super fast. It is true that today has been the first day we have done many laps in a row, and I think for tomorrow we understood what we need to fight for more. The start was really good, so let's focus, and this is not over yet.
Certainly looks like you're in a position that you'll be able to fight. Theo, a frustrating start, but you managed to claw your way back up again. Still puts you in good stead for tomorrow.
Yeah, to be honest, I prefer start second row for tomorrow. With the slipstream, it will help a lot. I need to work on the start for tomorrow. I will see what happens, but yeah, it's seen so many times that I didn't drive this car, so the first start is always a bit tricky. But yeah, quite happy. Fastest lap in the race as well, so yeah, positive for tomorrow.
Yeah, certainly have the pace. Best of luck.
Quite a few things to unpack out of all of that. Teo Nile making the point that he doesn't race these cars regularly, and what Murray Boyer said, absolutely right. They've just done 10 laps in a row. That's the longest uninterrupted running they've had all weekend.
Yes.
So Freddie Slater, the provisional winner of the qualifying race from Murray Boyer and Teo Nile. 4th, Evangile Taita Kato. 5th, and Enzo Deligny in 6th. It's Mathieu Kolnagi 7th from James Egotzi, Noah Stromstead. And the top 10 completed by Rashid Al-Daheri. Matteo De Paolo being able to fend off Jose Garfias in their battle for 11th place, ahead of Tasanapol and Thrupivasak. Jin Nakamura 14th from Kanato Lee and Hio Yamakoshi. Tokiyo Suzuki was ahead of Yuki Sano, and Charlie Wirtz was 19th from Owen Tangavelu. Fastest lap of the race to Teo Nile, the 3rd place driver. It was Kiyoshi Umagaki in 21st, ahead of Reza Seaworthen and Charles Lung. Timet Kwarczek 24th from Enzo Ye, who was late off the grid. Newman Chi had a stop go. Oscar Wirtz, the one retirement on that opening lap, and the race went without a safety car, without a stoppage, without an interruption. Hooray!
What a joy that was. We have had a treat of racing today, haven't we?
Totally.
If we've added up the amount of interruptions over the last couple of days, it has been exactly the opposite of those that we've enjoyed today, because we have had proper races, a chance to have a look back at that start as well. And this was so important, wasn't it, for Freddie Slater? And he knew exactly what he had to do. This was all about where you're going to start for the Grand Prix tomorrow. And he nailed this.
He did indeed. Enzo Ye was the one left on the grid in the background. Everybody scattered around him, and good getaway by Murray Boyer as well, because they came through reservoir. That's I think, kind of where Nail came unstuck. He was forced out wide, and it was a bit dirty there. So for the next part of the circuit, he wasn't totally confident. But Murray Boyer was absolutely on it, wasn't he? Trying to squeeze up past Evan Gilter. Had he been able to do it, I think he would have been able to then take the fight to Slater. But Gilter was able to keep him at bay on that run down towards Lisboa. And Freddie Slater hugging the inside line and able to stay ahead. The podium awaits. The drivers will be whisked there shortly. And they will have the trophy presentation. We might be able to hear from the drivers once again as well. But 3:30 tomorrow can't come soon enough now, can it? It's going to be a great Grand Prix.
Absolutely cannot wait. They've had now just an idea of how much this is going to mean tomorrow. 15 laps tomorrow we've got to look forward to. And it's the headline act. It's the final race of the day. And then just a few minutes after we enjoy the celebrations on the podium tomorrow for the Macau Grand Prix, all of a sudden, the streets of Macau become once again for another year the streets of Macau.
Presentation ceremony for the Macau Grand Prix FIA World Cup qualifying race. First of all, let's welcome our winning driver to join us on the podium. On the second runner-up, number 6, Théophile Nile from France. On the first runner-up, number 7, Mari Boya from Spain. And the winner is number 11, Freddie Slater from the UK. Congratulations, drivers. And now may we invite the presenter. Let's give a round of applause to welcome Ms. Oh Lam, Secretary for Social Affairs and Culture of the Macau SAR government and the President of the Macau Grand Prix Organizing Committee, to present the laurel and trophies to the winning drivers. 現在有請澳門特別行政區政府社會文化司司長及澳門格蘭披治大賽車組織委員會主席柯南女士為我哋頒發桂冠及獎杯俾得獎車手。And of course, to the winner, Freddie Slater from the UK. Congratulations! Let's take a group photo together. Please look at the front. Got it? Thank you, and drivers, please remain here. Let's take one more photo. All right, perfect, captured. All right, thank you. Please remain at the current position. And now pass the time to Chris to interview the drivers, please.
Thanks very much. Right, let's get up onto the podium, and we'll start with Theo. Theo, just didn't quite get off the line as you wanted to, and when Freddie got alongside you, looked like you lost a bit of momentum, and it cost you a couple more places.
Yeah, I had to break, but it was fair play, to be honest. Then I had a really good pace the whole race, fastest lap in the last lap, so it seems that it's going all right for tomorrow.
Yeah, fastest 2 laps of the race, the last 2 laps, new lap record. So if you can get a good start tomorrow, you're still in this.
Should be, yeah. I need to work on that and should be good.
Okay, good luck for tomorrow. Let's catch up with Mari in second place. Mari, great job from the third row of the grid. You two were both charging at the second half of the race once you got up there, but Freddie was just a bit too far ahead.
Yeah, first of all, thanks to the whole team. I think we have been doing a really good weekend of adaptation. Yesterday I was a bit frustrated. Felt I had a lot more, but indeed today we got revenge. And the weekend is not over yet. I felt we had a really good pace, and even for tomorrow we can do better steps. I understand better the car, so now we will analyze, and tomorrow we come back stronger.
And you showed last year from the back to, what was it, 7th, that you can overtake here?
Yeah, it is possible. Today we also show it, so yeah, we'll focus on understanding a bit more the car, and tomorrow is a new race.
Okay, good luck. Well done today, Freddie. Well done. What a few years you're having. Third time at Macau. This place kind of owes you a podium. You've had a bit of bad luck here in the past, so great effort by you all weekend long.
Yeah, it's going our way a little bit more now, but no, honestly, we're doing an amazing job as a team. You know, the consistency is a lot better. I'm understanding the car after a full season in this category, so it's all to play for tomorrow. Obviously, they're very fast behind as well, but then there's a long straight to T3, which should be good fun tomorrow afternoon, and I look forward to it.
What's the toughest part of this track? Is it the high-speed stuff at the start through Mandarin and down to Lisboa, or is it in the middle of the circuit where you've got the S-bend section?
I think generally it's just not getting complacent when driving around. I think it's quite easy to back off too much and try and then it bites you, you know, and especially with all the GTs and all the other categories going around, the track is quite dirty now, so there's one line, and if you're not on it, you're in the wall. So yeah, it's always good fun driving around Macau, especially when it's like this.
Well, brilliant job. Well done today. Well done, guys. Good luck for tomorrow. Our top three. Give them a round of applause.
Congratulations once again to all the winning drivers. And with that note, this also concluded today's races. Thank you once again for joining us, and we look forward to seeing everyone tomorrow.
So, great day here at the...
Yep, I can very much agree with that. A great day concluded here at Macau as well. Well, it is 9 AM now here in the UK. What time is it there, Wes?
It is 3 o'clock in the morning.
3 AM in the morning. So, we've both got to go and get sleep and go to bed. So, Wes, I'd love to get your final thoughts then on today's entire day and looking ahead to tomorrow.
Well, it kind of got less chaotic as the day went on, didn't it?
Yeah.
Which is sort of the opposite of what we were hoping. But yeah, I think probably the most unpredictable of all the races to look forward to tomorrow is probably going to be the Formula 4.
Yes.
That could go any number of ways. There's a lot of very, very good drivers coming from the back. But yeah, still looking forward to the GT and the Formula Regional as well. Although those ones probably are going to be a little more run-of-the-mill.
Thank you, Wes, for your coverage across today. My thanks also goes to everyone who has joined us as well. It has been great to bring you the entire day of coverage. We'll be back to do it all over again tomorrow, but well, I mean, I say tomorrow, but technically today, because we do go live technically today now, UK time. So it works out quite weirdly. But yes, congratulations to all of the winners out there on the circuit, and to all of the drivers, and to everyone at Macau for putting on a great show. We'll be back to do it all over again tomorrow for the 72nd running of the Macau Grand Prix. We'll see you then. Goodbye.